I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. Let us get the game started. What is that emote? Who is playing Mario Kart in my chat? Okay, without further ado, let's get the game started. And obviously we'll see them for what they are. I was watching the games off stream, like the ones that I was able to catch, so people can't spoil it for me even if they wanted to. But I'm still gonna talk my shit and
Stretch
enjoy the games for what they are.
Side, starting out with an Absol, Suicune Band, T3 on our orange side, Blaziken, Comfey. These Pokemon not here.
Comfey is a very interesting choice for a band here. Not really a supporter that you see. Taken away, it's usually a Clefable or a Blissey, but I guess they don't want to risk a Non, who hadn't been quite known to play that Zoroark Comfey duo. But we have Snorlax being locked on in for Fu there. Ooh, Garchomp and Clefable. Like in this duo, we know that Garchomp has some great
so one thing I did see
and Clefable for that AoE healing.
And I kind of missed.
One of the best supporters in the game right now, most recently being
I really like the fact that people tried to bring back
also defenses across this Pokemon has
the water bear Shifu.
So you're not only healing more, you're also staying on the battlefield for a lot
and still
longer.
made it look like half decent.
Garchomp has
unfortunately
of life sustain,
if you've ever played Shifu, Shifu before the nerf,
really bulky Pokemon. If you're able to
I should say nerfs because there were multiple. Also, let me lower the volume as well. I didn't realize it was so freaking loud.
A little bit of Serena today, Kello. Or yesterday, Kello.
Yeah, we did in that final set, I believe. We ended up seeing.
Okay, I think that should be better. Slightly, anyways. So, one thing I could appreciate about some of the matches that I did manage to catch off stream was the fact that so many people, well, not so many, some people were trying to bring back Water Bear Shifu and still made it look like half decent. But I've played Urshifu after they nerfed it progressively. And basically, the difference between before and now is if you properly comboed your Surging Strikes. So basically, it's like a 3-part combo. Technically, it's like a 6-step process, though. So, like, you would Surging Strikes, you would auto-attack, you would Surging Strikes, you would auto-attack, Surging Strikes one more time, and then you would auto-attack. And every time you do that successfully, you would lower the cooldown of your move. And before, like back in the day, when it was at its prime, if you did it successfully and you did it properly, basically there would be like no cooldown. You could Surging Strikes immediately again, or almost immediately. Now, if you do that, there's still like a 4 or 5 second cooldown depending on your items in your setup, which makes it less threatening because there's such a huge delay between your initial combo and then you try to combo again. Like there's like enough time for people to respond. Like one stun, for example, can make a difference. Like one second stun from like a character with CC. But like when think about like Urshifu not being able to do anything like meaningful for a whole 4 seconds. Like that is a very big difference. But I did respect the fact that like people tried to make it work. I was not expecting to see that at all in this tournament, to be honest, but you know, it was nice to see that. Yeah, how's it going, Zerdy? Welcome to the stream.
Definitely admire Sobi there, and we'll have to see how they end up playing out as we are getting our match underway.
Oh my god, a pause from the get-go? Well, so glad I can fast forward.
Pretty far forward for this team's success this weekend. A very strong shot caller, and in my
if I watched this live, I would have had to sit through that.
Most iconic moments in this set yesterday against DreamMax Esports. Holding pads really well with Snorlax, engaging with Heavy Slam, getting perfect blocks in some of these situations. Snorlax
is for the day. We have Daybreak going up against T3 from the NA region.
Right on in the bottom path, followed by the Mew on the side of Daybreak. Should be an even matchup between the two Pokemon. Fairly good last hitting abilities. Rex pretty far forward. They are going to have their focus band proc, so not going to have that for the first set of Altaria spawning in a few seconds.
Oh, but look at this. Joe snagging that red buff and going and pressure the top path. But it looks like Anon has done exactly the same thing. And you know what's really confusing? We actually have two Anons on the field, but an early KO for Daybreak there.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go ahead and call Anonymous for T3 and Anon for Daybreak, as quite literally two Anons on both teams. So Zealot, only one left standing here in the top path, but they were able to KO that Azumarill, so one piece of wild Pokemon away from getting that level 5 evolution.
Yeah, taking away those buffs, going over to the Gibble that has just evolved into that Gabite,
Yeah.
thanks to gathering some of
I can say this right now.
Altaria and Swablu spawns.
Even the matches that I caught off stream, Daybreak was the only team that I saw to try Azumarill in the NAIC.
Yeah, 3 level 5
And
them now taking over to level 6.
like Azumarill is such a weird pick. Like it has a strong early game, and its mid game is okay, but it just completely falls off in the late game.
Dragon Rush combo, and again, this Pokemon, love talking about it. It has really great scaling throughout the game, but unfortunately,
But like T3 right now, I don't know what they're doing, man. They're just feeding so damn hard. And the thing about like team compositions and whatnot, there's nothing wrong with playing for late game, but you have to survive the early game. Like look how much they're feeding. Like this is a level 8 Azumarill, has Unite move at 2 minutes into the game.
Belly bash, and
Like you can't convince me it's the Pokemon. It's literally just the players. Now it's easy to sit here and say they're playing like shit, but like you can avoid not feeding a Pokemon. It's just like they keep
you can get 100% chance
putting themselves in situations that are not necessary at all.
To get that ability to proc or get that ability to
Like, is it really so hard to move your joystick away from the fed Azumarill? I don't think so.
I think one of the benefits as well is the region that you end up getting from the Aqua Tower. Otherwise, some more action happening up in the top half. Zealot on the Gabite ends up getting knocked on out, and Daybreak aren't stopping here.
Daybreak with the fast break forward. Can they break this goal zone? I think it was a small break of 14 from the Mew. It was a small break of 14, a 1-point overcap, but Daybreak is breaking this lead wide open. 155 to a donut for breakfast.
Oh, donuts for breakfast. I don't know if that is very healthy, but you know what? Some points need to go on the board for T3 instead. They're going to focus their energy on this Reggie steal as Daybreak have secured that Reggie Alecki. That is going to provide some much needed experience to the side of T3 along with that attack and special attack buff.
Oh boy, Zila, I don't know if you want to go on a 1v1 against Azumarill. That is the best 1v1 Pokemon inside Pokemon Unite. 6 points on this goal zone, brought down to 3 from the Snorlax.
Let me put it to you like this.
22-point overcap by Daybreak.
This is day 2. So day 2 meaning you've already whittled down the number of teams from like, what, like 32 teams or whatever, down to like top 12.
Daybreak, T3 needs to slow down Daybreak somehow, and this Azumarill is quite literally...
The way they're playing right now makes me question how they're even in the day 2. Because they're just feeding so much.
We can see, thanks to that, Garchomp has reached that level 9, but going on into a potential next brawl up in the top half. We have 4 Unite moves available for T3 here.
Fight going on in the top path. 3 players up here.
How's it going, Rosie?
Needs to stick next to this Garchomp basically for the remainder of the game, Kello. And I would say when these 5 players move,
I saw you playing Minecraft last night.
It's gonna be very difficult.
I was watching you fill the lava gap for like an hour, and I'm like, bro, this guy is so scared to burn into a cindery remains.
We do get some information there. Any Pokemon that are stacking potentially the Leafeon, maybe even the Clefable for the most part. 0 stacks on the side of T3.
But the control that Daybreak have here up in the bottom and the top half.
Oh god, how's it going, man?
Because they have both of those tier 1s, you can see they have decided to do the split and conquer, leaving the Hooper down all alone. But you know who else is left all alone? Rex, who has been forced to pop their Lapras Express to try and make a quick escape, and they have managed to do that as focuses are set back onto the other members of T3.
Yeah, unfortunately, they do not have a defender in the front line. Belly Bash finds their way onto Zealot. Here comes a bright future Meteor Storm to try to help them defend their tier 2 goals, and they They lose their Leafeon, unfortunately. Snorlax getting the confirmation of that knockout, and T3 is being pushed into their side of the map. Quite literally, Daybreak is impressing their will on T3, not letting them any sort of inch forward.
But you can see that T3 are aware that Daybreak are looking for an isolation. There goes through with a heavy slam to try get the isolation on 3 members, but that Dragon Rush is going to push on.
You see, the thing is,
now they're just going to go
because T3 are so far behind right now, just like in general,
yeah, definitely a preemptive Unite move.
trading kills actually works out in their favor.
Really powerful engage from Fu on the Snorlax.
So although it still looks like they're falling behind, or like it looks like a one-sided match, like any kills they can get have more value than the kills that Daybreak would get. It just depends on how Daybreak are able to push their advantage. Like right now, they're just really just brute forcing.
Trying to look for these KOs. 3 members of T3 have been down. Clefable no longer amongst the mix. Joe with a 3 KO streak. Reggie Alecki crashes on through. 4 KO streak and a tier 2 gone.
Almost a penta KO for the Azumarill. Kella, I know you
I've never seen an Azumarill
scoring on the enemy's T3 goals, but unfortunately now their T3 is vulnerable to Daybreak.
Get so far ahead so quickly and just single-handedly
T3 also multiplied their score by 2, but they're at 0.
just
0 times 0 is 0.
That's yes.
they're eating. They are literally just eating the other team.
They definitely
It's
need
crazy.
to try and focus on getting some wild Pokemon, get their levels up, as we already have an Azumarill at level 14, the highest on the map so far. On the other side of T3, we have...
Oh, sorry about that. Here, let me move my camera to the middle. I forgot.
2025 season win rate is 62%. Daybreak going in 4-3 during group stage, and T3 going 6-2. What a coinkydink that it was exactly the same. There's so much math happening here today.
It is really early here in New Orleans, and casters are having a little bit trouble with the math a little bit. But there's one thing I'm
Pay attention to the face cam at the end. Or I bet.
100% win rate for now.
Does it?
289 to 0.
We'll have to see if that 100%
It goes without saying, anyone that was stacking on T3, if they have any of those items, they have 0 stacks.
Does spawn. You can see Fu lurking about, looking to find an opportunity to go in and use that heavy slam, but T3 are definitely being wary, playing a bit further back, and there we go, the heavy slam doesn't end up actually catching anybody out, and that Trick Hooper is going to
Alright, here goes the rippity rip. They're just brute forcing. They know this is their only win con here.
From the Snorlax, Rayquaza getting really low, captured by Daybreak, and now Hoopa able to get the Rayquaza away from T3 as they push on forward. And
yes, that is Mifu. Yeah, when you say Fu, if you're referring to Mifu, then that is him.
Breaking goals, breaking objectives, breaking hearts here in the North America region, taking the first game of the... Oh, I don't want to say, maybe I'm getting a little bit too confident, but with 603 points to 60 points, this is going to be a hard task.
Wait, okay, sorry, I might have missed it. So who's Rex so which of the 3 guys is Rex on the right side? Because I don't recognize people by their actual faces, because I don't see them.
T3 able to do that wall and into the Livid Outrage immediately. Power Nap from the Snorlax. Rayquaza getting
that Trick Hooper is going to get Anonymous Arena out of the way.
Oh, Zilla going through that wall and into the Livid Outrage immediately. Power Nap from the Snorlax. Rayquaza getting really low, captured by Daybreak, and now Hoopa able to get the Rayquaza away from T3 as they push on forward, and 4 members of T3 down, and Daybreak pushing forward to the T3 of T3.
Yeah, but like, okay, so the thing I don't understand is, and this is just my unbiased opinion, how is someone from a different team, like comes in last minute from a different team, gonna have the audacity to scold a squad that's been together for so much longer, though? Like, I get it, you're upset that you lost the game. That's a natural feeling. But like, how does the new kid, or like the new guy on the team, like, try to, like, you know, assert his presence against like the rest of the cohesive squad, if that makes sense?
break, breaking goals, breaking objectives, breaking hearts here in the North America region, taking the first game of the, well, I don't want to say, maybe I'm getting a little bit too confident, but with 603 points to 60 points, this is going to be a hard task for T3 to catch up, especially looking at the AOS energy they have on hand currently.
Yeah, we are about to eclipse the point of no return. More than 500 points requires T3 to score in full with
I mean, it goes without saying, guys. It goes without saying, like, I don't know what they expected to happen. Because at the end of the day, this is a collective group effort, alright? Now, I always say this. There is nothing wrong with playing for the late game and, like, taking the time to scale. But that's contingent on the fact that you're able to survive the early game and the mid game and make sure that you are, you know, able to just collectively utilize your team composition that you drafted. Now, obviously, the exception being Leafeon. Like, Leafeon is very strong early game, but they just didn't have a lot of presence. The problem with this game as a whole is just they just didn't stop feeding. They did not stop feeding from the start. They kept trying to save what couldn't be saved. They never got to farm, and then it just got so out of control to the point where anytime they tried to collectively fight, it just ended in a one-sided massacre. Let's put it that way. A one-sided massacre. But yeah. I'm also going to stream this on the Discord, guys. Like, I'm streaming on YouTube. I'm streaming on Twitch, of course. I'm going to hop on a Discord call. If you guys are watching, and if you guys ever want to, like, just, like, share your opinions and stuff on stream, you know, feel free to just hop in and, you know, chat. I'm kind of just chilling. I'm going to watch this. Depending on how long it takes, it might even just lead up into, the next day of UCS, which is tomorrow. Unless it starts later, then I might stop streaming and then, you know, turn it back on. But, yeah. I don't know what to make of this game. Like, quite frankly, it was just daybreak gapping T3, if you want to phrase it that way.
Each of their members, and I think it's pretty safe to say 1 minute remaining, and Daybreak will be taking game number 1.
I mean, they understood Rayquaza was their only win con.
Yeah, it looks like they're just gonna
Garchomp went into the pit, just started B-pressing, and then they popped their Unite move, and then they focused the Rayquaza even more. But the rest of the team can't follow up on that. They're just too far behind and out of position as well.
A big old power nap for Fu just to go and get ready for that next match, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess we can start talking about where this went wrong for T3, and honestly, Pokemon we don't see all too often. And again, the player to watch on this team with the most electric picks, again, for
T3, they've been to Comfy.
Surprisingly hasn't had a whole lot of play, so really trying to lean into some of their comfort picks here, but I think Daybreak did a really good job.
The fact that, so, the one thing I see right here,
studying before this set.
Well, you've got to do your homework.
if Aquilo Retardo was dropped by YouTube, I have no idea.
Line for today, the final slot for the Western region to make it through to the World Championships in Anaheim. So you definitely do not want to be cramming last night.
Unless they publicly announce a reasoning. I don't know how anyone can know that.
We are heading on into our pick ban phase. We can see that Absol, Suicune, Blaziken, and Azumarill ban. What is going on? Am I dreaming right now? I don't
But
think
yeah,
I've woken up. Can you just pitch me
the
right now?
Azumarill ban is just really weird. Like, I get it, you got stomped by Azumarill, but that has less to do with the Pokemon and more so due to the fact that the entire team collectively misplayed. I'm kind of surprised by that, but, you know, if they think that it'll help them and their chances of success, then, I mean,
Considering Azumarill,
yeah.
I mean, it did get a patch, a little touch-up a few patches back, but you know what? I guess Joe just showcasing how strong this little blue water buddy can be. But, oh, you know what? T3, they banned a Comfey last round, but they've decided to pick it up for themselves, paired up with a Zoroark. Funnily enough, Anon and Liz are known for playing the Zoroark Comfey duo, but we're actually seeing this mirrored on the side of T3.
Oh, I know. I mean, at least there's one Anon playing a Zoroark,
Yeah.
right? So one of the Anons are playing Zoroark. This time it's T3. If we force a game 3, potentially Daybreak can pick that up for themselves. Not a whole lot of crowd control on the side of Daybreak. As they take a look at Anon on the side of Daybreak. Anonymous? Anon, yeah. We'll try, yeah.
Oh, a little question. What do you get when you put ears on Anonymous?
I mean, they drafted the same core composition.
Anonymous.
They got the Lapras, they got the Miraidon, they got the Garchomp.
Oh, I see.
Clefable instead of the Comfey.
Okay.
A little bit hard.
So last game it was Clefable, I believe, and then this game it's Comfey instead. And instead of Leafeon, it's going for Zoroark. So you have another early game jungle. Everything else is the same. Support synergizes better with Zoroark in the sense of how they play together. But whether or not that changes how they play, I mean, we'll see.
Making sure you're using that at the right time to complete your combo or to escape something like an Earthshield Unite move. That's going to be the relationship I'm going to be looking for. How
Day 2 for the North American Championship. Here for the final stretch, Daybreak on the purple side. Once again, T3 on the orange. This is their last tournament life here if they do not take this game.
Dig deep, T3. After these 10 minutes, it will decide the remainder of your season. If it stops here or if it continues on after this set. Bottom path, Mew, Miraidon, central area, Urshifu, Zoroark in the top path, a little Gibble, and a very buff Bug.
It is a very buff Bug, but not buff enough. It needs to still get some experience and already at a quarter HP as that little chompy boy is biting back. He's really got some bite to him.
He definitely does. Again, deceptively damaging, especially in this early game. And a Gibble got a very powerful friend as the central area carries, dancing around each other on that mustache bush.
Yeah, that was a bit of a whiff of the Wicked Blow as well. As the Anons face up against each other, it is going to be a 4 versus 3. 4 in the top path. I forgot about the Comfey, but Daybreak are looking quite low. First KO onto that Buzzwole there, and 2 KO streak for Anon.
I like the patience on Anon.
The aggression, a very different look this time round.
Yeah, I love to see.
So usually, when you normally see Zoroark, you see people combo very fast. But they waited for basically as long as they could in between feints, and then when someone got low enough, I believe it was the Buzzwole, that's when they used the final feint to secure the kill.
They do have the Leech Life coming on through, leeching Zealot of the HP, but they're able to grab themselves a berry, and thanks to that Comfey, they aren't actually going to get taken down. Now, you know what? T3 had donuts for breakfast in the previous round, but you know what? I think they've decided to share those donuts with Daybreak as we have 0 points on the board for both sides.
Zoroark picked up another kill off camera, which is also very good. So in comparison to the game number 1, like, they're doing significantly better. I mean, last game they didn't even score any points until literally like the last 30 seconds of the game. This time around, they're scoring, and Zoroark has a lot more presence than Leafeon. They're feeding less.
That success in the late game. First to fall in this bottom fight, Lapras, front line already down.
5 seconds left to go until those 720 Swablu and Altaria do end up spawn. They are 1 member out as Miraidon is able to just charge beam a lot of those birds. And, well, Joe has lashed onto Anon and punching him towards the berry.
Oh, it is a feint attack, Zoroark once again, but can he full heal in the correct time and is able to get 2 knockouts with that Zoroark Comfey pairing once again. Here comes the fast break from Anon as he pushes on forward, execute from the feint attack, and sends another player to their grave.
That is a 3 KO streak for that Zoroark, and they are on an absolute roll as T3 are going to focus on shredding up this Reggie Rock, but we have Anon charging up there.
Oh!
Secure for Daybreak there and giving them that defense. And
I mean, all that work for
defense from T3, but
for nothing, really. Zoroark whiffed their Unite move, and not only were they, like, prioritizing kills, They lost the objective and they give up 3 kills on the back's end? Like, I was getting ready to say that Daybreak should just cut their losses and go top lane and just get the Regieleki, but somehow T3 managed to just throw away their lead and tunnel on trying to get more kills rather than focusing on just clearing the objective safely.
Again, levels are about even. T3 even losing that bottom fight at a level ahead.
Like, Urshifu was able to land the wicked blow on the Reggie, and then on top of that, Mia was able to follow up with the damage. They secure the Reggie, they get the kills, and then they get 2 more kills following that.
Available for the Garchomp at this point.
No Unite move for the Garchomp, but we do have an Urshifu Unite move.
Like, they were looking good. They were looking significantly better than game number 1, and then all of a sudden it's like they just fumble the ball. That being said, they're still in a position where when, like, they're okay, but they're definitely not in the lead anymore, unless we're talking about points specifically.
From the Urshifu is going to be very well-handed for blocking down something like a Zoroark. A point
Now they're not even ahead in points anymore.
The only way to get out of it is if you're able to full heal it. Again, those 2 cooldowns.
And in this tournament specifically, if you guys didn't watch it or you're not familiar, generally speaking, when you watch a Pokemon Unite tournament, you got a winners and a losers bracket. In NAIC, that is not the case. If you lose, you're just out. There's no losers bracket. So you can't be as
with that block as we have that second baseman Reggie spawning on up. Another Reggie rock for the team.
What's the word I'm looking for? You just don't have the luxury to make mistakes because you don't get a do-over. It's like you have one best of 3 series, whichever team plays better is gonna win. And they just move on, and then that's that. For these two teams specifically, the stakes, these are the highest stakes for you in your current position because they're playing for a chance at Worlds. If they lose, they're out, and your competitive season is done.
2 minutes left until the final stretch, and the action isn't going to stop as we have a Unite move. The flying Buzzwole ends up getting taken down to that Garchomp. Mystical Mirage has been popped by that Mew to try and make it back to safety behind the Snorlax. You shall not pass!
Don't blink, anybody, because here is an Evan Fist Unite move and a Flowery Fields forever for the grave that is that Zoroark, and the fast break for T3 has been broken by Daybreak. Their defense just too strong.
Ooh, 162 to 104. It is still a really close match, but one thing I have just noticed is Garchomp has ticked over to level 13. We still have a Regieleki on the field for either team to secure, especially considering neither of them have their T1 pads available.
162, 104, 110. Before the final stretch begins, 3 minutes remaining, potentially the last 3 minutes of T3 season. It will insulate this Regieleki for the last minutes. They have good positioning, can pressure that tier 2. They can potentially go for a larger score in final stretch with that Hoopa on their team to bring them back to Central. It looks like T3 is pivoting down to the bottom path. Mew unable to stop these scorings in, and it is going to give them a small lead of 6, Kello.
Only 6 points, but they have given up this Regieleki. There's still 30 seconds left until Rayquaza spawns. Some time to deal with it, but another Regirock, triple Regirock this map.
Regirock is going to be very well-handed to these 2 Pokemon specifically. Very bulky is that Garchomp, very bulky, high HP, highest special defense Pokemon. One of them in the game, Rex on that Lapras, and Daybreak's time to occupy the central area for the run.
I mean, the awkward thing about this situation is that the points are so close that neither team really knows which side is winning.
On the line here, high tension, Pokemon Unite and Rayquaza has appeared.
Everybody take a deep breath as Rayquaza has appeared. T3 do have the lead.
There could be a potential backcap from Daybreak just because they do have the Hoopa and the luxury of popping that Unite move, but they might not want to risk that either.
The perfect pick here as Rex is is trying to bait out that heavy slam.
Hadron Engine on the field, electric terrain. Here comes the Lapras Express.
Oh, wow.
This is going to find a one-way trip to the Pokemon Center. Force user, Mystical Mirage Unite move. Daybreak is scattering right now, trying to find their feet in this fight. And here comes Anon. They can see the opening in the top path. They move away from the superpower, and T3 is starting to take hold of this game. Rayquaza,
The thing is, T3 doesn't have reliable secure for the Rayquaza, so they can't confidently pull this objective without worrying about a steal. Miraidon got caught up by the Shifu, which is huge. And if you look at the bottom lane, Mew was backcapping, so they just pulled ahead definitively. And then Hoopa just popped their Unite move, so they went back to the middle. Garchomp is popped. Oh my god! The shield!
Taken down on the Zoroark, and Daybreak need to just clutch this lead with 40 seconds left to go.
They finally found the Unite move from
They can't secure the kills. It was a nice Dragon Rush and Dragon Claw, but they can't secure the kills. Now they're going for it, but they're so low.
T3's life is on the line for this season, brought down to 50%. Miraidon Charge Beam ripping away. Can they get the confirmation? And T3 stays alive.
15 seconds left to go.
Urshifu has true damage and Snorlax has block. They might not be. Oh! Oh! Oh!
We will need to go to the scorers table here. But T3, moments away, able to get scores on both T2s. We will see it here. And they are able
That was so damn close.
68 to 214. T3 still alive.
And T3 can take a deep
That Urshifu was doing the best they can. The problem is, although they have true damage to stop the to stop from scoring, the Comfy and the Garchomp went too far from each other for the auto attacks to apply to both of them. That was very close.
Oh, incredible work by Anon on the side of Daybreak, using the boosted autos to hit both Zealot and the Comfey. They needed more separation between the Garchomp and the Comfey to get that scoring off, but last seconds of the game, potentially their final seconds of the season on the line, and they find a secure, and they find the score.
Yeah, very close.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking, Draker. That was so intense. Such an incredible game to watch as we have the highlights here. Isolation onto Zelop thanks to Fu. But Garchomp ended up popping their Unite move, so they go into that unstoppable form and able to push on back and get the knockout.
Yeah, beautiful communication between the Mew and the Urshifu, able to get the Ebon Fist Unite move onto the Zoroark, followed by the Solar Beam to get the confirmation of the KO here.
Okay, so there were a lot of things that were going on. This would be a good time to kind of like dissect the last 2 minutes and kind of just figure out like, you know, the good things and the bad things. So we're going into the Rayquaza, even score. Like, as a viewer, we know that T3 are ahead by 6 points. But as players that play the game, when the points are that close, you're just going to see close battle. Unless you're literally managing the points mentally in your head, knowing how many people are scoring what, like, you know, doing the calculations as the game progresses. Which, to be honest, like, a lot of people don't do that. Just because it's, like, a little too hard to manage those numbers. But, anyways, the point is, close battle. So we're going into the last 2 minutes, very tense. The one thing I can say about like both team compositions, although T3 have the rip to pull the Rayquaza if necessary, they don't have the secure, at least reliable secure. You look at everyone on their team, like they can all do damage, like, you know, minus the Comfy, but they don't have a way to guarantee Rayquaza gets taken down safely. Granted that there are numerous people on the side of Daybreak alive. Now, on the other side, it's the exact opposite. They have secure in the form of Wicked Blower Shifu, but they don't have the rip to do that. However, the one thing that like these guys have, so right now, these guys have rip. Alright? These guys have rip. And then these guys, specifically Urshifu right here, they got secure. And then on top of that, they have a Hoopa for backcapping. So, like, in this situation, it's like, it makes it very tricky to play this last 2 minutes out. Because, like, you have options, but at the same time, any single mistake can cost you the entire game. And on top of that, you're already down 1-0 if you're, you know, T3. So, you don't want to take unnecessary risks because it could cost you your entire competitive season. So let's play it out and see like what happens. And then I'll just pause it at, like, you know, key moments.
Make a move if they are to make a clean sweep through to the top 8. It's just a matter of who is the perfect pick here as Rex is trying to bait out that heavy slam.
Hadron Engine on the field, electric terrain. Here comes the Lapras Expressway, and Liz is gonna find a one-way trip to the Pokemon Center. Forced to use her mystical.
Okay, so let's pause it right here. I do like the although I'm not necessarily a fan of, you know, Snorlax focusing the other defender. Of course, they're also the support as well, in the sense that they're running Xpecial. Although I'm not necessarily a fan of Snorlax using their skills to focus the defender, in a way, I like the idea of trying to isolate, you know, the defender from, like, teammates 1 and 2, and then number 3 down here. And then keep in mind, like, Garchomp is off-screen, so they're number 4. Like, basically, they're kind of, like, isolated in their own little world, alright? Like, they're away from all their teammates. The problem is that Hoopa, you know, Liz, is not respecting the damage that's coming out from Miraidon. On top of the fact that you're getting way too close to the Lapras. Like, you don't want to be this close to the defender, because you're already taking poke damage from Miraidon. But on top of that, this person right here, although they're a defender and they're getting isolated from their team, like, out of all the people on this roster, like, all the people on this team comp, the Lapras is the one that, like, wants to be on the front line, even if it's not necessarily the ideal situation. Like, if you choose it, like, if you think about it, if it was Miraidon, if it was Garchomp, if it was Zoroark, either they're gonna die or they're forced to use their Unite moves to alive, or they're just running away for their lives. Lapras, they got enough HP and defensive stats and bulk and sustain to just survive the initial combo from Snorlax, as well as just any follow-up damage that's coming out from your team, which is not a lot. So you play this through, they got CC'd, Lapras burned their Unite moves, so they got CC'd by the Lapras, following up with the, you know, Miraidon poke damage. So now you got dead Hoopa. So now you got a 4 versus 5. So that means no utility from the Hoopa, and now it's a 4v5. Misplay by the Hoopa. You could argue it wasn't a great play by Snorlax, because the rest of the team didn't really follow up. Like, if you look at the picture, like, if you look at the game as a whole, Urshifu's up there. Like, you can't see them, but they're off screen. They're right over here. The other 2 damage dealers, over here. So, you isolate the Lapras, but at what cost? Like, what did it do? Well, it didn't really do anything. Because your team, the damage dealers weren't there to follow up. And then, not only that, it kind of backfired because this person gets on top of your support, and then they get punished for it. Now, it's not only, like, it's a collective effort. If one person goes in, either the rest of the team is following up, or they're not going to, and then in this case, they didn't. But obviously, I don't know what the comms are on Daybreak, so, yeah.
Liz is gonna find a one-way trip to the Pokemon Center. Forced to use her Mystical Mirage Unite move. Daybreak is scattering right now, trying to find their feet in this fight. And here comes Anon. They can see the opening in the top path. They move away from the super power, and T3 is starting to take hold of this game. Rayquaza brought down to 60%, and the fight breaking out in the central area of T3. Unite move from the Buzzwole cannot.
Okay, I'm not, sorry, let's play it from here. So after Hoopa goes down, you got yourself a 5v4. Snorlax heavy slams, you got the Mew Unite, you got the Snorlax Unite. Snorlax is sustaining themselves. Garchomp goes in with Dragon Claw Dragon Rush. They're autoing the Buzzwole. Blow Smoke comes out. And then here, it's like the team kind of scrambled up a bit, alright? So we have a bunch of people doing different things. You got Miraidon focusing the Rayquaza right here. And then the rest of these guys, it looked like they were initially gonna, initially it looked like they were all gonna focus the objective. But then the Lapras and Garchomp peel off to go focus on the fight. Which is literally the Buzzwole diving the back line. Like, you can't see it because, like, the camera's in pan. But, like, now they're shifting their focus. And then, you know, this guy right here. They're all going for the Buzzwole. Is this a mistake? I mean, like I said, they have the rip, they just don't have the reliable secure. So I can understand the, you know, the thought process of trying to dwindle down the numbers on the enemy team before going for Rayquaza. Because right now, everyone on the team is still up. Like, Hoopa just respawned. And they still have Unite moves. So, we keep it playing.
Is starting to take hold of this game. Rayquaza brought down to 60%, and the fight breaking out in the central area.
Buzzwole pops their Unite move. Comfy popped their Unite move as well. Miraidon gets picked up by Urshifu.
Oh, 1 minute left, and we have System on the mute. Going and taking the lead for Daybreak.
There's the heavy slam on Garchomp, followed by the laser beam. Do you think Miraidon should have reset? I mean, it's like, yes, for sure. Like, they should have reset. But the thing that, like, makes it awkward it's like they're shifting their like they're going back and forth. Like, they're focusing on Rayquaza, they're going for the fight, and then it looked like they were going for Rayquaza again, and then they go back for the fight. So, like, play it from here, alright? So this is after the Hoopa's dead. Miraidon is less than half HP. They're literally at 1/4. So then they start doing Rayquaza. Then they're looking to fight. And then the problem is like, Miraidon's separated from the team, and although they're fighting in their own jungle, it's like Miraidon gets caught out.
Oh, 1 minute left, and we have System on the mute. Going and taking the lead for Daybreak, and T3 now
back on the battlefield. This game, Rayquaza brought down to 60%, and the fight breaking out in the central area.
Yeah, because like they're like everyone is clustered in this little group. There's literally what? 4 people here. 1. Wait, no, sorry. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The only one that's not in this little group is the Miraidon, which you can see right here. On the enemy team, there's 2 people here, which is the Buzzwole, and then you got Snorlax. The others are literally 3, 4, 5. The problem here is they're so fixated on the team fight that's happening right here. Nobody has vision of the other 3 people. Like, if I'm playing on the side, like, pretend I'm on T3. If I was any member of T3, I can only see 2 people from where I'm standing. It doesn't matter if I'm Miraidon, it doesn't matter if I'm anyone right here. Like, if I have the awareness, it's just like, I have no vision of Mew. I don't know where Mew is. I don't know where Shifu is. I don't know where Hoopa is until after they unite. Because obviously when Hoopa unites, you know where they're using the portal from. Like, you know where the initial casting position is. So, the problem is like, they tunnel on this, and then that just leaves Sobi exposed to any of these potentially, like, yes, we know Mew's right here because we're a viewer. We can see everyone at all times. But, like, you got incoming threat over here, there's a threat literally right behind them. There's, 1 and 2, and 3's down here. So yeah, I mean, like, could they have positioned better? Like, could they have been, like, closer to the team, or, maybe, like, loop around over here? Could they have reset? Yeah, 100%, absolutely. Maybe they felt like they didn't have enough time, considering, you're almost out of time. But yeah, Sobi gets picked off here.
The Buzzwell cannot hang on, and Liz back on the battlefield. Can they find the Anonymous?
Oh, 1 minute left, and we have System on the mute, going and taking the lead for Daybreak, and T3 now have their backs against the wall.
And then really good blocking by the Snorlax right here, because they basically mitigate majority of the damage that would come out from a Garchomp Unite. Like, Snorlax goes down for it, but nobody else really suffered at the hands of a Garchomp Unite.
With 40 seconds left to go.
They finally found the Unite move from the Urshifu, but Zila trying to stay alive as best as they can. The Comfey pocket, even taking a boosted auto for the team, and now they have to start working.
This is a huge misplay, by the way. Right here, this is probably like the biggest misplay. It's not respecting the Garchomp and the Comfey. So as an Urshifu, yes, you are strong on an individual level. But like when you don't have your Unite move, trying to 1v1 a Garchomp with a Comfey on them, with Lapras right here, like you got 2 and 3 right here. Like trying to out-sustain or out-damage a Garchomp when they have a pocket Comfey on them with no Unite move is just very, very optimistic, is me being polite about it. But like, if I was being a little bit more like brass, or, it's just dumb. Like, there's no reality where this is going to work out for you, unless they were legitimately just significantly low HP, and you can one-shot them with the Wicked Blow. Because now the problem is, you're kind of stuck here. And yes, your teammates are right here, but, like, it's a Garchomp. A level 14 Garchomp that will literally just shred you with auto attacks, and that's literally the last place you want to be. And then the problem is here, although they don't technically die, they're forced to reset and go back to base, and they're not here for the Rayquaza, which is obviously, at this point in the game, the win/lose con for both these teams. Like, the game is close enough for a potential backhand, but with so little time, you can't really risk it either.
Clutch this lead with 40 seconds left to go.
They finally found the Unite move from the Urshifu, but Zila trying to stay alive as best as they can. The Comfey pocket, even taking a boosted auto for the team, and now they have to start working on this Rayquaza. T3's life.
And unfortunately, because Garchomp is literally... It's nice movement from the Garchomp as well, though. Because the thing about Buzzwole, they went Leech Life. They're Leech Life and Lunge. So it's a single target skill. As long as Garchomp is positioned behind the Rayquaza, or like basically so that the Rayquaza is in between the two of them, Buzzwole can never Leech Life or Superpower, or Smackdown. They can never Leech Life or Smackdown the enemy Garchomp, because they always have a quote-unquote body, like a meat shield right in front of them.
T3's life is on the line for the season, brought down to 50%. Miraidon Charge Beam ripping away.
And then Mewtwo with Electro Ball, they die for it.
Stays alive.
15 seconds left to go. Can they go and make it towards this T2 pads as we have Garchomp and Comfey scrambling? Comfey dunking into 50, but they end up getting interrupted twice by...
And this was so close. Like, honestly, it was so damn close. Good awareness for the Garchomp to go further away from the Comfey to score. You can see that they eject button. Because that, like, it's small, it may seem like a very minor thing, but with like 5 seconds left, and like the high pressure situation of your potential World's Run ending right here, like, it is good awareness. Like, they ejected right there. Comfey could have moved. That is true as well. Comfey could have moved. Like, they just stood in the same spot trying to score. They almost lost their shield too. If they had lost their shield, Urshifu probably would have defended that. Because the thing is, as long as both of them have their shields, Urshifu has to worry about both of them. If one of them loses their shield, then obviously you only need to focus on the one person that can score quickly in literally 4 seconds. And by the way, guys, with 5 seconds left in the game, if someone doesn't have a shield, they're not scoring that at 50. It would be cutting it even close with someone standing on the pad. Because I believe, if you have 50 points and you're scoring by yourself, I believe it takes 7 or 8 seconds to score 50 points. I think it's closer to 8, but yeah. 5 seconds is nowhere near enough.
T3 moments away.
Comfy definitely could have moved though, I will say that.
T2s, we will see it here, and they are able to inch it away. 2.
Form and able to push on.
Okay, so I'm just gonna fast forward to
Yeah, beautiful communication between the Mew and the Urshifu, able to get the perfection for day number 1 versus DreamMax Esports, able to get incredible engagement for the team, blocking goal zones and holding down the line in the front. It is their best communicator on the team and exactly what this team needs to push forward for this final game.
Oh, we do have Leafeon being locked on in by Anon along with this Miraidon pick, which has been working quite well for Sobi here. So what is Daybreak going to answer with? They do have Zarina.
Did they also just Grassnon score? No, because Grassnon is the root. It doesn't stop people from autoing or and they used it earlier as well. They used it to try to delay Urshifu from... Yeah, so they used it earlier on to try to delay Urshifu from trying to get to the pad, which they did land, to be fair. It's just that with the throat chop as well as just auto attacks, it almost wasn't enough.
And Zealot's pulling out one of his aces, the Zacian.
Well, you've got to match the sword with the sword.
Electro Web.
And we are going to have a sword.
Yeah.
Shing, shing, shing in
so it's a root which stops you from moving, but it doesn't stop you from like using skills or attacking.
Otherwise, looking at Daybreak's composition here,
unless you apply the secondary effect. So when a Grass Knight hits 2 people, the second person will get dragged as well. So that would actually apply. But if it's literally just like one person by itself,
pretty much stick together as that snowball and look to run them down as a team.
Game 3, again, single elimination for those of you that are just tuning in. Daybreak on the left side of your screen, T3 on the right side of the stage. World's invitation at the end of today.
Yes, one and everybody.
At the edge of my seat, Kello,
okay.
But we are standing clearly in the caster's booth here. But here we go, everyone in New Orleans and everyone tuning in from home. Daybreak T3, everything is on the line for this Game 3 single elimination match.
For all of these marbles, we have Daybreak on the purple side, T3 on the orange, as they are just going to battle it on out. We can see that Hooper has decided to go help that Steenie, and we've sent that Leafeon into that central area for T3.
Steenie heading down to the bottom path. This is a new ice lane, Kello, between the Suicune and the Swinub. These two Pokemon having a bit of crowd control in the early game. Again, surprising amount of damage this little Roomba can do.
It really does come in and sweep them up. I guess that is a job of a Roomba after all, but whether they can try and get a pick here because, well, Rex, the Snorlax, is quite tanky, able to take that damage for Sobi as they back on up and gather some more of those Bunnelbees.
Yeah, another relationship I want to talk about, this Leafeon against this team of all-rounders. It's going to be very difficult for this Leafeon to pick up mid to late game KOs, even in this early game as well, as we can see a 4-player swing from either side. A little slow to the fight is Daybreak, as the Swinub just now entering the fray, but all of those Altarias, all of the Swablu is down, and the next to fall might be Fu as well. Boosted auto finds Mifu.
Part of me doesn't like the, I know they have a Blissey with Safeguard, but a part of me doesn't like the fact that Zacian went Metal Claw against a team that has a bunch of CC.
also
And that,
get
and that
as
goes
well.
for.
Otherwise, we have Rex waiting in
Why do you think that as it works so well in game number one? I don't think it was that like.
as they get that blue buff,
I
and
think it was just more so
eventually going
T3
to
playing
battle
poorly. I'll be
while
honest with you.
Gets the KO.
Serena on the
Like,
field,
as it
on
was
six,
strong,
Evolution Stage 3.
Sacred Star was gutted.
Evolution,
Yeah,
one
I
of the
know.
fastest
It was
Stage
nerfed.
3 evolutions in the game. We head into the
I still don't like the fact that they went like I don't like the fact they went Metal Claw in this specific matchup.
Members here and 4 members for Daybreak. Charge Beam from the bottom path, able to get the knockout there. Blissey getting that reward, but handing it over with the EXP share. Flooded zone stops the Zacian safeguard for the defend.
But yeah, going back to your question, I don't necessarily think as it was a problem. I think it was just more so T3 just uncontrollably feeding. Any Pokemon can look good if they're fed. But
yeah, if we're looking at T3, their composition kind of leads them to.
Yeah, the problem is like in game number 1, T3 just didn't stop feeding, so it just had like a snowball effect to the point where they couldn't recover.
Between the Zacian, Snorlax, and that Miraidon, even the Leafeon as well. As we head to the first major objectives, first Pokemon to watch is going to be that Leafeon Emerald 2-step Unite move at level 8, the first to be available.
It does have it on hand, ready to go in an ambush, but it looks like Daybreak have decided to prioritize this top path with 4 members here, but they are still going up against Blissey and Zacian as the shred is on both of these objectives. Reggie Steele has been secure for T3, but a Reggie Alecki has been secure for Daybreak.
All right, Rex trying to hold the wall. They can't hold it together with 5 members of Daybreak trying to break this tier 1 goal zone and this top path wide open, and they do. Finally able to get some points in is Daybreak, breaking this goal zone and potentially looking for some more.
Yeah, this is going to create some space for them to go and invade the enemy territory, take away their buffs, and try to gather back that level lead. They are still quite behind with 4 level 7s, and they're looking for another pick on and on. An Ice Fang frees a duo with that Suicune to get the knockout.
That is an incredible find there from Fu. Again, Ice Fang, one of the more difficult grab abilities in the game.
They traded 1 for 1, but keep in mind, when Leafeon got killed, they were level 9. They basically gave a full level to
lock them into place if they do not have a full heal available to them.
The enemy team versus what, the Aegis Slash line? Like I always tell you guys, when it comes to trading kills, it's always more beneficial to the team that's playing from behind.
As Anon comes to save the day with the Emerald 2-step and a 2 KO streak.
3-9 Piloswine go down to the Leafeon.
2-step. I'm gonna dance on your forehead. KO streak of 2 for Anon. Level 10 on that Leafeon. Level 11 though, Zilot kind of quiet in this game. Has been farming, has been capturing.
Like people, the only person that's playing it is like Daybreak. I watched majority of the matches off stream, and I can tell you from what I remember, I don't think anyone else in this entire tournament played Azu. It was literally just them.
Unfortunately, the 1v1 going over to T3.
We are about that halfway mark. It is a really close match between these two teams. As attention, it's a close battle here. 97 points to 85. Snorlax isn't able to get that 17 dunk in thanks to DC blocking the path, but looks like they were able to go and break the top tier 1 pad while this distraction was happening down here.
Reggie Ice will reset back to its appearing point. As Zilot on the Zacian takes that Reggie Alecki and is going to force at least 1 member of Daybreak to deal with this. And you can see
no, it was just them. I want to land with Azu here one time.
As Zilot rejoins the fight in the bottom path. DC trying to get the confirmation here, puts the flooded zone down, freezes just a little bit too late. The fast break for T3 may be looking forward as a very bulky front line for Daybreak.
Has that shit been played a lot today? No.
They're going to test the defense here of Daybreak.
Not a lot.
Glids is going to pop that unbounded Unite move to bring everyone to the bottom path. And the fight continuing to break down. The first to fall is the sword melted by T3. And the HP bars of Daybreak is starting to be melted by this Charge Beam Miraidon. Leafeon able to find a knockout of the Hoopa, but the defense is still holding strong for Daybreak. Can they break this to goal zone, Kello? 10 points from the Blissey and potentially some more, but the Unite move for Sobi is not going to let her stay alive.
No, they're not going to stay alive as the coup de grace is going to come in, slash down that Leafeon, and Anor is looking for more KOs, but they end up getting stunned, and it looks like T3 are able to retreat, but this isn't going to stop Anon in their tracks as they take down their fellow sword.
Lord of the Sword is back in the bottom path.
That was huge experience going over to
No, they're not going to stay alive as the coup de grace.
They break this to goal zone, Kello. 10 points from the Blissey and potentially some more, but the Unite move for Sobi is not going to let her stay alive.
No, they're not going to stay
the
alive.
sword secures the kill onto Leafeon with their Unite move. They're basically at level 12. Like, they're literally so close to level 12 at this point. They got it now. And then if you look at after the kill onto the Zacian, they went from...
Can they break this to goal zone, Kello?
Like, if you look at their experience right now, pause it right here. They are literally just recently hit level 11 and got a little bit of experience, like less than a fourth. And then between now and literally here, they're already 3/4, or maybe like, let's say 60% on the way to level 13.
Lord of the Sword is back in the
That's just so much experience swung over to someone that was just starving for experience. And it makes a difference because on this team composition that they drafted for themselves, Aegislash is one of the primary damage dealers. Like, it's stuff like this that I look at that's relevant to me. Like, if it was like a support Hoopa getting that experience, not that big of a deal. Because, yeah, like, levels are important to everyone, but there's some characters and positions in this game that benefit more from, you know, levels than others.
Is the end of their season.
It is a single elimination bracket after all. They want to try and get one step closer towards securing that final slot for the World Championships. But you know what?
You also have to remember that because Blissey wins Safeguard, there's literally no sustain on this T3 squad. Unless they have something in their kit that allows for lifesteal or, you know, built-in sustain, like, you know, they have their own way of generating health and whatnot, yeah, they're pretty much on their own.
If they leave it vulnerable, that is T3, and it looks like they are. Sobi jumping through that super jump pad to get to that Reggie Alecki, but again,
that is true, but Serena and Aegislash have wide guard and triple axle, so they have built-in sustain, which makes it a little bit more
that is going to be a juicy prize.
Slightly more tolerable when it comes to like fights.
About to enter their potential final stretch of the day. Daybreak already taking.
I just want to point out right here as well, like, if you watch like the progression of the game, like, it's a very close. It's literally a 1-point difference. But like, if you look on the left side, the fact that Daybreak were able to go into Rayquaza with a level advantage just goes to show how much experience they have gotten within the last like 3 to 4 minutes of the game, when they were originally trailing behind.
Sobi shredding up so much HP from its Mifu on the Mamoswine there.
I may not be very good at math, Kello, but there is a singular point separating the two teams.
That is a lot of good poke from the Rhydon, especially getting the focus band as well.
To recall manually back to the main base. There is that front line down. Anon pushing on forward, trying to make way for the team. Flooded zone. The tide is starting to shift in T3's favor. Rex forced back to the main base once again, and both teams back to reprieve.
There we go. The Flood Zone isn't going to catch anybody out as Daybreak are looking to gather together towards this bottom tier 1 pad. But T3 still have theirs available as well. It is a close battle between these squads, and I'm not sure if they're aware of it.
Oh, Rex finding a isolation play onto Fu, pushing them into the wall. No one to capitalize off of that one. 1 minute remaining, and it is still a tap dance between the two teams. A ballad for this finale, a fanfare for T3 or Daybreak. They find Fu once again. Here comes a bright future meteor starting and Fu the first to fall.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mammoth Mash didn't end up falling through as the White Guard's going to try and protect Anon, but Zacian able to pick their 2 KO streak, and this is going to be their chance to try and gather this Rayquaza and the rest of members of Daybreak that are still remaining.
Rayquaza's already being chipped away by T3. The confirmation here. Here's the Queenly Ascendant onto Rex, and the confirmation. Who is it going to go to? And Joe right on the Rayquaza. Can they find?
Why? I need to understand. I'm sorry. Like I feel so stressed watching this, and I'm not even playing the game, guys. When it is a close battle, Rayquaza is not your only win con. Like, what mind boggles me is that they didn't take advantage of the 5 versus 3 to split across the map. Like, it's like literally a close battle. You don't need Rayquaza in this situation to win the game. One score can make the difference. Like, even something simple, like Blissey has 15 points, Leafeon has 19 at this point.
Here comes a bright future meteor, so a huge power nap, and Fu the first to fall.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mammoth Mash didn't end up falling through as the White Guard's going to try and protect a non, but Zacian able to pick their 2 KO streak. And this,
like, at this point, you have options here. I mean, like, yes, you could go for the Rayquaza. That's always an option because it's a 5 versus 3 in their favor, you know? Like, obviously, these guys got the advantage because they got 2 kills successfully. But, like, they don't have reliable secure on their team. That's the issue. Like, if they had something like a Blaziken or a Shifu with, like, Wicked Blow, for example, I mean, I would have been more inclined to think that this was, like, a better play. But you just don't have reliable secure. Like, with a, 10 seconds death timer on 11 seconds technically, but like 11 seconds on Mamoswine still. You got Aegis Slash down for another 20 plus. It's like you can split people. You can send one person top, one person bottom, and you can still keep 3 people middle to hold the attention of like the other guys. But they just committed to the Rayquaza and they lost it.
is going to be their chance to try and gather this Rayquaza and the rest of members of Daybreak that are still remaining.
Rayquaza's already being chipped away by T3. The confirmation here. Here's the Queenly Ascendant onto Rex, and the confirmation. Who is it gonna go to? And Joe right on the Rayquaza. Can they find it? And it is Daybreak! Suicune, the legendary beast, finds the capture of the legendary Rayquaza.
That was a legendary secure for Daybreak as we have some dunks going on in. It's 300 and 457 to 198, and OC still have a chance of getting that second slot. It is that small step, but that is a massive step. Rest of members of Daybreak that are still remaining.
Rayquaza's already being chipped away by T3. The confirmation here. Here's the Queenly Ascendant onto Rex, and the confirmation. Who is it gonna go to? And Joe right on the Rayquaza. Can they find it? And it is Daybreak! Suicune, the legendary beast, finds the capture of the legendary Rayquaza.
That was a legendary secure.
I mean, at that point, like when you're T3, the moment Rayquaza goes down, like that is a gut punch. Like you just know the game's over at that point because the game is close, and like one score would have made the difference. But like, yeah, with like 5 people with, 3 people with Rayquaza shields, like it's just over. Ay, man.
That is a massive step for OC as they go and celebrate.
All of those fans tuning in.
Yeah, they did well up until that point. Like they won the fight. Although, like it's not wipe, but they won the fight and got a numbers advantage. They just didn't utilize that numbers advantage the way they needed to secure the win. That is what happened.
What an incredible game from this roster from the OC region.
I think one of the biggest
boy.
things for Daybreak here is this is the furthest that an OC team has come in an international championship. So they have already achieved that goal of getting out of top 12. They are now in that top 8 bracket.
Friendly handshakes from either team. Obviously, single elimination in this day 2. High emotions for all that are involved, including the casters as well. Love to see these players really put out their heart and their passion for this game. least for one of these teams, they're going to be looking at.
On this or that water
So
Pokemon.
bees
edition. Are you
versus
ready?
ignorance.
Ready.
All right.
Um,
Raquinid or Pelipper?
Pelipper.
I don't know who bees is. I know they're NA team, but like I don't know who bees is.
Quillfish.
Quillfish or Gyarados?
Quillfish.
Quillfish is
So the Brave Birder's dream still alive for me.
Okay, so B's going hard after Protein Shake in this ban phase.
The Doofus God, Lemon Grab, Dan, Bits, and Bats.
Some new angle for what they want to bring into the middle.
I know Bats and Bits by name. I don't know any of the other three, I will say that. I do not know the other three by name.
Mew is just so strong in general. No matter really what you want to do with it, it's in a great spot, I think, in the meta. It's just you have to have a strong Mew player. So if you've got a strong Mew player, target them, or pick it. If they have one, you don't, just ban it out. Suicune was a great first pick.
Yeah.
Mewtwo as well. We've seen a lot of really good usage of Mewtwo.
Yeah, now, reminder, this is Screwball Knot, and with these item builds, we don't really get to see it in the picture shown on our draft screen. That is most likely a Mewtwo X. Screwball Knot loves
Let me know it's you until recently?
style
Oh.
of Mewtwo getting up in the enemy's face and kind of brawling. So that's why we're seeing those defensive items in the Rocky Helmet and the Assault Vest. I think it's going to be the first
Mewtwo
time
was
we've seen
underplaying
Mewtwo
this
X
tourney?
on our broadcast, for
Yeah.
some time.
You're not wrong.
It pops up every once in a while on other broadcasts, but definitely this weekend.
Yeah.
It's
I've
like,
seen it all that
see,
time.
this is
This
like
the core though that we're starting to see from
the
looking pretty solid. The Fable plus the
like an example of
very, very scary
how
combination.
different regions have different metas.
Already, I think their comp is looking
Because
Yeah,
Asian
it's a
regions
little strange when you start
basically
looking at
first
the
pick
item
Mewtwo
build
or
for
ban
the
it.
Garchomp, by the way.
that's gotta change, right? It's gotta
Uh,
change.
No, it wasn't.
It does.
Like it was only Side Strike was nerfed,
In the EXP share
and they
Garchomp.
nerfed the stun.
Okay, I mean, I do know some bit shenanigans. I don't know if I've
Yeah.
actually seen that one in particular though.
Yeah, we see that one.
Like the Asian regions were playing it all the time, like in the most recent tournament too. The last Asia tournament that they played, the Open Qualifier, like yeah, it was played, and they still have their tournament coming up actually, like the second part. I think it's next week if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, next week.
For Ignorance will be Barotein Shake picking up the Talonflame. Likely they will be playing it. Colin Tang has been playing that top path role throughout this tournament, so most likely will be holding on to the Metagross.
We're getting to check out the some of the little mascots up there, which I know Kelly called out last time. I love that Psyduck last time. The Victini, I think it's a great Pokemon to bring to a tournament, right? For victory.
Yeah, that's true. Has the ability to just win the game. An unfortunate ability, but I think it's fair.
Yeah. Well.
Ceruledge is actually
its ability, it's Pokemon.
one thing I didn't like. One Pokemon I didn't really expect to see that often was Ceruledge.
Ignorance comp is a little bit more
Considering it wasn't even buffed or anything, like it's been the same for quite some time. It was played a lot in day 2 of NAIC, which was today.
It's gonna be huge for them. They have a lot of Pokemon that do need a lot of experience to get going, and one of them is wearing an EXP share.
Yeah, exactly. First, you see.
Okay, so we can just fast forward a bit to the game start,
Yeah.
They're gonna have.
and then we'll go from there.
In
Yeah,
this matchup,
yeah.
I do think with both these
Game
teams
is
having
paused.
late
How could it be
game
paused? It
start
didn't start.
compositions, we could see a match where bottom side Reggies are our first look at a dig. Bats will use
Oh my god.
Psychic
Dude,
Pokemon
now I went too
goes for
far.
Psychic
Sorry,
territory. Or brand. I was gonna say man than I have weight.
But real game, and again,
There we go.
talk about this draft. It is a wild draft, especially on the side of bees. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Is there
to see how
diving
it plays
trivia?
out, but we expect
So,
a-
just FYI, from the time that I just fast forwarded it to when the game was originally supposed to start, so the draft started at like 1:28. After that pause, it took almost 30 minutes. Almost 30 minutes, just short. Like past 25, but between 25 and 30 minutes.
it's a little bit of a
So if I was watching that live, I would have been sitting there with you guys.
Reading of scores right now. Just the
For literally
it
25
feels like
minutes,
a meta for a long time.
doing
Everybody
nothing.
just walks past each other and stats.
Yeah, age-old. Bats will use an eject button, big tackle, but that substitute will allow Bats to make it out of danger. Tang almost getting that early knockout. And I do believe they are one of the few players in this tournament running that Excel Bracer. Take a look at this Protein Shake's flank, though. Bats not having that eject button for cooldown will still make it back to the berry. Great clutch up by Dan to help them out.
Oh, getting chased down. Scribblenauts will go down. That's a huge KO for them. They were going to be behind by.
I'll be honest, though.
Decent amount if they didn't manage to pick up at least
Although
one there.
Mewtwo Y
Unfortunately, they're not going to be back in time for any of this lane.
has more lane
Almost
presence.
getting out, but that's already two
Also,
KOs.
getting a kill as a lane Greninja on the enemy jungler is huge.
Well, actually, it was I don't actually remember who got the first one, but
Because the whole part of, like,
they both need to
Greninja just in general has terrible early game. So when you expedite that terrible early game process and you get closer to that level 7, it just makes it that much harder in the long run. But what I was going to say is, although Mewtwo Y has more lane presence as a quote-unquote support, I actually do like Mewtwo X with XP share. Although it's not the same in terms of what you'll get in the early game, it's basically having like another tank on your team that can be just as threatening because it
Then
has
I thought about it and I was like, honestly, I feel like the support ability.
the bulk,
Dragon is actually just stronger.
the bulk, and on top of that, the damage from its
Well,
Mega.
I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I do, in fact, like. Oh, okay. Another big KO. You know, I was saying there weren't going to be a lot of KOs up top, but there's just a lot of people getting caught out just barely too far ahead with how much damage on both sides. That's so aggressive.
Yeah, like look at that.
All the way behind the goal zone, pick up that KO and get this first goal zone done pretty low.
Yeah, good energy managed by Scribble. Not they see that they're at the level 5, of course.
Like at even levels,
sees that their charge is almost
like that Mewtwo X will just run at you and will not give a shit.
That Mega Mewtwo X just does so much damage from close range. So sorry, everybody. We just got another quick pause on screen.
Oh my god.
Sort it out as soon as possible, but already a very fun start to this matchup.
Yeah, way more aggressive than I thought it was going to be. Ideally, they can get this fixed before they force us to guess more. Yeah. It's seen any they use a
different reps to do that. We back in the game, but they need to be a lot of thumbs up for the players.
Literally.
It's time to compete again. Reminder: both of these teams.
As a player, that must be so frustrating to be in the middle of a match and just like have to deal with continuous pauses.
Cannot drop a single match on their bracket route. We're in single elimination.
It's getting pretty scary.
And yes, your eyes did not deceive you. That is an XP share guard chomp.
Going on that east side, we're not going to be paying too much attention to that, as there's a pretty big fight coming up top as the objectives have spawned. It feels like maybe a little bit of time passed that I didn't even realize.
Could be. Ooh, Psyshock Espeon being really solid so far, and nice catching Bats' Greninja already at such low HP. Enough so that the Talonflame sweeps past it, doesn't even pull them. Big knockout, and Ignorance going to be focusing on this Regieleki, so forget what I said about my early analysis on what Reggie would be more favored. Ignorance going to stick to their play and take down that Regieleki.
Honestly, though, I feel like this was a pretty big advantage for Beats. They rotated they rotated all the way through the enemy central area. They got a ton of that EXP. They rotated all the way down. It looks like the Reggie went to them. The base Reggie went to them as well. So they got so much experience during that time that the Regieleki was taken by Ignorance, and it, of course, didn't go in. It's going towards that central goal zone, and it had to take up a little bit of time, but all the farming's already been done.
Yeah, that's fair. You're right on the money here, Wonder Chef. Bits is almost level 9 already for an EXP share Garchomp. He's going to probably return to that central area, take up those ball toys, see if they can get the level.
Yeah, if I see XP share Garchomp in my games, I blame NA UCS.
We will still have some bounce as Bats is trying to focus on Scribblenauts, having to try to back up that Whirlpool, slowing him down. The Unite move going to be doing the major source of damage.
That's going to be, honestly, like a pretty integral part, I think, of how this game is going to play out, is that Unite move, because it's one of the only options that they have on the side of Bees to really kind of get like an instant teleport forward, right? The only way to instant engage, and oh my goodness, going to be, was that Surf, by the way?
It's Surf Greninja,
wow.
Yeah. Okay, I was really thinking we were looking at Water Shuriken, but those critical hit items work on either build, to be honest. So we are looking at a Surf Greninja, and so far, loving what Bees is doing just in terms of macro, rotating into that enemy central, basically off cooldown. We do have Clefable with a Hyper Beam, but it goes wide. Not going to hit into any member of Ignorance. And that will be the Suicune getting KO'd by Talon.
That's a great one. Suicune's so good at defending these goal zones, so you want to get rid of that. But they are going to push back. A big side shock doing a ton of damage there to Guard Chomp. They're going to have to back up. Luckily, tons of healing from the Clefable. I mean, Clefable plus a goal zone, you're going to get back to full pretty quickly. Ignorance, they took their KO. They realized they didn't want to overcommit. They are going to back up. We're getting back towards the objective spawns again. It looks like mostly it's going to be Bees going for this basement, and Scribblenaught is going to be the first objective. They get the Unite onto the goal zone. Certainly, they're going to clean up that KO as well. That's 2 down on the side of Ignorance. The rest of the team coming down to defend, and an awkward fight back behind the goal zone, which is
That was kind of weird. This right here.
Now they're the ones being chased. That's 2 down on the side of Ignorance. The rest it's going to be Bees going for this basement, and Scribblenaught is the first objective.
Okay, so Greninja pops her, like Greninja gets to kill him the Mewtwo, then they pop their Unite move. Espeon's low. I'm very surprised they ejected back into the Flux Zone. I'm like, instead of ejecting, like you could like eject this way or like down there, so you're not over here. Like, unless they thought they were dead no matter what, and they just wanted to get away from their team. But yeah, I'm a little surprised that they would go back into the Flux Zone, and then just kind of just like get stuck there regardless.
Well, that's 2 down on the side of Ignorance. The rest of the team coming down to defend, and an awkward fight back behind the goal zone, which is not going to work out for the side of Bees, as now they're the ones being chased down, and another KO onto Suicune.
Wow, Ignorance just with the staying power in that team.
Yeah, but you could make the same argument. Like, Surf is better for things like Talonflame and Espeon. Like their glass cannons, you get more mobility. And like the potential reset playmaking.
They still have Unites to use for this next fight, in particular the Metagross's Compute and Crash.
I think that they still want to try to find something out of this. The end of this fight really is they're trying to catch everybody rotating back up through that central area. Oh my goodness, just the Mewtwo alone was enough to kind of deter them. They realized they didn't want to get jumped on. They see that there's some members down below. A great fly doing huge flame sweep. That was gigantic. The engage off the back of that. Another fly. They're going to try to break this goal zone maybe. If they can catch any more. The Unite coming back out from the Garchomp for defense. And it does seem like that will turn everybody away. Fly not going to be able to get fully away, getting a little bit more damage, but boy, that was one of the best flame sweep I've ever seen.
Wow, all 4 members pulled back, but unfortunately, I mean, no Unite move used by the Metagross. I kind of imagine that Tang was going to go all in on that fight, but maybe some miscommunication. Ignorance not able to line up their cooldowns. One thing I did see a little bit earlier that I wanted to call back to that was kind of cool, this Mewtwo X being a decent answer to Suicune. It has such an easy unstoppable trigger while keeping you mobile. So anytime that Whirlpool AoE is thrown out towards Mewtwo, just watch how Scribblenaught uses the side strike. Immediately gives themselves unstoppable, floats out of any range of the Suicune, and then continues to attack. It's been pretty impressive so far, and I mean, Suicune's been held to only level 12 here at the 230 mark.
This goal zone going down.
That's a 45-point overcap for Ignorance in the bottom lane.
45 as much as you could really want. Huge score lead now for the
by the way, I'm just going to say this right now. I'm not sold on the XP share Garchomp.
The way it runs around.
Like, they really...
just kind of like jogs around the screen.
Greninja using their Unite move to not get...
This might actually be kind of the fight of the game. Already Greninja down on the side of Bees. They're actually traded 1-for-1 altogether. A big dive into the backline using that Garchomp Unite. They're really committing up top right now. The fly at the end. That is a huge punish. 2 members down now on the side of Bees.
Oh, no eject button for Bits, so unfortunately could not chase that Espeon nail on staying at the
It might just be Jovro with that one.
Still able to pepper in damage. Taking a look at this use, we see where these respawns are coming in. Dave and Dan have already...
Their Legend Suicune both have Unite move.
Rip strategy. It's about to go below a 10,000 health already.
Oh, it's gonna definitely be down to a 6.
Oh!
No way! I thought that fly was.
I mean, it's not over because they need to score still.
Down. Bees with the shields. They're trying to stop it. That
they broke one shield.
Deleted off of Bats. Tang gonna be defending that top goal zone. The gold score will go 96 down on bottom, but still, there's a lead on the side.
What is happening?
And one more.
How many pause? That's like the third pause of this game.
We got a pause to figure out here on stage, but. At this
like that's atrocious, man. For like the highest level of gameplay, like that is disgusting.
I don't know if there's any other Rayquaza shield to work with other than maybe the Clefable. I saw them in the central area. I don't know when they spawned in to when the Rayquaza was KO'd, but if that's their only Rayquaza shield, they would need an entire 50 to try to change the course of this game.
Well, you know what we really need right now? Fly.
Yes,
We
yeah,
really
can
need
roll
Fly from Clefable more than anything else I've ever seen ever.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't actually know the answer to this, but when you get the wall, does that give you any more shielding? Like it gives like Snorlax some defense?
It does, but it goes underneath your Rayquaza shield.
Okay.
So,
Well, I didn't know if it was like damage reduction or anything like that. I just don't know how like compared to Snorlax's. But regardless, there's certainly a chance that they will at least try to farm up that Unite move if they don't have it currently. I can't see it at the moment. And try to use that for some sort of way to either get in with a fly or to maybe kind of like stun some people that are trying to stop it before
let me
it
see.
goes for the score.
Let me see how much.
Ugh, fine, I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
So excited. We've got some great teams that are qualified.
The Garchomp very. It is going to be an amazing World Championships already, but I'm really excited to see where our representatives are going to be at. Okay, Bits, still having a decent amount of Rayquaza shield, and obviously Garchomp very notorious for being able to farm up points extremely quickly. So watch out for Bits and what points they're going to pick up. And there's a lot still left here in the central area. This is not over. B's having a chance to turn this around. Let's take a look here as Garchomp moves up to where the top side, where everybody is.
Oh, this is scary. They're just going 100% in. They
Oh!
so surprised they actually
Oh, good blocking from Snorlax. They gotta break that Clefable shield.
Clefable, amazing work from the
I can't
Snorlax
see.
to stop them.
Who is this camera person? What? Everyone is top lane. Why are we looking at the Mewtwo? Brother!
This is scary. They're just
Oh my
going
god, you
100%
people
in.
are
All of a
just
sudden, I'm
dumb.
so surprised they actually win up for the top. They want to win a fight.
They just blocked away the
What?
Clefable. Amazing.
Why are we looking at the Mewtwo spinning around in circles? There's 9 people in... There is literally 9 people in the top lane. 90% of the people that are in this game, we are looking at them. Why are we looking at Mewtwo? I can't see what's happening. Gamer, switch to camera view. I can't see shit.
Back up to 49 points.
Oh no.
They get it.
Oh no, just barely. They are ahead by a significant amount. 27 seconds left, but everybody on the side of ignorance is down. There's no chance, really, I think, that they can make this comeback. Scribble not.
What is this camera work?
The other team, which is going to be impossible with the Clefable there, has
Oh
no
my
points
god,
in
bro.
pockets. A few members going up. We've seen it.
How am I even supposed to comment on the game if I can't see what happened? Are you guys just building up the suspense for the action replay so it makes us watch that? Well, like, come on, bro. Like, now I know they won, but like, shit. How did it happen?
Not have been able to. That first push that they made, not looking very successful.
Yeah, that's true. Unfortunately, we didn't see too much of it there on the top side, but clearly some kind of team fight win. There's no way Clefable walked up to the goal zone.
Also, I'm gonna point this out right now. Look at the crowd, or like look at the non-existent crowd for day 2 NAIC. Like this is what I was talking about for day number 1. And like they, notice how they never pan the camera until people actually go to the venue at like the end.
Scored 23 ahead of
Like, bro, like the first 2 rows are like empty. There's like one guy in 2 rows, and he has all like. That's kind of what I would wish. So, I don't know if you guys ever go to the movie theaters, but like, if you guys ever gone to the cinema or like the movie theaters, like the way it works for us is like you buy a ticket, and it has your seat assigned. All right, like you pick your seat or it assigns you a seat. So basically, as long as you have a ticket, you're guaranteed your spot. As long as you show them, like, hey, this is my spot. Sometimes I would hope that the people next to me that may have potentially bought a ticket don't show up, so I have more leg room or arm room. So like when I'm watching a movie, I can kind of just like stretch out a bit, or if I need to get up, I don't have to worry about like the people like right next to me and be like super conscious of like, oh hey, sorry, I need to get up and go to the restroom or get some more popcorn, whatever. But like this guy is too much. This guy can literally nap on the seats, bro. Not that you should, but
So, Clearly a team fight landslide victory on top of that tier 1. That is going to be Bees leading our series 1-0 with an experienced share Garchomp.
That's wild.
But like, in all honesty, though, like
Really
3 pauses in a single 10-minute match is insane.
Some unfortunate pauses during that match, but of course that was
3 pauses.
tough. It was a
And considering the first one was 25 minutes long,
that ended up going
you could have played 4 games of Unite within those 3 pauses. 4 games or 3 games, not including like if you were not to include the loading times.
Oh, look, we can see the beautiful flame sweep. Thank you to our replay operator. This is exactly what I want to see. Swoop. You know what it honestly was? I bet Tang was like, yeah, I play Talonflame. I'm just going to assume that no flame sweeps are going to hit because that's what all Talonflames should assume. And when it hit, he was just like, oh.
Yeah.
You know what's even crazier? They didn't even show the replay.
That's not how you play
They literally just went straight to the next match. They didn't even show the replay of what happened. I don't even think they have a replay of what happened because they didn't see anything. Oh my god, bro. It's cooked, bro.
Bees are going to be banning that Leafeon again, so I imagine we'll see the Absol. Yeah, so we're going to go 2 for 2 in the same bans that we saw in game number 1. In fact, we're going to be looking at identical draft sides. Ignorance still sticking in that last pick position.
I am surprised that we haven't seen more Absol over the weekend. It's been looking really good the times that we have seen it, but right now, hey, it's still on the encounter rate. First pick, Suicune. I think it's an absolutely perfect choice. Suicune, I would say maybe the most consistent first pick that we've seen throughout the weekend, and for a very good reason.
Yeah, it's been so strong. I don't know exactly how, but they have 2 leftovers equipped right now. We'll get that sorted out.
They just made a lot of food. They made a lot of food. There's a lot of leftovers. It's what happens.
Exactly. So many apples.
Yeah.
North America. Ignorance locking in Snorlax and that Mewtwo again. Again, I really do think that Mewtwo selection is a solid choice into the Suicune right now. It felt like it had some really good moments, especially.
All right, what do we got here?
That I thought was really impactful. The only thing that was a little surprising to me was that we were sticking with the assault.
Suicune, Mewtwo, and Snorlax.
Suicune was the only
Clefable and Dragonite. Is that a Dragonite support?
Locking in the Dragonite.
Or is it going to be?
Okay, well, now we're going to see different type of Hyrule. But, I mean, they're right. They could get some damage out of that Clefable. Yeah. It's possible. But, yeah, no, the Dragonite, actually...
I think Clefable might be the only one that can learn Hyper Beam in this match, actually.
Oh, well, yeah.
Seeing Muscle Band and...
Nah, it's gonna be Dragonite support, watch.
I think that's a good chance of that, too. But I was wondering why we weren't seeing some Dragonite from some of these teams as well. It seems like it somewhat fits into the meta, like, especially...
Outrage Dragonite support. I'm calling it.
Maybe we're going to see more of it, but honestly, there's a lot of as the real speedster that's been holding on recently has been the bird.
It's like 12% pick rate. I think a lot of that Greninja.
Then, but essentially, you get rid of that, kind of just
not terrible, right? That Unite move is one of the best 6-year tools.
No, it's
It is an execute fashion of damage. So if the Rayquaza is already low, it's doing
no, it's Focus Band, Rocky Helmet, and Muscle Band.
Finally here on stage.
So it could be Outrage, but you could still go Hyper Beam technically.
Into it, game number 2 between Bees and Ignorance, and they're going to be staying on the same sides.
Let's hope that we get to see the Brave Bird against Tang, who never uses Brave Bird.
Yeah, honestly, with this build, I have no idea what moveset they're going. Because it could go either way. Also, Clefairy died in the top lane.
Tang headed to the central area with their Metagross. So they really want to get that level 5 before first fight and kind of giving that Hone Edge a little bit of time to farm up in the top side.
There are a lot of interesting things they could do as far as maybe like swaps in this game. I feel they have a lot of really flexible roles, or I guess you say like Pokemon within their paths. And oh my goodness, Protein Shake almost already going down.
Wow,
it's extremely close, but does manage to escape. No range damage really in this path up top for Bees. If you get close to them, it's pretty scary, but otherwise you can pretty well escape.
Yeah, I think Bat's making the right decision to not chase there. They had no vision of where Tang was, so not knowing where the central area Pokemon would have been really, really risky. This will be Ignorance charging forward, and it's a Sarah Ledge KO for the opener. Bats with the return, though, as they knock out Soup Chef.
Again, a lot of early KOs. The other thing that's really scary...
poor bird tried to get the points scored.
Even if you just only know there's a Snorlax there, overcommitting a melee push against a Snorlax is very, very scary. It does so much damage by itself, and it traps you in place for quite a bit of time as well. So even if they decide to turn around and just say, okay, let's use the extra little bit stun to turn things around, it would be good. But early KOs again, I would say in this game, a little bit less surprising. than the first game after we've seen how they decide to play. And then mostly, again, it's all up top. It's whenever anybody's a little bit overextended, these teams are very ready to trade out KOs.
Right. And now we're seeing the rotation from Ignorance. So the two Steel-type Pokemon have swapped sides. So Aegislash on the central, Metang in the top side. We're fighting over, of course, that first middle contested. It has been Ignorance first to the punch every single time. But he's a little bit late on that rotation, but with a Snorlax there to take space, it's so much easier to isolate that.
And we do get to see a little bit of a poke damage going on the bottom, but I think with that path that we see on bottom, which we haven't had a chance to see too much because I'm assuming they're not fighting like they are up top, is that's a pretty heavy dive, going to be able to go all the way through. This means they're almost at a tier 2 goal zone. Wow. Relax. There's a reason why you usually don't go that far back, but they're continuing. They're going for the triple. They managed to get 2. We do see at least Dragonair coming in to help, but it's still only a Dragonair.
You know, I'm gonna pause it right here for a second. I can't tell if bees are just a meme team, or if like they genuinely think that like, or if like they're genuinely playing with the intention of like winning with like the team comps that they draft for themselves, because they're playing some weird stuff. I know that I've heard, or like I know of these players. Like obviously I don't know them on a personal level, but like, are they here just for a good time, or are they actually practicing with these things and they think it actually works? Like, cause like I'm generally just like, when I see their team comp sometimes, it's like, bro, like,
some pretty huge KOs, and as long as Colin
like, what are you guys
hard,
playing?
They're gonna be happy. The only Pokemon in the game with those knockout stacking items right now does have Excel Bracer. So Colin Tang is gonna be scaling up even more if they get the KOs or the assists, and is almost at level 9. So a Metagross Unite move for this first set of team fights would be fantastic for Ignorance to fight around.
And what I was trying to say about bottom is, honestly, the poke damage down in this path on both sides is absurd. I don't think they're ever going to get to a spot where they were going to fight. Obviously, we're in the mid-game now, so fights will certainly happen down here, but I'm assuming that's what the start of the game was. We're still getting very, very low. Attempt to steal maybe from Suicune, but no chance. Too much damage from the side of Ignorance, who took that essentially kind of for free. An interesting fight up top as we saw the Unite come out.
Okay, so it's Dragon Dance, Dragonair, but you can still go Outrage technically with that moveset. I actually think Outrage and Dragon Dance is better than Extreme Speed, just because you get so much more attack speed, and it's easier for you to maintain your...
The fight is now raging on the bottom side. Dan trying to push back a little bit, but great coverage by Soup Chef. Heavy Slam and block. It's just too much crowd control to work around. That means Screwball...
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, I don't know about the Unite move on the Mewtwo support, but at the same time, they didn't even get the kill either. That's how bulky that thing is.
It was just from the last game. I'm just getting so confused by all the circles here. A lot of circles, if I'm being honest, in this match.
Wait! Go to the Dragonite. I need to see the moveset. Is it Hyper Beam or Outrage? I can't see.
Coming from Fable, we get to see the one from Suicune. There's actually just a lot of Suicune right now. Really,
bro, look how much... Oh my god, look at that Mewtwo, bro. Jesus Christ.
Separate from the rest of the team. They assumed they weren't going to get back.
They got Heavy Slam kidnapped out first and then just couldn't make it back, unfortunately. So Soup Chef, they only blocked him towards that hard rock where you cannot move through that wall. I think also knowing that Suicune had used their eject button within that last team fight. So really good heads-up play by Soup Chef to understand that. And you called this out at the start of the fight. That fly is so easily fought against by the wide guard, the block from Snorlax. And just off cooldown, right? Immediately calling out Bats' attacks. Yet another maneuver here to kidnap the enemy Pokemon. But Doof goes down, and they are playing Clefairy.
Oh, they're continuing this push all the way again. They're just way past these goal zones. They do not care. And this spacing from this Snorlax play has been so good. Be able to push out everybody, split them up, but everybody's starting to get low within this fight. And a lone Aegislash, okay, finally getting backed up by the Mewtwo, going to unevolve, but they managed to get...
Alan is falling out of the meta, it's so hard too.
They're still going with this push. They're getting a little bit low.
It's like speedsters have a less value when they can't threaten people on the enemy team. Realistically, the only one you can maybe blow up is the Miraidon, which is still a good target, but like everyone else can survive the initial burst. That's the problem. And not only that, everyone on their team has CC. Oh, it is Outrage Dragonite, by the way. It is Outrage Dragonite.
Push forward much more aggressively. Colin Tang immediately brings down the walls when they realize that the only member within them and they will drop. His poke damage from Maridon could change things, though. That empowered charge beam getting everyone extremely low. Scribble not looking to try to find a knockout, has to elect for just a small score of 7.
All of these fights lead to these like tiny little scores, and that's it basically. Aside from that, it's just trades into trades. Go all the way around, just keep going. And it looks like they will actually escape. They're just going on a little jog, I think. In the meantime, it does look like Scribblenaught trying to push as much as they can onto that goal zone. Enough members of Bees will be supporting that push is not going to happen. And honestly, for all the fighting on bottom, very, very little actually happened. So Ignorance going to be up by over 100 points as we're going into kind of the 3-minute mark.
I think Mewtwo is using Potion. I'm pretty sure they're using it on game number 1. I think they're using Potion, if I'm not wrong. And Aegis Flash has some sustain. Plus, they have Recover, too. They also have Recover. But Metagross and Rhydon are a different story.
Than everybody else. They're not too worried about the EXP that they're giving up by getting KO'd. Rhydon trying to defend this goal zone. They won't.
Oh, good stuff from the Suicune to stop Snorlax from interrupting that Clefable score.
Attempt at recalling. Soup Chef not able to block, but will prevent that goal zone from breaking with that 50.
That was a really far forward recall. I was surprised they went for it there, but they actually made it happen. Bats barely trying to get away the fly, but I don't know if they're going to get over the wall.
Oh, good try, good try.
Perfect spacing right there. I should not have second guessed that. So if you can get like more than halfway over the wall, you kind of just land on the other side. You have to know those exact ranges. Playing around with fly, you have to know the terrain ranges exactly.
Wow, look at how Ignorance is posturing around for this 15 seconds final stretch. They are not allowing a Rayquaza flip against their favor again. A very, very defensive look for them around the Rayquaza pit. Maridon going to be hanging around the bot side, making sure there are no back cap attempts for Bees. Obviously, Maridon, one of the longest range Pokemon in the lobby, can easily defend that goal zone from quite a far spacing away.
Bits is going to go up top, try and defend, make sure that there's no back caps. They do have so many points in pockets on the side of Bees that I think the back caps, the other directions, are the ones that should be really looked at. We're actually
the thing is that
on bottom, as we're going to see
it's so much harder to back cap when neither top or bottom have been broken, just because they're so close to the Rayquaza pit. Especially if you're trying to score like big amounts.
We are in double scoring time. That won't be enough to get them into the lead. And 2 members still sitting down there. I think they do know that maybe with nobody there, there's some attempt at a back cap.
Yeah, 2 back caps attempted there.
Oh, Dragonite ulted into the pit.
Dragonite that is going to be bad, bringing everyone towards the Rayquaza pit. Mewtwo Unite there, ready to go. Already fully.
They're trying to flip.
Chef flopping all over the place. That is going to be the Sarah-Ledge Unite, but it is.
What just happened? What was that end game? Bro, they literally just said like, fuck it, let's go for it. Bro, like what was this end game? Like, literally, this is a coin flip, if you even want to call it that. Like, Talonflame and Dragonite are looking for potential back caps, and then Dragonite ulted into the Rayquaza pit, trying to brute force it. Oh, okay, so Dragonite was trying to score. You can't see them, but... Oh, actually, no, you can. There's a... Okay, wait. Let me hide my camera, because it's literally hiding the other thing. Okay, so Dragonite and Talonflame are both trying to back cap. And then, of course, Metagross with Magnet Rise and Gyro Ball. Like, they just get there very quickly. Dragonite pops their Unite move. They literally Unite move into the middle of the Rayquaza pit. Talonflame pops their Unite move into the pit as well. Good blocking from Snorlax, though. And then Sarah-Ledge also ulted a little late. Yeah, so... What's a bit strange to me, though? I'm pretty sure that Metagross Unite move targeted the Sarah-Ledge. Did it not? Oh no, they just got into range of the Unite move. Okay, so I targeted the Dragonite instead. So yeah, good blocking from the Snorlax on top of the fact that they united to CC them even more. It's so low, but yeah, the Aegis Slash Secure is all upfront burst rather than...
They said, you know what, you flipped us on us last time, we're just gonna put it down this time, and they managed to break.
I don't know about this game, guys. This was a pretty messy game.
previous game that I think they felt a little bit more comfortable.
This is like something I would call a nothing sandwich. Nothing really happened this game. And then even in the last 2 minutes, it's like, yeah, let's just flip guys and hope for the best.
In a way. Yeah, exactly. Bats wanted to
But I mean, like, if there was ever a time, like, if there was ever a time to try something cheesy, it would be in game number 2, because you're up 1-0 in the series. But like, yeah, this was just a weird end game.
I'm sure Metagross about to attempt the exact same thing. With only 30 seconds left in this matchup, this one is tied up now. A series 1. Okay, if they hold Energy Amplifier on Cinderace, actually, that's so sick.
Cinderace, oh my god. Well, at least they have Blades Kid, though.
So that's great. Do you have any points you want to say before they change things?
Yeah.
Cinderace. That's Rezi's favorite Pokemon right there. I am Rezia's favorite Pokemon.
It's Unite available more. And I think that's one of its strongest points. Obviously, you can, just kind of hold down the attack button and do some great things there. But I really, truly think that its ability to secure, its ability to kind of like play off of its Unite is one of the strongest aspects of that Pokemon. But I also play Feint Cinderace very often, so never trust my opinions on anything. The other side,
fun.
Yeah, it is. It really, truly is. Well, I was going to talk about Feint because it's really similar to how Wide Guard is used a lot. But that takes me back to the fact that we do have a very similar comp on the side of Ignorance.
Yeah. And
we are going to see that Aegislash once again. And I think that Aegislash is going to have a very different job this time around, where it is, not that it didn't dive a lot last time, but boy, it has some juicy targets in that back.
Yeah, that's true. I am curious. I think we're likely not going to go with the Pyro Ball set. My prediction is Blaze Kick, especially with Hoopa available. Trick Hoopa with Blaze Kick can be a pretty fun combo, but that doesn't necessarily mean we'll see it. The Trick Hoopa could focus on the Blaziken, certainly, or we could see Portal, but there's not a lot of bulk on the side of Bees. But all right, let's get into this game, Wonder Chef. Ignorance and Bees will tied at 1 as we go into a decisive game number 3.
Okay, will we see some more early KOs? Looking like maybe yes. Okay, has to pop the eject button. Also, the focus band, I believe, popped right at the beginning of that. So, a lot of stuff going down pretty early, and they're still continuing, and they still get the KO.
Spoilers, everyone listen. Shut up, Howie. Don't spoil it for me.
Just about 1 HP, but Soup Chef, on this first pick, Snorlax has been such a big reason why that top path has been so scary.
Yeah, it's really cool to see them showing up there as well. It's part of why this Mewtwo X support can kind of work. Traditionally, we see the defender sort of needed to help out the attacker, keep them a little safer. But now since we have a support Mewtwo X who does love that melee range and can absorb some of that damage, it allows Neon to be safe and allows Soup Chef to help with Secures on the top side.
I think it's really, really cool, especially just seeing that there's a little bit weaker early game up top, and they're going to kind of go for the bullying game, and oh my goodness, that
oh my god.
So much. Golden Dang, melting the enemy team, and a beautiful side shot from Neon to follow up on that KO. I feel like Ignorance is having a great start this game. They're just hitting all of
it is a popsicle.
Of course, 2 big evolutions still needed for some huge power spikes on the side of Bees, so they're not out of this yet, but they've got to be careful that snowballing doesn't happen.
Yeah, in our picture-in-picture, it was really cool to see the value of that split push. Neon and Scribblenut both at level 5. Scribblenut was at that a moment ago and was actually allowed to attack on the enemy goal zone. Where Lemon Grab on that Psyduck just trying to defend against a mega evolved Mewtwo X. Pretty terrifying sight to see. Reminder that Psyduck has a headache.
It is actually so terrifying to see it walking at you. I know I keep making a joke about the walk. Whoa, gets caught and gets frozen. Somehow still stays up, actually. I really thought that was going to be a KO right there, but Mewtwo, just so survivable, even not being able to escape that in that particular time. Soup Chef also just barely escaping.
Wait, is it Blaze Kick or Pyro Ball? I didn't see.
Still going to have 3 members kind of rotating back up, maybe trying to punish Colin Tang. Looks like they will get the catch.
Oh, it's Blaze Kick.
Being Blaze Kick.
And Trick.
Yeah, and Trick. But the enhanced Trick, by the way, with a Cinderace, they heal back their full life in like 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, that's true. Who knows, after the recent HP changes to Cinderace, maybe that tweaked it a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, there we go. Oh, nice Sacred Sword. Actually, an evolution almost griefing them at that situation, becoming invincible. Doesn't have the chance to Sacred Sword even farther in.
Oh my god.
With that Gold Zone shield and the Citrus Berry.
I cannot believe the Cinderace lived that.
Ooh, they're continuing the fight, though. Ooh, they're pushing in. I mean, that's a really low Cinderace, but they're not really afraid. Hoopa is still there. They didn't have that Trick cooldown up in just a second, so I think maybe they were just trying to see if anybody else would push back on them.
Cinder HP buff.
checking some
Exactly.
grass up there, up top.
Don't say it never. Don't say the HP didn't make a difference. They lived because of that.
What they want to do for these big objectives. And oh, what a beautiful heavy slam catching out too. That's going to be a KO on Hoopa. We are not going to see double KO quite yet, but there's a pretty good chance that they can chase all the way past this goal zone once they break it. So yeah, you got to back up. They do manage to do that. A little bit of a brawl, I think, on bottom for the basement Reggie. That's going to be kind of the main story, main fight here. It feels like fight even.
You got 3 full.
It's not going to be a fight either.
This is,
I want to see what happens top lane though.
Bats on this Blaze can finally get that level 8 evolution, so they'll have the stance chains available to them, but a really long time to get up to
I
that
can't
level.
see top lane. Cameraman, camera person. Oh my Jesus Christ! You do. Why are we looking at a Suicune that's standing in lane by the? I hate this camera person. Please fire this camera person. I can't see shit. Like, bro, like, what are you doing with your life? Like, how much do you make an hour? Like, how are they paying you for this quality of work? Is it so hard to move your joystick to freaking aim the camera? Oh my Lord Jesus Christ, man. I'm about to start molding. I'm molding at a game that already happened because someone doesn't know how to literally use their joysticks. Like, I can't, bro. I can't.
Rip and secure potential now on the side of Bees is terrifying. So even if they're behind, you know, they've got a good comeback chance.
Oh, nice Blaze kick. Pops that Snorlax back into range of everybody else, and that is a whole lot of damage. That's going to be the Sai to kind of forge their path forward, getting that damage reduction. Ignorance backing off and then returning with their own Unite move. Colin Tang versus Bats on the top side of the map into 1v1, 1v3 eventually, as that Metagross holding its own. Colin Tang scaling so well again in game number 3.
A lot of like kind of even fights going on here, and in the end, we actually didn't see all that many KOs. Interesting to see the engagements kind of happening in both places at once. But honestly, it's a pretty good strategy to split up and try to find what you possibly can while you can.
Like apparently, the camera person finds it so interesting to see someone score in a 2v0. Like, there's literally no one defending. They're gonna get their score off regardless. But you got 4 people pushing against 2 with a red Lucky. And it's like, I want to see them get...
Really tough situation for them in that one, but this one, it just feels like Colin Tang is just on a whole nother level.
Oh yeah, this has been kind of the pop-off game for Colin, for sure. They're also just really have been grouped up. There's been a lot of really good AoE damage, I think, that he's managed to find, but we'll see what happens. This end game is going to be kind of where we really get to see how the fights go. A big Unite popping up. We're going to see a lot of close-ups of Snorlax this weekend. And,
bro, Blaziken is so under-leveled. My god. Like, literally, everyone is... Okay, well, they just hit level 11 now, but...
You can't defend this goal zone. Even more points in for Ignorance onto this tier 1 that is no longer...
That is a...
gigantic goal zone break, a massive
41-point overcap in the bottom lane.
KO their rival attacker counterpart, Bats with the revenge knockout, but it's Ignorance again with a landslide team fight win. Scribblenaught really wants that Unite move back. They want to get some more scores in, so they're going to run down to that enemy tier 1. They're only at level 10, however, they do have the infinite Cyburn back up and ready to go.
And now I believe we're probably just going to see some farming for both of these
The
sides.
true mold? No, I have my hair back.
A very low-level game, right?
Yeah.
Nobody level 13 with the 245 yet. Yeah.
Cinder got melted. It's a Cinderace. They exist to just be
so a little bit of a separation.
a sacrifice for their team.
There's a pretty solid lead for the side of Ignorance, but this is almost certainly going to come down in my eyes to a big team fight once again.
Yeah, totally. And we'll see. Ignorance are going to be the first ones to set up shop. We're about 20 seconds away for Rayquaza.
We're rocking that Beethoven haircut.
Ignorance does have that map control. They're being a bit more aggressive with it this time. You can see a top path presence and then our 2 EXP shareholders that support core, making sure that that bottom entry to the Rayquaza pit is really difficult to manage. Soup Chef would love if they could force this entire team into one of those corridors again so they can get a big heavy slam combo into a power net.
both teams ignoring what could have been a very, very juicy.
They're not flipping? Goddamn. I thought we were going to see a flip. Oh, they're going for a back cap. Look at the cheesy play. They're going for a back cap.
Maybe just don't want that to happen again. What is this rotation that we're seeing up top? This is wild. What is actually happening here? Are we going to circle all the way around? We have the Hoopa portal.
Okay.
Oh, they got spotted. They got spotted. Oh, no. Cinderace. Cinderace, what are you doing? Oh, my Jesus. Yo, Cinderace just got melted. Not like that. There's no Blaziken or Cinderace. Who's gonna do the Rayquaza? Oh my lord, bro. Oh my Jesus. That's not the Reddit play.
Does make it really, really difficult to pull off, and I think
No, they're coming back. They're going back for round 2. Watch. Are you guys recalling? They're gonna rip it in front of you. Press B. Press B, Cinderace. Go, 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 go. Rip the Rayquaza.
We're gonna have to watch that, but Unite's mostly down. We do have a couple Unites up. These Cinderace is gonna move in. They're gonna have
Okay. 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 They got 2.
Now this is looking like a great situation for Bees.
Rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it, rip it.
Seconds left.
Rip it. Blaziken's back.
Hit by a huge side shock bits as well.
Why are they not ripping it? Rip it. Rip it.
And this is a blazing
Flip it. Flip faster. Press B. You got over it. Oh, here comes Metagross. Oh my god, Cinderace didn't even secure it.
17 seconds left. 164 points.
Block Snorlax can prevent people from scoring on this tier 1. They got to get back towards the Suicune. Power nap for the knockup. 50 points will go in. They stop. No, they don't. Hundoburger 62. Bees are getting tons of points off this Rayquaza take.
And that should be more than enough. Bees in literally the final seconds of the game scoring enough. I want to
Oh my god, bro.
Sure, but I feel very confident that that is how this game is going to end.
Yeah, oh, what a finish to that matchup.
You know what's crazy is like, although it wasn't a genuine flip because like they did wipe the enemy team, like it must be so frustrating to like lose to like people that you know like are going for the coin flip. You stop them and then they wipe you in the team fight and it's like, okay, well we can't stop them now. But like, bro, like the first time around though, like if you look at this, bro, I'm shocked. The game didn't end after this. Okay, so we'll play it back. We'll play it back. So it looked like they were being sneaky. Like Hoopa's showing, because obviously Hoopa needs to stay near the middle for a potential Unite move. Aegis Slash actually recalled because I think they knew what was up. Like they're like, okay, if we haven't seen these guys for like a good while, they might be trying for a back cap. And then they got spotted by Espeon for sure. Look at the Psyshock, bro! The Psyshock from Espeon came out and like, oh my damage. Like, look at these two. They lost half their health in one little skill, followed by the passive. Also, I don't know why my doodle board is acting up. Hold on, I need to reset this. Script. Let's do... Yeah, okay. But like, bro, the HP on that, these guys got almost instantly deleted. And then they died shortly after. So they got hit by the Psyshock. They got stunned. Blaziken is also getting Psystriked by the Mewtwo. Look at this! Like the fight, if you even want to call it a fight, like it just started and these two are literally less than half HP, the both of them. These guys are dying. You know, let's just add a little a tongue and they're like bleh, bleh. Like that's them. They're just blehing all over the floor. But anyways. And then what's even crazier is, yo, Cinderace has no chill, man. They blaze kick forward, don't give a shit, into the Espeon Unite move, and like, bro, they just died. They literally, both of them just died for 20 seconds. I am shocked that the game didn't end here.
Immediately, Bees going down very strongly. Lemon Grab going down as well. The portal going the Rayquaza pit.
Yeah, Bit's trying to reset the entire team to position them right.
Like, I think they got PTSD from, like, Rayquaza steals, because, like, I know you're up ahead in points, you don't want to throw the Rayquaza, you don't need it. But then Blaziken and Cinderace are coming back.
Bits is going to be wanting that Hoopa Unite move back. A huge risk to try to pull that off. They only have a minute left in this matchup. Not enough time to farm it.
That would have been huge if they had it. I mean, one of the biggest things is they could end up getting it back in time for some sort of scoring at the end. And then we're going to have to watch that. But Unite's mostly down. We do have a couple Unites up. The Cinderace is going to move in. They're going to have one of the main ones. They can't KO so early. We're going to get the return KO back.
Ooh, Snorlax got picked up trying to defend the Mewtwo X. Mewtwo X gets pulled by the Psyduck.
Seconds left in the game. Lemongrab going forward first, getting hit by a huge side shock. Bits as well, nearly going out to that, but they will be taking on Espeon in return. And this is a Blaziken sweep as almost every member.
And then it's literally 1v5. 1v5. Poor Metagross against the world right here. It's crazy because literally it almost got stolen too. Almost.
But 17 seconds left. 164 points.
And then they have to play tower defense right here. Snorlax is trying so hard. If there was less time, it might have worked out, but Jesus.
Hundoburger 62. ABs are getting tons of points off this Rayquaza take.
And that should be
Also, you know what? I know what's funny right here?
50 points will go in. They stop. No, they don't. Hundoburger 62. ABs are getting tons.
If you look right here, I like how they pull up camera footage of literally what's happening here. They're watching the same thing on two different things. Like, I don't know what's going on with the production team. Like, I think they're trying to, like, you know, they wanted to show the split camera what's happening up here, and then they kind of dropped the ball. So now you're just seeing this thing happening in two different versions of camera views. Like, come on, man. Yeah, these guys, I think they're sleeping on the job, man. And then they literally just disappeared after like 1 second. Oh man, bro. Hella drafted.
Just to be sure, but I feel very confident that
it was the Cinderace diff. Let's be real. The Cinderace diff won the game for them. If they didn't have Cinderace, they wouldn't have won the game.
Going to drop 2 Bs after such an intense 3 set of games. Comes down to that Rayquaza take, but mostly comes down to Bats and Dan crushing it on those damage Pokemon. It felt like anytime that duo found yet another Pokemon, it was just over. An amazing team fight win. Unfortunately, a bit of a
let's see if I can fast forward here. Dream Max versus Nouns. The fan favorite team of the tournament and the face of Brazil, despite the fact that they're not in first.
That doesn't have Worlds implications, but this bottom match, Revelation Daybreak, and this top match, Peru Bees, very, very important. The one we're on right now, however, really does decide what happens to DreamMax.
Yes.
They have got to keep moving through this tournament, take down Nouns, take down Juicers, take down the winner of Revelation versus Daybreak. There are so many matches ahead of them if they want to qualify for Worlds. The hardest take down
yeah,
Juicers,
so
take down the winner of Revelation versus Daybreak. There are so many matches ahead of them if they
come on there, right? It's down to who is an animal that has been caged and pushed into a corner and needs to fight its way out.
I can tell you the audience out there is absolutely split on this one. DreamMax Esports, Nouns Esports, Banana.
You got the Brazilian fan favorite team versus EU's last hopes and dreams.
I can tell you there's so many DreamMax fans out there, but I'm running into so many people who are like, I'm here for Nouns, I'm here for Nouns, I'm here for Nouns. So as we head into our first game here, we've got our bands, Blissey, Snorlax, on the other side, Leafeon and the Ceruledge. Interestingly enough, these are very targeted bands from both of these squads.
Yeah, I like it. You know, they're looking in on Kadu on that. Armarouge is also, we saw counter pick yesterday, right, of an Armarouge when Sobi grabbed
Armarouge. I'm still not sold on the Armarouge. much.
And now,
I
love that lock.
I like this Pokemon when it has
That's just a tandem of
like a comp built around it, but I don't like it as like a individual attacker by itself when it doesn't have a composition that helps it out.
Over onto the side of Nouns, Adesu on Suicune is absolutely devastating. That is so scary. His Suicune is unbelievable. As we
Hello, Zombie on YouTube.
Grub did get to pick up that Lapras. There was a moment I think DreamMax was thinking about it, but they decided that Blaze was more important, and I happen to agree. If that Blaze can get online, it's just incredibly powerful. So we're gonna have to figure out what they want to finish up their draft with. They've got the Mamo, they've got the Talonflame.
I want to see Greedent right here. Get Gatlu comfortable.
You think so?
Get him comfortable. Dodrio fits the same mold. However, there's some good CC on the side of DreamMax, which is why my mind went to Greedent, because it operates.
It made me so mad that they picked Talon into this. Am I wrong?
Pokemon right now have a lot of that. Some
Mamo, they've got can get online. It's just
like, considering this is what I see,
so
it's not something I would like personally.
Mamo.
Yeah, like for me personally, like, it doesn't make me upset, but at the same time, it's not something I would have preferred to see, just because, like, they're so bulky. Like obviously the early game is the exception because people are low level at that time, but as the game progresses, like, everyone on this team is so bulky. Like, even Hoopa, when it transforms into its Unite move, and it gets, like, you know, the bonus stats, it's like, I question
I want to see Greedent right here. Get Gatlu comfortable.
You think so?
the Talonflame pick.
Dodrio fits the same mold. However, there's some good CC on the side of
Is Fire Spin similar to Peldance Venu? What is it usually used for? It's similar in the sense, but, like, it's not the same because you don't get the same amount of sustain. The difference between Fire Spin Armarouge and Peldance Venusaur is that, like, when you're in the Petal Dance, like, yeah, you're doing the AoE, but also, it's synergized with Giga Drain because you're reducing the cooldown as well. Armarouge, like, it does damage and you get a shield that progressively gets smaller. Not to mention, it doesn't lower the cooldown of your other move as well. And it doesn't offer the same amount of sustain. The moves themselves are similar, but they're not the same.
Control that tries to pin you down. Dodrio historically has a difficult time in that because that full heal isn't forever. Yeah. Right? You only get one instance of that, but you look at the options.
What was the thought process there? Maybe a comfort pick? Not sure.
And you can realize
the case is doing.
Or maybe they're just very confident.
But I think they're most worried about that Blaziken. They need to make sure him now. It's like,
but also, you know, the fact that it's like an AoE skill with Curse and Sense, it applies to more people. So, I mean, there's that logic as well.
Obviously, Lapras is not a.
Like, you apply the healing reduction across, like, anyone that's get caught in that skill.
DreamMax Esports, your purple team now. Esports, your orange team as we head into round 12. This is a best of 3. DreamMax's not only tournament, but their shot at Worlds on the line against them, the champs from EU. You couldn't have written it better.
No, not at all. Immediately going for a stack is Ferzera, taking a ton of damage. They do get their stack in, but a knockout will be quality here for 2.
Bye-bye, Talonflame. Goodbye.
You know, a little bit of icing on the cake here.
Arrivederci.
Yes, it went to
Goodbye.
We're going to split that
Au revoir.
now Geezy going to have to try and hold it down by
They
themselves.
did.
Ferzera rushes back to lane. Talk to me about Hoopa.
Yeah, I mean, Hoopa just looks incredible here. You and I have been talking about this a lot. Whether you're playing Trick or you're playing Portal, I know Ender more of a Portal player. I really do think Hoopa is amazing.
Wait, the last time that Nouns and DreamMax faced off against each other was at EOS Cup at EUIC. DreamMax knocked Nouns out with a 2-1 win.
It's our top win rate in the tournament right now. I don't know if you noticed that.
Damn, revenge!
So well.
Revenge!
Since it was released, it's just unbelievably good. A little bit of a fact on our screen. The last time Nouns and DreamMax faced off, it was the EOS Cup at EUIC. DreamMax knocked out Nouns with a 2-1 win. See, we remember things.
Yeah, we know things. Big rotation here, right in the middle. We're scrapping 4v4. Nice little poach, though. by Gatlu to put the birds over to the side of Nouns and get a lot of experience. Quality victory there for them.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at Toon in that moment there, surviving in the midst of that encounter, really taking very little damage because of Fire Spin, and Gatlu coming down to grab that last little bit in the fight in the bottom path right here. Dodrio obviously incredibly mobile. When you get to put Gatlu on something that can just terrorize your opponents, he is in his happy place.
I agree completely. Maybe taking a page out of Revelation's book yesterday, because we saw Celestial going up and down the map, back and forth with these characters, and really put the screws to Nouns, especially in that game one. They had a lot of trouble dealing with it, and it seems like they learned their lesson and are applying some of that technology here against DreamMax.
I mean, look at this. Nouns just really in control, getting a lot of these last hits, out securing their opponents, holding that Talon to a Fletchinder for very, very long. Finally, it is level 5. As you take a look at the side of Nouns, we got 7 on Arm Rouge, 7 on Dodrio, 6 on the Suicune. They're crushing it level-wise.
Absolutely. Olivo, nice Ice Fang reposition. They're going to engage and move them with the Combuskin, and you're going to look to score here with just a Desu, the Suicune, trying to hold it down in the face of 4, and that's a fruitless endeavor.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, able to take that. A couple of berries picked up there by Nouns. If you take a look at Nouns, so they're already scoring on the tier 2 of DreamMax. So these teams are recognized that we are trading a bit. Right,
I always find it weird when, like, I see people playing competitively, and like they see 4 people right in front of them, and somehow they still manage to find a way to die.
DreamMax getting some value in the bottom path.
Or like you just see a very obvious numbers disadvantage, and they try to defend, and then like not only do they not succeed, but they die for it as well. Like these situations are always so avoidable, but like
really what they're doing is they're doing a good job insulating their goal zone.
They're not willing to.
We haven't quite seen the Hoopa in action yet, but if it is a Portal Hoopa, you want to
like give up a small lead.
To you as much. Registeel going in immediately. Indy Phantom Force. It looks like it is going to be Trick as well. So Registeel going down. Charge beams on, and who's going to secure big over?
Oh, Blaziken not securing is a crime there. Jesus.
Jump on my shell, son. I'll ferry you.
Unbelievable. They had fly.
Lapras out of all the people there got it.
Lapras secures in the bottom path. Nice eject button, picking up the KO on Armor Rouge right there. Talon moving past them, seeing if they can make another KO happen or at least get out of a bad situation. And they do. Great play there by DreamMax. Nice counter punch after a super unfortunate secure for them.
Yeah, we mentioned it very quickly. Trick, Hoopa here. So that's going to be another way. You could actually see that's exactly why Indy was moving with Gatlu on the opposite side. That's the second full heal, right?
Yes.
That's the second get out of jail free card against this CC that DreamMax Esports has brought to the table. And that was suspect. I think the Talon Flame was guaranteed Gatlu's not going to commit to stay over here. Nice Unite move, gets out of the Suicune Unite and able to play forward and play with it. Now they're looking to push. They're sitting on top of the pad. Kadu's down. KO Shrika 2 for Gatlu. Here comes the Flame Sweep. Knocks 3 players off, but the iframes of the score saves Brub. They step up. The Whirlpool's down for Medeitsu. Crashing from the skies is the Fly from the Talon Flame, but they can't do enough damage. The goal zone is still being sieged. The pressure is on. Trying to get back to the skies. The Talon Flame finally lands a KO on Gatlu. The bird-on-bird action is real. Medeitsu peeling back, picks up a shield, and they're still fighting. Olivo goes down, and now in Z-Sports checking more boxes for themselves. Feeling good.
Unbelievable fight back and forth between these two squads. The pressure is not, it's relentless. I mean, 43-198. Nouns would not stop trying to break that tier 1 goal zone, and DreamMax kept hitting them. Talon landing fly after fly after fly. You saw the Suicune, though, escape on almost nothing, and that shield that it can provide itself was actually a huge difference maker. It's like I was saying before, Talon doesn't love to crash into Suicune. It's hard to KO that thing.
Yeah, and especially if you get trapped, frozen is the worst case scenario, and they don't have as many tools as Nouns Esports has brought to the table to get out of those, we'll say those frozen situations.
Yeah.
We have a Regirock again. We haven't left the bottom path.
It's true. If you get trapped frozen, you're just going to have to let it go. As Regirock is being chipped up right here. Ender using the Unite move, bringing the team down.
Here we go. The Suicune Unite has caught a couple players.
Oh my god, they just got melted, and the Suicune Unite hit like 3 people.
Of Nouns, the Talon Flame Fly puts them in a blender. They're able to take Indy for their efforts, but Gatlu sorts that out quickly. Ice Fang from Olivo is going to try and reposition, but they're gone.
And that's a 5-for-1 in favor of Nouns, and they got the objective.
for the moment.
5 kills. They gave up the Hoopa, the lowest level on the team, but they got the Regirock too. God damn. Oh, and they scored 40 points in the top lane because of the Suicune. Right before the fight actually happened because they used the Hoopa Unite. So 40 points, 5 kills, 1 objective.
Please do that nice big Armor Rouge Unite move. Fighting back, pushing the Mammo Swine away. Easy secure there for Nouns. DreamHack's not able to do much about it. Talon lands down, taken down once again.
And that is exactly why I don't like the Talonflame. Because, like, you're, like, it doesn't matter if you go Fly or Brave Bird, because no matter what, if you want to get your damage off, you're going to have to land on somebody. Fly just makes it a little bit more maneuverable. But at the same time, like, the moment you drop down, especially if you're doing it in the center of the enemy team, it's like, you're just going to get hard locked. Like, either you're going to get bursted or you're going to get CC'd. One or the other.
Look at Toon is gargantuan, so is Gatlu, and it's just impossible for DreamHack to...
And, like, that's not even mentioning the fact that when they do this... Okay, so, like, let us play back very quickly. So, they're going for the Red Lucky. Talonflame goes in. Lands their, like, they uses their fly and hits nobody. Like, even if it hits the Dodrio or the Armor Rouge, Hoopa, or the Suicune there, it's not like it's going to kill them or threaten them that badly. And then they get hit by the Whirlpool, they're getting hit by the Psyshock, by the Armor Rouge, they're getting Fire Spun as well. And literally they just got melted.
Things never change, running back into the freeze.
Jeez, oh Pete, I mean, look at Toon is gargantuan, so is Gatlu, and it's just impossible for DreamHack to advance. You've got a level 13 Suicune, and Nouns is playing with no fear. And what do they have to be afraid of? Another goal zone is gone. 308 to 43, and they're only going to get Bruv as an exchange here as DreamHack Esports. They are a caged animal.
Why are they not targeted, Prywing?
Put the padlock on it.
Yeah, beautiful.
I think they're just crumbling under the pressure, man.
On the scoreboard, breaking that tier 2, taking away the
Like, look how far, well, they're not as far behind, but they are behind in levels. Blaziken just hit level 12, right on level 12, Talonflame level 13, but Talonflame doesn't have a lot of impact. Then you got 14 Armor Rouge, 14 Dodrio, 14 Suicune, and then level 11 on your 2 quote-unquote supports.
Still behind. That would only get him to 243. Nouns in a powerful position right here. DreamHack, obviously, they are on their side of the map. They don't
like, not only do they have the point lead,
what is going on the side of Nouns,
but they also got the team comp for the team fight.
Right now.
And on the side of DreamHack, they don't necessarily have the right... What would I choose instead of Talon? Honestly, I probably would have avoided a Speedster. Like, I know that they don't like... Okay, so let me see the... Hold on. Give me 1 second. Because I have a very bad memory. So I need to look at the Pokemon list. I'm sorry. Let me see. Leafeon's banned. Rapidash is also banned. Dodrio was taken. But can I not? Sorry, I need to see something. Looking at the teams. Okay. So the picks I would have chosen if I was playing if I was on Team DMX, the only attacker I would have chosen is Glaceon. It's the only thing that scales relatively quickly. Because in order for Glaceon to be, and maybe Raichu if you're able to play that well, but I haven't seen anyone really make that work in competitive so far. Yeah. Glacian or Raichu. Or Urshifu. Urshifu. They could have, if they really wanted to, they could have doubled up on the all-rounders. So, like, maybe put, like, Blaziken in the jungle, and then... What were the bans, too? Yeah, maybe, Blaziken in the jungle and pick up Buzzwole in the top lane. Yeah, maybe, like, double all-rounders, too. So, either, like, Blaziken in the jungle, and then you bring, like, Zacian or Buzzwole in the top lane. Rhydon's fine. So, the thing is, the last pick on the enemy team was the Dodrio, if I'm not mistaken. Inteleon could have worked, too. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, they could have. There's a couple of things they could have done. So just like running it back. Glaceon for attackers, all renders. Maybe put Blaziken in the jungle, and then you could go, or like, not even that. Like, bring like Wicked Blower Shifu. Wicked Blower Shifu in the jungle, and then roll swap with the Blaziken if you wanted to. You could go something like Blaziken jungle, top lane Buzzwole, or like top lane something else. Like, you have options. You can go Lucario, Serena, Zacian, or Shifu. Oh, no, sorry, not Shifu. Buzzwole, Lucario, Zacian. There's also Aegislash in the jungle as well. Yeah, but the thing is, Dodrio was last pick, so it doesn't matter. Like, Dodrio would always be last pick. You would not see that until everyone else already picked. That's the benefit of being purple side. Or, like, sorry, second pick, I should say.
We are settled in. We've got 8 seconds. Geezine gonna try and suss out to see where Bruv is. They found Bruv. The Ice Fang reposition does Reese. They got the freeze down on Olivo. The Ice type finding themselves in a block of ice very quickly. Is that gonna be the fight engagement?
That doesn't look like it. No, they pull Lappers back in and they're going right back in for a charge beam.
Here comes Armarouge 2, and they put tons of pressure on Geezine. Geezine, he's down, and all of a sudden half HP on Olivo. But Kadu's there to try and pick them up. The Bumblebee with the freeze. Huge follow-up by Adesu, and they're scrubbed clean by the water type Pokemon. They're moving back forward. The ice types and the water types working in conjunction. Rings Unbound is the Hoopa. They're feeling big. They're feeling strong. Into the back line is Galu, putting all the stress more. First Arrow's gone. Eats a solo. Suicune Unite. And this one's easy for Nouns Esports. You just got to secure it now. And that becomes real Fisher-Price when you're looking at the size of the team of Nouns Esports and the toddler level play out of Dream Max.
Beautiful stuff from Nouns.
Wait, what did you just say?
It becomes real Fisher-Price when you're looking at the size of the team of Nouns Esports and the toddler level play out of Dream.
Did you just say toddler level play? God damn, he's roasting DreamHack. Jesus.
And that becomes real Fisher-Price. Put tons of pressure on Geezine. Geezine, he's down, and all of a sudden half HP on Olivo. But Kadu's there to try and pick them up. The Bumblebee with the freeze.
It's so rough, though. Like, if you look at this point, okay, let me pause it right here. The thing that, like, is so unfortunate is that this team comp that they dropped it, like, when you consider how far behind these guys are, like, they're basically 250 points down. So, alright? We'll just put that for simplicity's sake. If you look at Talonflame in the top lane, they're also backcapping while all this is going on right here. Like, all this is going on, they're backcapping. like, I'm sure they're doing it to try to open up the map, because at the end of the day, even if you score 100, you're so far down that you still need to cap at least 2 more times, like 2 full amounts to even, like, compensate for the deficit that you guys have accumulated up until the point of the game. The problem is, the moment this guy starts showing top lane, these guys can play aggressive. The difference between sending Dodrio to back cap to the top tier 2 versus Talonflame is that they have the luxury to do so because these guys have the Hoopa. Like, so, if they need to, they pop the Hoopa Unite move, and Dodrio comes from here and goes all the way back to wherever Hoopa is. That's the difference. Secondly, unlike, hold on. DMX, okay? The second thing is like, unlike DMX, the only thing Nouns need to do is stop these guys from trying to do anything, like, gimmicky with the Rayquaza. Because they're so far ahead, in a straight-up 4v4, as long as someone doesn't significantly misplay, they should be able to, at the very least, hold the line until Dodrio scores, and then they come back. And unfortunately for DreamHack, DMX, the comp that they drafted for themselves, besides the fact one of them is backcapping while this is going on, they don't have the rip or the ability to pull Rayquaza reliably. Like, the only one that has the range damage for this is Miraidon. And even then, they still don't have the capability to DPS Rayquaza reliably for Blaziken to go in there and just, like, stay in the pit and, like, overheat. So it's just, like, a very unfortunate situation to be in.
It doesn't look like, they pull Lappers back in, and they're going right back in for a charge beam.
Here comes Armarouge 2, and they put tons of pressure on Geezing. Geezing, he's down, and all of a sudden, half HP on Olivo.
And then, one more thing. So, while literally Talonflame is backcapping, and before they even finish their score animation...
Here comes Armarouge 2.
Oh, actually, okay, like 1 second after they finish their score animation, their teammate dies.
Tons of pressure on Geezing. Geezing, he's down.
That's how quickly one of them got picked off.
There to try and pick them up. The Bumblebee with the freeze. Huge follow-up by
And then Mamoswine dies, neither of them united.
By the water-type Pokemon. They're moving.
And then there's the Hoopa Unite.
The water-type working in conjunction.
And although they don't need Rayquaza, they're forcing the remnants of DMX to confront them because they have no choice. Like, they're already so far behind. If they lose this objective, the game is instantly over. Like, they don't have a choice. They don't have the luxury to walk away from this Rayquaza and be like, okay, let them have Rayquaza, we'll go back cap or something.
They're feeling big, they're feeling strong. Into the back line.
And they, like, the worst thing is, the only 3 people up, well, actually, sorry, technically 2, because Blaziken died shortly after. So they got caught out, like, Psyduck, Mamoswine. So 1, 1, 2, 3. In that order. Oops. That's the order they got picked up on. The only 2 people alive are the Speedster and the Attacker. And because they need to have vision of the HP bar, they can't even stay far back. Like, they have to get close enough to see if it's in potential steal range. Because that's their only play. Like, hope that the enemy team throws at this point in the game so they can secure the Rayquaza if that even happens. But obviously, Nouns are not going to do that because it's literally a 5 versus 2. And they don't even need Rayquaza. They can literally just stop touching and be like, okay, they're close enough, time to kill them. But yeah, it was just like a very rough game.
Putting all the stress more. First arrow's gone. It's a solo Suicune Unite. And this one's easy for Nouns Esports. You just got to secure it now. And that becomes real Fisher-Price when you're looking at the size of the team of Nouns Esports and the toddler level play out of DreamHack.
Toddler level play, bro. That's a new one.
Completely shut down DreamHack in that fight, KOing multiple members with only the Talonflame and Miraidon left. they were able to dispatch them before they finished off.
But the first step is draft.
DreamHack with a really tough fight, being frozen down by that Suicune. And now as they move forward, they're going to have to head into the unknown because they're down 1 game here in this best of 3.
Man, what a statement by Nouns Esports here. Bell to bell, in control. Never really felt like they were out of control. Never even felt like they were shaking a little bit. Great game. Again, a powerful statement here out of a team that really needed to make one.
Wow. I mean, what a start to this series. And for a team that, you know, had their issues day one, right? They struggled day one.
Of course, doesn't look closer than what this game actually was.
Ender, you can see talking to one of the judges out there on the stage, probably complimenting them on all my Frozen references in that match.
You had 4?
I might have gotten a 4th in there. Maybe.
I thought Into the Unknown was the 4th one. For the Leafeon, that's been taken off the block. But where does DreamHack go now? Snorlax is a good place to start. Olivo has had some great games on that Pokemon.
Snorlax has been, throughout most of this tournament, the you're so dang good, but not what we want to ban. So
Correct.
It's an early pick by a lot of these teams. They do not want this Armarouge to go the other way, for sure. Ender on Hoopa, by the way.
What I would do here...
So dang good, but not what we want to ban. So Correct. It's an early pick.
Okay, so right here, their first pick is Snorlax. Obviously, strong defender pick, and highly contested too. Alright? Like, there's nothing that's... Like, when your first pick, you want to prioritize the thing that you want most out of all the available picks. So obviously, this is 1. Ban 1, sorry. Ban 1, 2, 3, and then 4. In that order. Then they first pick Snorlax, which is fine. The thing about being able to pick a defender first... Not only is it like a strong pick, strong early game, good front line. You don't reveal too much about your team comp because you're picking your defender first. Now they're going to lock in the 2 picks that they want. So they're picking Hoopa and Armarouge, alright? Now, once again, they're picking stuff that they feel is good. And like, of course, strong picks in general. What I would do if I was in the position of DreamHack, I would pick my support. The thing is, you know, like when you pick your support here in your third and, you know, your second and third pick, like obviously they're probably not going to pick another support unless they're doubling down on a, you know, a support-oriented team composition. But like the thing about picking a support is like you don't reveal too much about the composition that you want, and you have an opportunity to counter pick or at least pick strong picks against their third and fourth pick. Like I would have picked my, you know, support and then maybe my top laner, because top lane there's only so many picks that you have, or even an attacker, top or attacker. That's probably what I would go for, unless like for whatever reason they left a very highly contested Pokemon available, and it was just like a must-pick something. I think in this case, hold on, let me see what they pick here, just before I go any further.
Teams, they do not suck.
Now, didn't make a big splash last game, but you can't understate the strength of Blaziken specifically. Grabbing Comfey is kind of putting Nouns to the test. How they can combat this? Watching Gatlu spin through some Pokemon, and Buzzwole's where they end up.
Okay, so here, they pick the Comfey and Blaziken, which is perfectly fine. Like, I like this because, once again, you pick a support, doesn't reveal too much. Blaziken, although Blaziken I prefer in the top lane, it can still, it's a flex pick. Alright, it's a flex pick, meaning it can go either way. So that's good. Now they pick their bottom lane. So I've seen some people have Buzzwole jungle in competitive. I don't know which series it was, but someone did play Buzzwole in the jungle. Not a fan of that personally, because I just like in the top lane better, just because it's a strong pick. Obviously has a strong initial gank, but I just feel like as a jungler, unless you're role swapping from like jungle to like top lane and letting the other person take over, it kind of falls off in the jungle, but yeah. So I guess you could say this is a flex pick too. This is obviously your other support, aka your defender. What I would pick here, if I were on the side of DreamHack, bring some range to your team composition. I'd probably like Intel or Moridon. Would be one of my picks. Intel or Moridon would be one of my picks. Just because you would significantly outrange everyone. And they're relatively safe against this team comp. Obviously, if you look at this team, the only thing left is the jungler. That's the only thing. Because no matter what, because they're second pick, they're gonna have last pick. So they'll be able to counterpick or pick based on the opposing team comp. Yeah, Intel Moridon. And then what does that leave? So you have your defender, you have your support. You would need your jungler as well. Let me go back to the list, sorry. You have options for this. When I look at the list right now, I just realize how underwhelming a lot of these picks are. Like, there's so many things you wouldn't choose just because they're so weak. Like, when I look at the attackers, like Gardevoir, not even meta anymore. Greninja, meh. Like, Inteleon, bottom lane. You don't really put that in the jungle. Mew, there were some people that were jungling Mew today. Which is... If you're a proficient Mew player, like, it works. But, obviously, there's only so many people that play Mew and are able to play it really well. Rhydon, bottom lane. Pikachu, no. Like, Sylveon, Venusaur, no. They're all, like, out of date. Espeon is a side laner, too. Draldon, no. Dragapult, shit. 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 Niche. Shit. Very niche, but shit. Chandelure. I actually think Chandelure sometimes is a little, like, underrated, but...
Be able to grab whatever that Comfey lands on and reposition them and suplex City.
Yeah, you know, I think switching...
Mewtwo would also be a pick as well. For the bottom lane. Like, Inteleon, Rhydon, Mewtwo, I just feel like they should definitely have some range on their team. Like, when I see, like, three, actually, like, Hoopa's technically range, but, like, when I see 3 things on the enemy team that are literally melee range-oriented on the team comp, like, there's no reason for them not to pick that. Or, like, no reason for them to not add some range to their team. They picked them right on, which is perfectly fine. I don't like the Zoroark pick, I'll be honest with you. I don't like Zoroark into this. The thing is, like, it's one of those risks, like, picking a speedster in competitive is always risky, because there's always the chance at a high payoff, as in, like, you impact the game very early, but if you don't, then you run the risk of falling off in terms of value. So it's really just dependent on how they play. I'm personally not a fan into this specific comp, considering they have so much, like, CC as well.
Jungle, you can reposition Ice Fang, you can do a lot of stuff if you can catch it.
Sylveon.
I think it's auto chase, right? If you go Mystical Fire, which is guaranteed damage on that Zoroark, adds a lot of pressure. If any one of Nouns gets a catch on Kadra,
If I was playing, you know, bingo, and I was asked if I would see Sylveon, that's definitely, I would have lost. I would have lost that bet without a doubt.
You have Gotlu with a Curse Bangle. This team has so many options to sort of shut down the healing that you get from the Comfey. Now, of course, Comfey could be playing Sweet Kiss, which is going to be, you know, fully based on shielding their allies and disrupting the enemy team. But if it is playing its healing moveset, they have so much to limit that on the side of Noun. So it feels like they are counterpicking path just against Toon, making them. Here we go. DreamMax Esports, your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. DreamMax, their backs against the wall. They have to win here, or not only is their tournament done, but their chances of heading to the World Championships are gone. In front of them, the legends from EU, Nouns Esports, already up one game and feeling great. I mean, the difference in their faces, their energy, their chemistry that we're seeing on stage here today compared to yesterday is night and day.
I agree completely. Buzzwell stepping up. Very good early game. Going to try and jump on top of this Torchic, who's now carrying the Comfey. A lot of good pressure on Gatlu. Good magician maneuver there. That Hoopa passive that you press the button, you yank a barrier AOS energy. Way able to top off Gatlu and keep them safe. Well done.
I mean, look at this here, just really aggressive on the side of Nouns. You love to see it. Toon making their way to the top path right here, just staying far enough away from that experience to make sure that it wasn't shared over to the Armarouge as well. Right. They want to make sure that they can get this Buzzwell level 5, which it will have level 5 for this fight. Sylveon rotating up top, leaving just the Swinub in the bottom path, level 5 on Gotlu, and they're going to get aggressive.
You might as well. You've got 4v2, and it's just a Torchic. Infinite pressure forever. Poach it as soon as the Comfey jumps off.
Big scores here in the top path. 12.
This happens a lot, by the way.
Will have level 5 for this fight. Sylveon,
like this right here,
leaving just the Swinub in the bottom path.
in competitive UCS is so common. It's just like a matter of knowing, this situation right here, where you have 4 people dogpiling a lane. Like, sometimes it happens in the bottom lane. Like, it really just depends on what they're going for. But this situation of sending, like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 to the top lane, and then it ends up in, like, a 4v3, 4v2, is so common. Like, you pretty much see it in every UCS game. The problem that I have is not the play itself. It's how the opposing team reacts to this situation. Like, I don't understand how people still fall.
You might as well. You've got 4.
Okay, like this right here. You have a level 5 Buzzwell, okay? Level 5. You have the jungler. That's right here. Level 5, okay? Like, you can see it. There's no surprise. You got the Hoopa with... so in this case, it's Trick Hoopa. You got your Trick Hoopa, and then if you're paying attention, even though you can't see a Desu right now, you would be able to see the animation of the Mystical Fire tagging the, you know, the Altaria camp. The problem that I have is, like, when people don't respect the numbers advantage, especially as a level 4 Torchic, okay? Let's put it like that. Like, brother, it is a 4 versus 2. There's no way you're gonna hold this. You know, like, and what's even worse is, like, the 3 people that are on your team are in the bottom lane. Like, they're in vision. There's no secrets. So if the enemy team knows that, then they know it's a 4v2 and you can't do anything about it. They don't have to play safe because they have all the information they have right here in this bottom section. Like, your one teammate that's bottom can see the 3 people. And even if you can't, that's what voice comms are for. Like, literally all Swindom needs to do is, like, say, hey guys, the other 3 people, they're down here. Go crazy in the top lane. I don't understand why you need to be so far for. Like, why are we overextending against 4 people? Is my question. And like, this is something like that happens so often. It's like they don't respect the numbers disadvantage or the numbers advantage that the enemy team has, and it's absurd. Like, I think Comfy knew what was gonna happen because they got off immediately. Like, do you see even before? Like, hold on, let me slow that down. I want to know if they jumped off before or after.
You might as well. You've got 4v2 and
Okay, let me play in slow motion because I want to see if Comfy. Oops, that's opposite. Hold on.
it's just
They got off beforehand. I think they knew what was gonna happen because they literally got off before Buzzwell even ejected. So I mean, like, that's hindsight from the support player, but like top laner buddy is just like, yeah, he's cooked.
infinite pressure forever. Poached it as soon as the Comfy jumps off.
Big scores here in the top path. 12 points left in this goal zone.
I mean, even if Comfy stayed on, it wouldn't change the fact that Torchic was gonna die.
Against that swing up, and they definitely could go down, as now we have 2 members of Nouns invading the central area of DreamHack, trying to take away all this experience and make sure that stays a Torchic. And look, they were able to get the red buff. On the other side, Kadu with that Comfy collar taking experience of their own.
That's a good call. I mean, Kadu has to try and find value somehow out here, because right now the top path has gone sideways. And while all that was going on, Bruv was able to hold the bottom path themselves as a swin-up.
Yeah, really impressive stuff here. Snorlax moving in with the heavy slam. They know where the Zera is. A lot of the experience going over to the side of Nouns. Zera looking for a possible fight here, but not finding a good opportunity. Peeling away from this engagement. Gotlu, the Buzzwole, the only one left in the top path. 2 now having to peel back. Actually deciding to move forward. Slow smoke looks like it's going to stop that engagement.
I'm stunned. Bruv is level 5, outpacing the Snorlax on the other side. They were by themselves 3v1 for almost 40 seconds. Spraggles at the start of this one when Nouns Esports rotated top to do all their damage there. Combustion, that goes in, and they're doing a ton of damage in tandem with Kadu.
Whoa!
Gets a KO. Nice pickup and cover by Gatlu. Gets a quick knockout. And now, all of a sudden, Gizine and Alivo have to rotate up for Zera goes down, and Gatlu once more. This level 8 Buzzwole is an absolute unit.
That is huge. That is huge for Buzzwole, Gatlu. Like, although they got some kills, Buzzwole's gonna be level 9 for this objective.
HP was low enough that when they landed, they'd get KO'd and turn right back around towards the other members of DreamHack. Gotlu on a bit of a tear this morning here. Absolutely crushing game 1. Level 9 already in this match. However, we've got the Zoroark on the other side. The experience being prioritized for them. They're also level 9.
Yeah, oh, that's a huge over up top there. I believe that was 1, so it's a plus 29. Giving up the basement Regirock, and now they're just going to defend. We've got the Trick Hoopa again on the Pillow-Swine, working in tandem. Indy going to have to peel away, can't quite get out of there. That's a knockout. Now we've got a Desu, dodges the grass knot, but here comes Kadu, goes straight in. With an
oh, 19-9 move from the Sylveon.
Darts halfway across the map, and somehow everybody kind of makes it out.
Yeah, kind of I mean, really great play there from the Zoroark, and the split-second Unite move for Adesu to save themselves. Nouns, in the meanwhile, they have been scoring in the top path here, and now they are getting this Regieleki. Doesn't look like Miraidon's even going to try to contest it here. So this is walking towards this tier 2, and DreamHack is going to have to decide how they want to deal with this. They've been targeting down Inder through a lot of this match, but if you're only KOing the support, you're not getting that much value.
Yeah, Earthquake in, and really Bruv's just going to try and buy as much time as possible. It's just going to be, I believe, an 8 or 9 over there on the tier 1. But meanwhile, look at all the work and like point-based damage.
They scored so much in the top lane.
They've decided they're playing through top, and they have executed that plan very well. Now they're going to get a getting out of dodge, criminal activity by Nouns, and that's the level that these players play at. They are fighting.
It wasn't a big overcap, but they scored. They basically scored a minimum of 100 points just to break the tier 2.
Opens up not only a lot of plays later in the game with Regieleki, but it really limits the mobility and it limits the vision that DreamHack has. Very valuable to get a tier 2 out of the way early as we move in for a big fight right here. No, it looks like DreamHack's going to peel away. Nope, they're coming right back.
I mean, now, well, Olivo trying to put the block up. Right back into the action is Kadu, but everybody's there waiting. Power Nap's going to kick up a couple. Now we're low on HP. This is Zoroark's kitchen. Are they willing to cook? Buzzwole tries to take to the skies, but Armory's just dealt with. Back the other way, Zera goes down. Bruv HD is fighting in the Flowery Fields forever. That was put up by DreamMax, and we're going to keep going. Kadu's looking for more. Can they get more? They're deep in the deep waters now. Gizing hops on, but they're quickly knocked out. And talk about a BOGO deal. That's a 2-for-1. You get the first one, the second one's free.
Beautiful stuff there from Ender, running down to the bottom path right here, looking to see if they can unite the team, and they can. Registeel is only at half right now. Now it's running to see if they can rip this away and push away members of DreamMax. They need to keep that blaze again.
Yeah, that's a kind of exactly reason why I don't like Zoroark into his team comp. It's because, like, most of the... Oh my god, they're dead again. Most of the time, the Comfy is going to be pocketing you just to keep you safe. But, like, as the game progresses, it gets so much harder for you to land your combo. Like, land your combo on someone that actually matters.
Another one will not spawn before Ray.
Like, you're still doing damage, but at the same time, it's like, you're not really threatening everyone. Like, anyone, unless you're picking your moments very selectively and accordingly. But then when you're going in aggressive, when everyone's still relatively healthy, chances are, you're not going to kill anyone, or threaten anyone for that matter. And then you just... You get picked off, but it's at the expense of 2 people because Comfy's on you. Like, the last 2 times they went in, they died both times.
Every second matters here. Quickly knocked out is the Maridon, and they're just going to look for more. Zera somehow still standing, and then how we use a power nap out of Olivo at the 3-minute mark. That's going to be a tough one to claw back, as Kadu's going to go score, and they're looking for Gatlu here.
Gatlu would love to make a sneaky play, try to get their way to this goal zone. They are all aware Registeel walked in the main goal zone. Gatlu needs to try to get all the way to that home goal zone. Cannot do it. They would love to have scored there, but they're still doing great. 150.
They're down 175 points right now. 175.
To this Rayquaza fight with at least 100 points ahead, which is a huge place to be. Even if DreamMax scores 200 points, they'd only be up by 25.
Yeah, and now Buzzwole's coming back. They're going to be most likely close to their Unite. We're going to be playing this thing straight up, 5v5. Everybody has their Unite move. We've got 15 seconds till Ray. Kadu looking for some clever positioning as we're leading into the final moments of Game 2.
I cannot overstate this enough. The tournament, Worlds, everything is on the line for DreamMax right now. Rayquaza is hitting the board. Nouns is in a power position. DreamMax needs to take a massive fight. Heavy Slam catches no one. Block to peel away from this engagement. They know that this could be the last fight of their entire season, so they have to take it correctly. They have to make sure they get value out of their moves. Bruv jumps in, grabs the blaze again.
Reposition for Zera, taking tons of damage. They're so low, they have to eject out. Kadu goes into the back.
Oh, nice.
Goes down very quickly. Good stun on Kadu. They're not even going to look to chase. They're going to go right back towards Olivo. Olivo's caught in an absolute mix of players of Nouns. They're coming back through. Kadu's sitting on the backside. They're looking to put flank pressure. Ice Fang reposition, and they're going to get another
nice chain CC from the Mammothine and Buzzwole.
Rayquaza sitting at about 55%. Oh, they found Kadu, putting the pressure on. They're looking to chase. Toon and Adesu are on the hunt. Kadu's getting low. Flowery Fields forever, but the tall grass is not enough to slow down the fairy type. They're going to keep this chase on. Gizing hops off. Adesu's low, popping Zoroark.
Oh!
Back on his Gizing. Kadu still stands, but what's happening?
Oh, Comfy got off!
Is being burned down.
Bro, that is so dangerous.
Looking to score. They get some points, and Toon is there. Adesu's picking up Mazo on the backside, and finally Toon goes down. The Maridon United's crash land.
Oh my god.
Is dealt with. Kadu is dealt with. Zera is dealt with.
It's over.
Hunted. They are dealt with. KO streak of 3 for Adesu, and it's just Olivo and Zera left. 30 seconds on the clock, and DreamMax are experiencing maximum carnage at NAIC. Nouns Esports beating the brakes off of them.
Nouns Esports with another 52 points in that home goal.
It's Jover. It's Jover.
Is not on the board for them at all. Picking up another KO, masterfully played. Nouns does not go down in this fight, dispatching every member of DreamMax as they moved into the Ray Pit, chasing out that Zoroark.
Wait, like, going back to that, I mean,
position. DreamMax needs
You're down 175 points, which is no small deficit to be in by any means. Not the biggest point lead we've seen today, but at the same time, it's like, it's not a good position to be in either. Blaze King getting forced out early is unfortunate. So there's a lot of things going on here. Like, you have like 3 different fights happening at the same time. Engage from Bruv with the high horsepower, and then on top of that, Ice Fang with the eject button engage on the Blaziken. They're getting hit by the fire spin. So honestly, it was a really nice play from Bruv to, like, despite the fact that they're so far ahead, they're still the ones taking the initiative to go aggressive on the enemy team. So I can respect the fact that you guys are ahead. On top of that, like, if you see an opportunity to make a play and it's successful, like, it works. They, you know, high horsepowered into eject button into Ice Fang. Onto the priority target, which is the Blaziken. The Blaziken is the biggest threat in the enemy team because they're the ones with the secure on the Rayquaza. And considering that's the win and lose con for these teams, like, you want to get rid of the person that has the most value for the star objective right over here. Yeah, although they don't get the kill, because they get taken down so low between, you know, everyone right here, they have no choice but to literally eject, then, you know, reset. That's pretty much what happens. So you have the Mamoswine taking the initiative, you know, forcing the engage. They set up for the rest of the members to do the damage, although they didn't get the kill. Eject button, then reset from the Blaziken, and then you have a 5 versus 4. If you even want to call it that, because it's pretty one-sided. But you keep the play rolling. Right here. Another big thing. Snorlax themselves were, like, Snorlax was still relatively healthy. Unfortunately, they were forced to use their Unite move to save the Blaziken, because obviously, if Blaziken dies, your chances of survival and your chances of successfully winning the endgame go down significantly in terms of probability. So, although it seems like a waste on the Snorlax themselves, it was to save their carry, which does make sense. Like, you're doing your job as a defender, you are peeling or, like, saving your teammate that is one of the core members of your team composition. It's just unfortunate that Snorlax themselves didn't really get value of the Unite move. It's just they had to do it out of necessity.
Damage, they're so low, they have to eject out.
Right here, very nice play from the Hoopa right here. So Zoroark landed their entire feint combo, but because Hoopa united at just the right time, they got the frame of invulnerability, which makes it so that the final part of the feint doesn't damage them. So very nice play from the Hoopa right there. And while this is going on right here, so you got Blaziken resetting. You got Blaziken resetting. You got like 2-3 mini fights right here. You got Buzzwole on the Miraidon right here. And there's just really not a lot of support because, well, Snorlax is stuck in their animation. So they can't do anything, even if they wanted to. This person over here, resetting. Excuse me. Yeah, your frontliner's resetting. Sorry. Your frontliner is stuck in their Unite move animation. Your all-rounder is literally resetting. The other two people over here, the Zoroark and the Comfey is pocketing Zoroark the entire game. And although it makes sense because they synergize well with each other, that basically just means that Miraidon is left to fend for themselves. And it's like just very unfortunate because, you know, Miraidon is a core member of this team composition that they drafted too. It's one of their primary damage dealers. But you can see, like, they get grabbed by the Buzzwole, they get kills secured by the Mystical Fire from Adesu, and then now you got, at this point in the game, you have one person dead, one person recalling, and then literally these two are running for their lives while your defender is literally just still here, by the way. Like, unfortunately, they helped that guy over there, but they couldn't help you because they can only do so much. It's really not the defender's fault. It's just like they did what they could.
Unbound. Maridon goes down very quickly. Good stun on Kadu. They're not even going to look to chase. They're going to go right back towards Alivo. Alivo's caught in an absolute mix.
So after everything is said and done, it's a 1-for-0. It is a 1-for-0. They only get 1 kill. However, keep in mind, Nouns don't need to really do anything because they're still significantly ahead. It's still a 175-point difference. This right here was just unfortunate. So they eject button. So they eject. They path around. But then they get caught out by going, like, they overextended. That's the problem. They overextended, and of course, Mamoswine, Ice Fang, here. Like, they path forward. You know, Ice Fang, and then they literally just bring them to the enemy team. So despite the fact that they're a defender, literally it's a 5 versus 1, and they have the damage and the support to easily take out a Snorlax without Unite move, because we already saw the music.
An absolute mix of players of Nouns. They're coming back through. Kadu's sitting on the backside. They're looking to put
So yeah, Ice Fang, Superpower, Psyshock, they just get stun CC'd, so much damage.
Oh, they found Kadu, putting the pressure on. They're looking to chase. Toon and Adesu are on the hunt. Kadu's getting low. Flowery Fields forever, but the tall grass is not enough to slow down the fairy type.
And then this is like, this may seem like Nouns are not being productive, but keep in mind the other 3 members of Nouns are making sure that the Rayquaza is not getting started by the enemy team. They're playing point guard on the Rayquaza. The other 2, they're dealing with these 2. So, as long as Rayquaza is not being done, despite the fact that they're chasing the Zoroark and the Comfy, it doesn't change the fact that it's up to DMX to try to find an opportunity to just secure that Rayquaza. Realistically, they're down 175 points, and realistically, there's no way you're going to be able to backcap that many points without Nouns either defending appropriately or just taking the Rayquaza as a response. It's just way too hard. At this point, their only option is to try to get Rayquaza, but... And it's unfortunate that Zoroark missed the Unite move, but they were also partially doing that to survive, I guess.
Chase continues, finally looking to score. They get some points, then Toon is there. Adesu's picking up Mazo on the backside, and finally Toon goes down. The Maridon Unite is crash landing on the head of Adesu, but Gizing is dealt with. Kadu is dealt with. Verzera is dealt with. Mazo's getting hunted. They are dealt with. KO streak of 3 for Adesu, and it's just Alivo and Verzera left. 30 seconds on the clock, and Dream Max are experiencing maximum carnage at NAIC. Nouns Esports beating the brakes off of them.
Nouns Esports with another 52 points in that home.
They can't, though.
Securing this Rayquaza is...
That's the thing. Despite the fact that Sylveon and Armarouge are attackers, they're both relatively bulky. Like, it's a Fire Spin Armarouge, they get a shield. As long as they're in their Fire Spin, like, hitting someone. Not to mention, Sylveon got buffed recently when it comes to stats.
Not on the board for them at all.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The point is that they can literally defend Rayquaza. Like, they don't need to score. They just need to make sure that their Rayquaza is not being started unnecessarily. It doesn't matter who they send. Like, they're just wasting time for the enemy team.
Dispatching every member of Dream Max as they moved into the Ray Pit, chasing out that Zoroark beautifully, and Nouns Esports secures a 2-0 victory into Dream Max, sending them home and ending their run here. They will not be heading to the World Championships because they ran into one of the best teams to ever play the game.
Dream Max's dreams dashed. Mazo, for the first time, will not be attending the World Championships as a Pokemon Unite player since we've had that event there. Wow.
See a lot of love between these two
Wow.
squads. I mean, this is a team, I think both of these teams are heavy fan favorites. You absolutely root for them. It's gutting to not see DreamMax move forward, but for them to move forward, they would have to dispatch another team that is loved by all in Nouns Esports. And Nouns today, they are playing like the champions that they are. No question about it.
This performance out of Nouns, night and day compared to what we watched yesterday. Even in their wins, Spraggles, even in their wins, they've hit another gear.
Who's playing next? Luminosity versus Stamina. I haven't seen Luminosity the entire tournament. But this will be the first time, the first series on stream.
Specifically,
I
Kella,
got my
we've seen
I
you got
mine.
Azumarill multiple times, although it was just a singular player playing Azumarill. That's Joe from Daybreak. We got a Scizor, which is really interesting as well. We got one Decidueye, maybe a couple of Decidueyes. I know Nouns Esports loves to play that, but here we go. Looks like we're heading into the first draft for game number 1. Luminosity on our purple side, Stamina Esports on our orange side, and pretty typical. Bans are going to be Hoopa, Blissey, Snorlax, and that Blaziken for Stamina Esports.
Look, supports are in short supply, so you've got to make that supply even shorter by knocking both of these Pokemon out. Otherwise, we have Suicune being that first pick for Otter here, known either as that supportive type all-rounder, especially when you equip that experience share on it. Otherwise, we have seen in the competition so far more of that backline damage dealer as well, because it is just such a nuisance with those freezes.
Yeah, Suicune, a pick rate of 30%. It has been more than a quarter of the games here on broadcast. It is a very powerful Pokemon, freezing that flooded zone. And for a Pokemon like Zacian, for example, that has a lot of pressure in that mid to short range, it's not going to be loving to see that legendary beast.
Well, we have over on the other side, Zacian and Psyduck being locked on in, another Pokemon that is quite a nuisance. I know this Pokemon has a 38% pick rate, but I feel like we haven't really seen many Inteleons on broadcast.
Do you think so? Yeah, Inteleon, in my opinion, is one of the best attackers in the game, and Curios definitely made a name for herself. I think it was in year 2, able to secure the World Championships win with a boosted auto, a critically hitting boosted auto, but still very high drama. And right off of the bat, we're going to go ahead and see Overlord.
Oh, Mr. Mime.
But without a Comfey this time, we got a Clown.
Yeah, we have Slash picking up.
I think this is like the, well, with the exception of, what's that guy's name? I think it's a Daisu from Nouns. I know it's the person from Nouns, but I just don't remember who specifically. Like, no one else plays Mr. Mime. This is actually the first time I'm seeing the Clown support in so long. And it's from Luminosity. Keep in mind, at this point of the tournament, this is the first time Luminosity have been on stream. Like, they've won every single match that every single series that they played. I don't know if they dropped any matches specifically, but they have won every series that they played up until now. So I don't know what, like, they've been playing off stream. Yeah, Mr. Mime is definitely something I wouldn't have expected. But it works out, but considering, like,
yeah, they've done that switch, but you know what? We have another speedster over on the other side.
like, you just got CC for Epsilon, Rhydon, and Zacian. And like, the thing is, there's no Blissey to pocket a Zacian, so it makes it much harder to play something like a Metal Claw if you're going that moveset. Sacred Sword got nerfed. So either way, it's like not as great as it was before. Absol is just very difficult to play against Mr. Mime, like in the later stages of the game. And then Rhydon, well, you know, if they're not in their charge beam animation.
Really interested to see that Mamoswine has a pick rate of 28%, which is pretty staggering in my opinion. Mamoswine, I feel like, is a defender that's not picked very often, but that Ice Fang, we've seen it come out to play.
Why leftovers? Why not?
And in yesterday's event, and having such a huge impact. I was saying it yesterday, it's a difficult ability to land, has very short range, but if you're able to land those fangs on a Pokemon, you can crowd control them, hinder them for quite a significant amount of time.
How easy would you say it would be to Ice Fang a Zoroark and a Leafeon on the other team?
That's what I
we need
was
a percentage
saying.
rate for that one.
We're gonna need to get our production on that one. But here we go, everybody. Let's make some noise. Luminosity Gaming, first time on broadcast, going up against LATAM North Stamina Esports.
You can see that Otter is going to be supporting Overlord on that Eevee, currently soon to evolve into Leafeon once it reaches that level 4. But neither of them are actually going to push that bottom Boltoy that is the neutral. Instead, they're going to go for that top one and end up missing out on their own other one as the other members came forth.
Yeah, so that Pokemon right there, Leafeon, again, they have a level 4 evolution, so they can confidently get some wild Pokemon that aren't as contested. They're really trying to guarantee that Leafeon to get that evolution. We see the Zoroark moving down to the bottom path. Trainer actually does not have an evolution. I'm not sure exactly what's happening there, but the Zorua is going down. Reggie pushing forward.
Yes, Slash Candy's left all alone, and they end up getting slashed on down to KO streak for that Miraidon. And this is just going to give opportunity.
I like the play from Stamina Esports, though.
All of this wild Pokemon for themselves.
Yeah, a little miscommunication on this.
You prevent the early game from you prevent the Zoroark from being an early game threat by denying experience, and then you take advantage of your jungle that got their full jungle clear.
Here for the defense. Let's see what LG decides to do. Finally get
It's a nice play
into the Zoroark, but it looks like they're peeling back towards their central area.
Yeah, they still have 4 members here as Ranma is going to push on forth. They end up getting blocked out by this light screen, but they are still left standing as the backliners from Luminosity Gaming, they're just focusing on getting their levels first.
That is a Metal Claw Zacian, so increases that auto attack speed and is also able to lock in onto some of these speedsters. I feel like it's a lot easier to lock onto them with an ability like that. Leafeon on the field as well at level 6. Swift Swim heading.
I know people are picking Metal Claw because
heading to the Pokemon Center.
Sacred Sword got nerfed, but it's going to be very difficult to play that moveset against this team. You have to keep in mind, like, Metal Claw is basically just like an initial movement displacement, and then you get attack speed, and then you just have to auto attack a bunch. The thing is, like, something like Inteleon, as long as they're positioning properly, not going to be in range for that. Zoroark, high mobility, going to be very difficult to stay on top of that. Suicune, lots of CC. Leafeon, mobility plus can potentially still burst you depending on how they're doing throughout the progression of the game. Mr. Mime, they got CC, and it's Mr. Mime, which is probably like the least valuable, like the target that you want to prioritize the least on this team.
Able to make a grand escape. 2 KO streak there for Otter, and this is going to give a chance for Luminosity to get some points on the board.
Yeah, Luminosity starting to bring it together here. Both speedsters in the top path again, trying to get that tempo forward and in their favor. Speedsters tend to do that in the early game, and now getting their stacks is that Leafeon. I think the Zoroark is grabbing some Eos energy as well, but the first to fall in the top path, Leafeon. Good amount of experience for the Absol, now at level 8, 1 away from that Unite move.
Yeah, no Unite moves on hand for either side just yet, but Absol is really close, along with Zoroark and Leafeon on the other side, as it does end up getting it at that level 8 mark. We do have those second set of birds spawning on in. Luminosity did manage to get the Altaria, but missed out on all those Swablues.
A rather slow start for two teams that love a very aggressive play style. Absol and these are going in for a 1v1. Midnight Slash unfortunately finding nobody.
Ooh.
Here for the confirmation as well. Emerald
Not only did Absol whip their Unite move, but they also got picked off as well.
Take a look at that Ice Fang, but
Zacian's dead too.
able to stay alive, getting a shield from that Razor Leaf, getting the KO on the Zacian.
You've definitely got to give it up to Pachi for the attempted effort to save their ally. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to go and save them or that tier 1 pad. Now, Luminosity Gaming are setting their sights on this Reggie Alecki, uncontested and for free, marching towards tier 2.
A slow grind for Luminosity Gaming, definitely a slower start for what we're used to with this team. As we take a look at the mini-map, 2 players from LG moving down to the bottom path while the rest of the team makes up shop here in the bottom path to take that Reggie Rock. Let's see what they decide to do here. We see Otter heading into the central area, finding an Altaria family. They're going to take this Mammoth one or this Pillows one at this point, and all of these Eos energy to score 5 points from Leafeon, followed by another one from Trainer, and LG starting to pick up steam.
They're at 170 28 points to 30 points at that 6-minute mark. As we look at the levels, we do have 2 level 10s on the side of LG, however only the 1 level 10 on Stamina. But one thing I am keeping note of is this Hylo Swine needs to get its full evolution at Memo ASAP.
Absolutely, that Unite move is also fairly impactful in these larger scale team fights. Lots of crowd control and AoE at that final hit. Here comes the Emerald 2-step again. Unite move, infinite ice spike, sending them to a spiky grave. And Luminosity Gaming is definitely making...
Oh my god. And that's exactly what I'm talking about right here. Like, the problem is, like it also has to do with the fact that they're playing from behind. But, like, right now, like, the problem that Stamina Esports will have right now is the fact that, literally, they have nothing to really do right now. Like, there's no farm on the map. They can't really force anything because they're playing from behind. And also, like, not even mentioning the fact that, like, if you just look at the map, like, they're split up across the map. Like, 2 of them are here, 3 of them are here, and, like, what do you do here? So, like, I can respect the initiative that they're taking to try to make a play to get back into the game, but, like, obviously playing from behind, and when you play, like, not even to glaze them, but, like, when you're playing against a team like LG, like, this is something that isn't necessarily going to work against a team like that, because, like, they're just a good team. Not even, like, once again, like, the reason why Metal Claw is just, I understand why people are picking it in, you know, competitive. Like, it's stronger than Sacred Sword in the sense that, like, you do more raw damage. Like, Sacred Sword now, rather than doing damage, it's more so for, like, setting up a play, and, like, your team kind of follows up on it. It's like, it's CC, but, you know, not as potent as it was before. The problem now is, like, if you look at what happens to Zacian when they try to go on top of the Leafeon, they can't stay on them and get their damage down to, like, maximize the value. Like, they're playing scared because they don't want to die, but they're also trying to get the kill. So they play rough again, they Metal Claw, they have to Unite move for the shield. There's the Leafeon Unite move. Then they try to chase them down with the play rough. They don't land their play rough.
Infinite ice spike, sending them to a spiky grave. And Luminosity Gaming is...
And then there's the Eject Button Whirlpool, and then I believe that was a passive from Suicune, and then they go down.
As they are getting these knockouts, Kyrios able to get that knockout, or able to get
then you got a triple kill for Suicune, which is obviously just more experience back in his pocket. And in hindsight, like, if you, after all is said and done, like, Stamina didn't get any value of it, because unless you're including Unite moves, which is not even much of anything considering that it's a low cooldown Unite move, they died, they gave up 4 kills and they got nothing out of it.
To go and stomp on Stamina Esports even more. We still have a Pylo Swine that got knocked out once again. Benefit for Stamina is they have the comeback experience over on their side, considering both of these tier 1 pads have been depleted, but they are losing control of this map.
As we eclipse the halfway point of this game, 193 to 45. Let's take a look at our field state. Inexperience level 12 on your Zorak. That's Trainer on the Zorak. Potentially looking for a score here on the tier 2 goal zone and absolutely obliterate the Absol.
The combinations of the light screen paired up with the 2 speedsters to just go and...
This is a surrender and a half based on vibes. Unfortunately, you can't surrender on broadcast. That is against, like, the competitive, like, integrity. Like, people have done it in, like, UCS matches, but you're not supposed to be doing that. Like, if you're on broadcast, you're not allowed to surrender. But sometimes, like, the emotions get too much and people do it anyways. But, like, even the casters are like... There have been several instances when people surrender on broadcast and casters are like, yeah, don't do that. Like, you're not supposed to do that. Like, obviously, it's like... It's human nature. Like, people would rather win than lose, but then when they lose, it doesn't feel great. And then sometimes their emotions get the better of them.
From Stamina Esports, despite that Reggie Alecki crashing on through, and that is going to be 3 members down of Stamina. They're looking really dicey. Things are looking really dicey right now for them.
Yeah, they need to find a way, find an angle to get some Eos energy into these goal zones. Find an objective. They were able to take the Reggie Alecki off of the battlefield, but not really able to get a whole lot of value as the defense from Luminosity is just as strong as their offense. They're going to pivot down to this bottom path. Reggie Ice has appeared in the lower part of the map. This will give them more passive heal healing for the next 90 seconds.
That shred of that objective was so quick between those three members. It's wild. And the action isn't going to stop here as we...
API Unite working right now? Find out. Yep. Hold on. Just to be safe. Let me see. Let me try again. Nope. Not working for me.
We can say Mr. Mime trying to get the isolation, keep that Miraidon at bay, while the rest of those members soak up all of those wild Pokemon for the experience.
1 minute before the final stretch, Stamina Esports still struggling to find their way in. Able to get some scores in on the Tier 1 goal zone in the last minutes of this game. Curio sitting at level 12, huge benchmark at level 13 should be easy. Right after this, Altaria family. We got 40 seconds before the final stretch. Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be Trainer on that Zoroark. Where is he going to engage? Where is Overlord going to land that Emerald 2-step? A number of targets, that Miraidon and the Absol being the prime 2.
30 seconds left to go. I guess, yeah, that's the thing, LG. They just have to hold a base. They need to try and prevent Stamina Esports from backcapping or trying to find an isolation opening. It's going to come down to this engage from Psyduck and Mamoswine, but this is going to put them in a risky position with Reggie Alecki marching towards Tier 2. That could give Luminosity Gaming insta-dunks if it crashes.
And it looks like it is going to crash into the Tier 2 goal zone. Stamina Esports pivoting towards the Rayquaza. It is bold, and it is a belly play. And Rayquaza has already fallen. And Luminosity Gaming is going to secure who else? None other than Kyrios with the confirmation.
That was...
Dunks if it crashes.
I mean, like...
It is going to crash into the Tier 2 goal zone. Stamina Esports pivoting.
They tried.
Towards the Rayquaza. It is bold, and it is a belly play. And
I can't even see the HP bar because freaking there's so much going on and the overlay, like the overlays are blocking it.
Looks like it is going to crash into the Tier 2 goal zone. Stamina Esports pivoting towards the Rayquaza. It is bold, and it is a belly.
Like, look, the freaking this thing right here. Like, after the camera pan, this thing right here is blocking the HP bar. I can't see it. But, like, it went down so... Well, it went down really quickly. Like, it went down in 6 seconds. Maybe 5. It just went in favor of Luminosity.
Who else? None other than Kyrios with the confirmation.
Holy macaroni, that was such a quick rip. You have the Reggie Alecki crashing on through. Luminosity looking unstoppable with all of these shields. No members from Stamina Esports left standing. Rip, yeah.
Luminosity goal zone. Stamina Esports pivoting towards the Rayquaza. It is bold, and it is a belly play.
Yeah, I mean, like, you can see, like, they have this, but, like, you just can't see it here.
And Rayquaza has already fallen, and Luminosity Gaming is going to secure who else?
I'll be honest with you. If I were in Stamina Esports position, considering how the game was going up until that point, I don't necessarily blame them for trying to flip. Because, like, you've been getting stomped the entire game. It's one way to approach the game. I mean, like, if you don't think you can win a team fight, you know, maybe flipping is the play that you gotta make. I don't blame them for it, but at the same time, objectively, it might not be the greatest play, just because, well, like, some people, like, okay, so here's the thing. They flipped. They flipped the objective, they lost it. Now, obviously, that just means they lose the game. Like, people looking at the score might think to themselves, like, oh my god, it's a close game, why flip it? Like, you might have had a chance. But at the same time, like, up until...
Fine. I guess you are my little PogChamp. Come here.
Like, if you look at the game as a whole, as in, like, you rewatch the first 8 minutes of the game, minus the first minute where they invaded Trainer and then they got, you know, I think like a few kills. After that, it just spiraled out of control. Like, it was just on a literally just downward slope. Like, there's the Stamina Esports stonks just went down and crashed. If we're just using that as like a reference in terms of how they might perform in a team fight, although nothing is guaranteed, it was very low. I mean, very low probability of maybe winning. So I don't necessarily blame them. But, like, at the same time, one thing I will say is, if you're a competitive team... Okay, so there's two things I will say. Number one, like I said, based on the way the game was going, I don't blame them for trying to flip, because they were just getting skill dipped by Luminosity, minus, like, the first minute of the game. Number two, if your only strategy is to flip Rayquaza, and, like, you have no other alternatives, like, that's a problem, because, like, it just means that there's that big of a gap between whoever you're playing against. In this case, it's Luminosity, but... Like, when you're playing a MOBA, like, you should never... It should never be that the neutral objective is your only chance at winning the game. Like, there should always be, like, alternative avenues, is what I'm trying to say.
It looks like Trainer is going to be down for the next 20 seconds, followed by SlashCan. But we have eclipsed the 500-point mark, the point of no return for this team. They need to...
It is quite unusual, so it just goes to demonstrate the prowess that Trainer has on that Pokemon. Otherwise, I guess only Hooper is the supporter ban of choice this match. And Luminosity Gaming, they're going to lock in two supporters up first with the Psyduck and Blissey.
Stamina Esports starting out with that Snorlax, taking that away from SlashCan, one of the best Snorlax players in the world, followed by another very prolific Blissey player as well. Inteleon on the side of Stamina Esports, taking that away from Kyrios. It feels like these teams are just taking away important pieces of the other team's composition.
The pieces of the puzzle, that way they cannot complete it, but don't think LG would be phased as they have locked in this Leafeon and Armarouge for their second picks. Got it, take it on over to Stamina Esports. Was wondering where this Eldegoss fits in, and now that I see a Garchomp, it makes sense, but once again, Stamina taking away another piece of the puzzle that LG were building last time.
Yes, just to piggyback on your Eldegoss comment, I think Cotton Spore is also really strong for speedsters. And take a look at this. They're going to go ahead and pull out the Charizard.
I mean, it's not the first time Overlord's played Charizard, but...
Overlord picked, quote-unquote, picked Charizard, but Charizard is a really interesting Pokemon to select here as your 10th pick option. Does fairly well into speedsters like the Zoroark. You can pick them up with the Seismic Slam. It has fairly good mobility in the air to target and chase down that Zoroark. Other Pokemon here that don't want to receive a Seismic Slam, maybe that Inteleon as well. We'll just see how fast Overlord is able to get to level 9, though.
One thing I am noticing is they have the...
Alright, so here's the thing. The contrast between games number 1 and 2 is like, I like the adaptation from Stamina Esports. They're denying the Zoroark from Trainer. Like, it's a good way to kind of shake up the game. But obviously, another problem is they didn't ban the Leafeon right here. So, like, although you're taking away... Actually, wait, that doesn't even make sense. Hold on, I need to rewatch the thing for a second.
Very prolific Blissey player as well. Inteleon on the side of Stamina.
Don't think LG would be
No,
phased.
okay, so, sorry. I thought they took it away, but my mistake. Trainer had the option, he just goes for the Leafeon, because Leafeon's just a strong pick, and it's evolution, so it's more efficient with experience. Okay, so I had to backtrack just to look at that for a second.
Zoroark, other
Okay, that being said, just going in contrast to game number 1, is like Trainer had the option to pick the Zoroark. He didn't do that because obviously Leafeon is available. Now the problem is just like, is this gonna cost Stamina Esports the game? Because you already had a hard time dealing. Like, the only reason Trainer didn't have more of an impact on the first game, at least like more than he already did, is because they invaded the Zoroark early on. They went for an invade and they were successful. So they denied Zoroark from getting level 5. The difference is now you're playing Leafeon, which is a evolution that's still more level efficient than Zoroark. So that's gonna, like, invading, although you can do that, it's not gonna have the same impact that it would on the character they played last game, which is Zoroark. Number 2, you could also argue that Leafeon early game is just as potent as Zoroark, if not maybe even better, considering you get your Unite move sooner and you do more upfront burst damage. And it's easier to land your skills. They do have some early game here, so they did go with the Zoroark pick. They do have some early game. You have some late game scaling, you know. We'll just say LG for short. You got some early game. You got the Inteleon for some range poke. I guess the first thing that I'd probably look at is if Slash is gonna go. Oh, actually, I don't know. You have double support, so it might be Otter. But like the first thing I'm probably gonna look at is when Blissey gets to level 4, and if they go Safeguard or Soft Boiled, because they can go either or. They have 2 supports, so obviously you have 2 very strong S tier picks, like literally S tier supports. There's a reason why people ban or pick this stuff. And the thing is, like, because there's only 2 bans, you can only ban so much. Because you're afraid of the Suicune. Obviously, Overlord's Bladeskin is something, like, you don't want to fuck around with. And then the problem is, because they banned, you know, Absol, and then, of course, they banned Hoopa, you can only take 1. What is, like, the number 1 pick for Stamina Esports? In this case, it's the Snorlax. So you just leave 2, you know, S-tier supports going over to Luminosity, and then they're just going to pocket, not even necessarily pocket, you just have 2 S-tier supports with a lot of utility to protect the team. It's not the first time Overlord has played Charizard. Probably won't be the last, depending on the situation, but
Pokemon here that don't want to receive a Seismic Slam, maybe that Inteleon as well. We'll just see how fast Overlord is able to get to level 9.
Of the quarterfinals, this is Stamina's Esports' last chance to try and make it on through the competition, as LG are 1-up. They are on the orange side, Stamina on the purple.
Aki heading into the central area, Leafeon there for the engage. It looks like they're fighting over that blue buff. Again, a pretty fast evolution for that Leafeon, as you can see in the top left corner.
So I just want to pause right here before anything else. One thing to mention, like I said, so they are going for an invade on the Leafeon. Like you can see on the map, like Snorlax is already invading the Leafeon. But the difference is you're playing Leafeon on the side of Luminosity Gaming. The trainer is playing Leafeon, so you're not going to have the same impact value, because as long as they get level 4, it won't change the fact that they already power spiked. Because the EV's power spike at level 4, not level 5. So whether or not that yields any positive results, obviously, is still TBD, but
Leafeon already on the battlefield. Overlord in this top path. Not a whole lot of experience here, especially going up against a Gible. It's going to be hard to out-secure these 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, but Overlord cannot really do much but stand on pad, as Otter is going to go and try and secure that Bunnelby for themselves, waiting for some support from Trainer, who has arrived at level 4 with that red buff.
Trainer up here waiting for the Altaria family to spawn. Looks like Zorak heading down to the bottom path, but a mass exodus. 2 members of Stamina Esports, Snorlax and Zorak, heading up through the central area for a gank of the top path.
Yeah, it is going to be a 3 versus 4 in favor of Stamina Esports here. Just a matter of whether they can secure any of those wild Pokemon, but it looks like not enough as we still have a Gossifleur. Nonetheless, we have Reggie being able to lock in a KO and some members getting some AOS energy in to start us off.
Yeah, to be expected. Again, it's going to be a question of how
Let's
fast
go.
they're
How's it
gonna be
going?
able to get Overlord to level 7 to get a Charizard, and then further to level 9. And
Not
we
much,
know
just
Zorak
watching NAIC Day 2. I wasn't able to watch it live because I was working, so I usually just rewatch the VOD whenever I get the chance, or if I feel like doing so to begin
Yeah,
with.
look at this, a rotation from Luminosity to have all 5 members to pressure this bottom path that is on 42. They are potentially looking for a break, but I don't even think they have enough AOS energy on hand.
Yeah, Trainer's going to go ahead and continue to score to build up that attack way and get closer to that Unite move. Overlord at level 5 to get that stage 2 evolution into the Charmeleon. In the central area, a small skirmish breaking out here. Here comes a swift swim, headache gauge up to full, and the Gabite is starting to take lead at level 7.
It's just a moment of reprieve as we wait for the next lot of Swablus and Altaria to spawn. As we look at the levels, we have 2 level 7s on either side. However, I'd say Stamina is falling just a little bit behind, considering they have 3 level 5s.
Yeah, not only that, but this Leafeon gets online early. Level 4 evolution into the stage 2, and then level 8 Unite moves.
Sometimes. I played with viewers yesterday. I do so once in a while, but I'm not playing today, unfortunately.
We have that Armarouge getting knocked on out, leaving Slashcan to try and secure all of this experience for themselves. Meanwhile, downstairs, we actually have that bottom tier 1 pad being broken.
Yeah, and Overlord, we do have a Charizard on the field as well. Slashcan still up here in the top path. As we pivot down to the bottom path, we see a Regice has appeared, and they don't have a tier 1 goal zone, but Luminosity is making a really interesting play. They have pivoted from the bottom path all the way up to the top path, ignoring that Regice.
The benefit for Stamina is going to give them global experience. It has managed to tick on over that.
No.
And Garchomp to level 9.
That's not true.
Moves on hand.
I say that to people that stream snipe me intentionally.
They didn't manage to break down this tier 1 pad. Is left on 44.
You misunderstood.
If they have the AOS energy.
When I say that to people that stream snipe me.
Here comes the big bomb.
Like, don't misunderstand.
31-point overcap is going to give Luminosity Gaming an even further lead, and the game is just starting to unfold with Overlord having their Unite move available to them.
Yeah, not looking for a target just yet. Instead, just cleaning up these buffs for themselves, trying to starve out Stamina from catching on up.
135 to 226 as we approach the halfway point of the game, and Luminosity Gaming is taking more risks now. They have broken both tier 1 goal zones in terms of experience economy. Stamina Esports will have more experience for the remainder of the game unless Stamina Esports breaks one or both of these tier 1 goal zones.
Yeah, that is the benefit over to them, and you can see it reflected with the 3 level 10s now over on their side. So slowly catching up. Otherwise, Overlord ends up getting sniped, but here comes the Bliss assistance to shoot across the map and save them from getting knocked out.
Overlord deep in enemy territory. They do have a Unite move available to them, and Eldegoss the first to be burned to a cinders. Here is the Seismic Slam, finds the Garchomp, responds with a livid outrage of their own. Otter on 1 HP and a Dream. Unfortunately, that Dream turning into a Nightmare, and Overlord by themselves blocked out by this Snorlax right now. It looks like Slash is trying to find a way to Overlord, but here's the Leafeon for the support.
They do have jump pads available as we have passed that 5-minute mark. Very risky move from LG, but that isn't going to stop them. Overlord, as we can see on that bottom screen, is going up against the Eldegoss, and the Eldegoss comes out on top.
110 points as we eclipse the halfway point.
This is such a different game in comparison to game number 1.
We saw this in the
Although Luminosity are in the lead in terms of points,
moving down with a very highly mobile Pokemon, they are going to take
the game is a lot more back and forth.
To escape back through the central area.
You can see that Regieleki is getting worked on by Stamina as Luminosity.
It is also a soft-boiled egg bomb Blissey, so they went for the sustain build rather than Safeguard.
Yeah, 4 minutes remaining in the game. Regieleki going over to Stamina Esports. Let's take a look at our field state once again. Level 11 on Overlord on their Charizard, 12 on Trainer. On the other side, level 12.
If you do a long stream, will you run solo queue?
Looks like Stamina Esports for a tier 1 goal zone.
No, it won't. It won't be a long stream just because, like, after I finish watching this, I'm probably gonna end stream because then, like, I have to sleep and then I have to wake up for day 3.
Regieleki did get worked on by Overlord, so it isn't going to make its way through. Otherwise, it's just a stalemate for the time being, as both members retreating on back. No, they're not. I feel like they're trying to trick us here.
Possibly. Packy just getting some vision for the team. They know there's a lot of members most likely down here for Luminosity Gaming. You know, they have some highly mobile Pokemon. They are pivoting down to the bottom half.
Oh my god.
Emerald two-step sends them very quickly back to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, risky to go and send Zoroark so far without any backup, but they instantly got deleted. Up here, we have Overlord picking themselves up a 2 KO streak, and LG, they have most control of the map, and it is continuing as Overlord.
I would say, so I'll be honest with you, I might not even stream tomorrow because tomorrow's Father's Day. Keep that in mind. I'll probably, like, the safe bet would be after tomorrow when I play again. Like, I might play tomorrow depending on, like, whether we have plans, but, like, I can't promise anything. So if anything, like, if you're looking to play with, like, me, for example, the safe bet would be after tomorrow, which would be Monday, not tomorrow. Because I don't want you wasting your time or, like, you know, coming by and, like, I say, no, I'm not playing.
We can see on the mini-map, said there's 4 members waiting for that.
Yeah, but I would say Monday's probably the safe bet for when I play,
Defense, special defense boosted for the next 90 seconds or until you are KO.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going on next weekend. I'm not 100% sure, but
the score lead
yeah.
is scoring with full. But Luminosity Gaming up 1-0. Stamina Esports back against the wall. They need to win this one.
They need to try and find an
What do you
opening
mean?
here, and Holmes is diving
What?
straight onto that Rayquaza because they have the rip, but they end up getting caught out in a seismic
What do you mean? It has everything to do with it.
back to the Pokemon Center.
It's called celebrating Father's Day. Father's Day is more important than streaming or playing games.
A slower rip this time. Taking to the skies is the Eldegoss and a blissful.
Ooh!
From the Kanto region.
That was so close.
Otter with the secure for LG. We've already had a few dreams broken here today, and it looks like Stamina Esports, their dreams of making it through is slowly slipping through their fingers as Luminosity at 325 is not too much of a difference, but we can see that some dunks are going in that home base.
Armaru scoring 100 on the tier 3 goal zone. Otter just being a nuisance on their side of the field, and Luminosity Gaming first time on broadcast, looking stronger than ever, taking that momentum from game day number 1. They're just lead if scoring with full, but Luminosity Gaming up 1-0. Stamina Esports back against the wall. They need to win this one.
They need to try and find an opening here, and Holmes is diving straight onto that Rayquaza because they have the rip, but they end up getting caught out in a seismic slam, sent to the skies and back to the Pokemon Center.
Overlord taking to the skies, raining down hellfire onto
The fact that the fact that Inteleon was able to 1v1 the Leafeon is actually pretty impressive. The problem is that Garchomp and Zoroark are dead. Like, Garchomp and Zoroark both died without uniting, but Garchomp got grabbed immediately by the Charizard. Then they're DPSing thing, but Inteleon is nowhere near the pit to even try to snipe. The only one there is literally just the support and defender. Eldegoss united preemptively to try to time it properly. The only thing Patchy has is a heavy slam to try to secure. But, like, it's so hard. Like,
assistance from the Kanto region gets the confirmation.
Otter with the secure for LG. We've ripping through their fingers as Luminosity at
on their side of the field, and Luminosity Gaming first time on broadcast, looking stronger than ever, taking that momentum from game day number 1 into day number 2, not losing a single game yet this weekend.
I think thinking about this match, the movements were so precise from LG, not moving a step, even though there was that stalemate. It ended up being that Zoroark, and from there...
Here we go, Packy, one more valiant.
yeah, it's over.
Knockout of the game with the Psyduck. Frank being closed in by Luminosity Gaming, and they will be moving on in the final stretch.
2-0 all day yesterday, and they are going to continue that streak for day 2 at NAIC. Luminosity once again are looking very strong. They have the title of the champs of LAIC and EUIC. This is one step closer towards that hat trick if they can secure the title of NAIC 2.
Building the Infinity Gauntlet of trophies from the ICs. One of the best teams in the world to do it, and some of the best speedster players in the world. And I feel like that's the archetype to talk about in this game in particular, is how...
Oh, Peru Unite versus Bees. That's Bits' team, I think, or Bats' team, whatever.
This one, and then the other two are actually playing against each other later. So theoretically, not that we're hoping for anybody to lose, but if
in a situation, right? Psyduck tank is a viable option.
I think Absol's doing great today. Every time that
was all the rage. Buzzwole first big.
Oh shoot, too far.
Was all the rage in the metagame and was healing through any team fight. Scyther was one of the few Pokemon that with their Unite move combo could actually completely delete it without the Venusaur regaining all its HP. On this side, there's just a whole lot of squishy Pokemon, so Scyther is going to be playing much more assassin focused.
It's got a lot of good targets as we get into game number 1 here. Again, Bees needs to win this set to continue on closer and closer to a Worlds qualification spot. If they lose here, because there's another match that has 2 Worlds unqualified teams, they are guaranteed to not qualify. So huge for them. Peru, though, like you said, no mercy ever.
No, not at all. And take a look at this. Tempo on this Buzzwole, normally a Pokemon that really needs its level 5 to put on some aggression, is already charging into the enemy goal zone and getting some early stacks.
Why is it super stats time and not normal stats time? That's what I want to know.
I love super stats. It's Super Swole Slam.
Super Soul Slam, that makes sense. That does make actually a ton of sense. Super stats time.
Now this is my favorite stat though, by far. People know how much I love the jump pad stat.
Oh yeah.
So very, very interesting. I love Team Bees. I am cheering for them now due to their jump pad differential.
That's a pretty big difference. I also like the number of hats. That's always going to be one of mine. Currently we can see a hat on screen with Kea picking up the cool snapback that Hoopa does tend to have sometimes.
Do we count Bats' crown thing right now? Who knows? Either way, Bats has shown up here for the fight. Actually going right for the wild.
Holy damage.
With that Buzzwole first big super powered Bidoof is God.
Who you got winning this matchup?
Peru Unite with another massive team fight win on the top side.
Oh, I'll be honest with you.
Just 26 HP.
I already know who wins. It's because like I watched some of these matches off stream, and even if I didn't watch these ones specifically, because I watched because I caught the ending, I know who wins. But I still watch the matches regardless, just because like, yeah, like I don't spoil it for other people, but at the same time, I enjoy the matches because like it's competitive Pokemon Unite. So even if it's not live, I'll still like watch it for what they offer.
All right, well, either way, Peru Unite feeling very good about said changes as they do have a very small score lead, but level-wise, it really couldn't be farther apart. What a strong start for this team from Latin America South. Currently, no response from Bees. We're still waiting on a lot of Pokemon to scale up. Both their EXP share Pokemon only at level 5, same with the Ceruledge.
Now, you know, I was talking about how when you slam somebody with the Buzzwole, you can line up a perfect dual wing beat, but you can also line up a perfect snipe shot, which is exactly what we just saw, and that is one of the gnarliest combos in the game. I do believe that is the official legal term, gnarly.
Gnarly! Yes, that's true. All right, Dan, clearing these Pokemon into these Swablu's alternative. Anemo going in 1v4.
Oh my god. Oh my Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Oh my god. Bro, Scyther just popped the fuck off right there.
Too much for the Scyther that's carry, but hey, a 3 pretty
good. Oh, I want to watch that again. I'm sorry. Like that's 730. That's literally like, hold on.
With the Ceruledge.
Now, you know, I was talking about how when you slam somebody with the Buzzwole, you can line up a perfect dual wing beat, but you can also line up a perfect snipe shot, which is exactly
that is a 725 Scyther with a Unite move that's ready to go.
Official legal term, gnarly.
Gnarly! Yes, that's true. Alright, Dan, clearing these Pokemon into the Swabbles on turn. Anemo going in 1v4. They got the Unite move, though. Green Illusion dives, sets them up for 2, looking for number 3. Unstoppable for you 2, like every far. They find in the tall grass, but unfortunately that goes
Randy,
plus the shield gonna be 2.
I know it's late for you. Go to sleep.
Carry, but hey, a 3.
I will try to stream the last. I'll stream the grand finals live tomorrow, hopefully.
And they just walked away. Like maybe they could have.
I can't promise, but if I will make sure.
That's not even worth my time
I already
right now.
have 40 points in pockets.
Yeah, my net worth is simply too.
Yeah, I didn't type that here. You know what?
It's not worth opening that.
Let me take that down.
envelope.
It's because I think Shogun thought that I wasn't watching, but I was. You already slept? Sleep some more.
Picking up a ton of comeback experience with the Scyther, and same with Dave on the Sarah ledge to return the Buzzwole knockout.
Zyna's popping the Unite right there is like a wild call. That is so extremely confident and aggressive, and obviously it worked out, but when you're doing that, you're like, okay, well, we just lost 2 of our most important members, and we're on their goal zone, and I'm going to pop Unite. It's like, okay, yeah, you really do think that you could probably 1v4 there, and they basically did, so that's okay, but just got to say, pretty confident game so far, rightfully, for Peru.
Oh, so, weird interaction there. Inteleon's invisibility does prevent Inteleon from receiving aimed auto attacks, like while they're standing beside them. So Garchomp would need to stand still and guess where they are with an auto attack. It's just a weird, awkward interaction. Draken gonna try to start things up, but they are in a 1v4 spot. Hooper does another Unite move, and the Snorlax is already taken down. Absol getting to work.
That Daybreak did make it.
Shot hitting very, very far away. Lands another one. That's more than half HP.
Nice stun from the Hoopa.
Into the Buzzwole. Actually, Buzzwole going down. I was going to say, that was actually looking like a pretty good dive. Getting be able to get that reverse KO, though, is really nice for Bees. They haven't been able to pick up all that much, but getting something big is huge, and a great set of kiting from Anemo. Not going to be able to be taken down right there, and honestly, Bees was doing a lot of damage in that fight. It was just all in kind of weird separate spots.
Yeah, the timing was just really unfortunate. Bits makes the decision to go into the central area for a little bit earlier before that fight to get their level 9. But also, we had Draken on the Snorlax go in just a few moments before. So I think Bees felt that need to push that fight. They could take down the defender before everything starts popping off. But then they were 4v4, and without their Garchomp's Unite move to really help them in that early fight, Peru Unite just had to capitalize. And not to mention a KO 4-person stun with Hyperspace Fury, really setting that up.
We're taking a look at an Nemo,
Chop.
looking for maybe a back cap.
Why are you spoiling for other people? I'm gonna pause it right now because I have to direct this at you. Just because I watched doesn't necessarily mean everyone else has watched. Why do you feel the need? I literally said, even though I know the result, I'm not gonna spoil it for other people. So why are you spoiling it for other people? Like I don't get it. Like, why? Like, literally, even before you said anything, someone in the chat said they're watching it for the first time.
Another member with 40 points, so they might be able to take down that goal zone. Does not look like they're going to go for that much of a defense. Okay, they scared them off anyway. A little bit of poking up top. I think that may have been a little bit more of a distraction than anything else. Popping the Unite to try and stay up. Does manage to win that fight. Now Zyna's turning around, getting one more KO. Everybody diving in to try and at least trade something. And that is going to be a pretty good trade no matter what happens. Popping that Unite to try and get even more, but going to look it pretty good for Peru in that one.
Yeah, impressive stuff. Draken's just so highly leveled on this Snorlax at this moment. Level 10, almost at that level 11, but at this point, Snorlax's bulk can outlast one of these big Sarah Ledge dives, even if that Sarah Ledge is at 13. Block, ever since those recent changes, gives you so much shielding to work with. They just kind of absorb that Unite move, walk away. Maybe you get one, but it's going to be real tough to get more than that with Snorlax on the case.
We are pretty close to the basement Reggie spawning. It looks like we got some pre-positioning from Peru already. Ooh, jumping on and getting away from the Unite.
Oh!
It doesn't matter.
Okay. He like,
close to the basement Reggie spawning.
the amount of respect that they have for Scyther. And you know, it's not too bad considering it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds, so they can use their Unite moves. But like, the fact that they have to burn 2 Unite moves just to deal with a Scyther, just indirectly tells you how threatening this guy is.
and getting away from the Unite, but still, it doesn't matter. The only thing stronger than Unite is one normal hit from Ath.
But that right there was personal. Like, they just wanted Scyther dead.
Tier 1 gold zone. That's going to distract them from the fact that the basement Reggie is spawning, so they're trying to get more positioning for that in particular to catch up in levels. It's already level 14 on the other side, but that's a very, very late Hoopa Unite being used.
That's the latest hitbox snipe shot I've ever seen to knock out that Blissey. That's so unfortunate.
Still 330 though.
Hit the puddle that Snipe
You know, I would have made a bigger deal out of it if it was like right before Rayquaza, but 330, you know what? You can Unite move one last time.
At level 13 and a half, keep them away. But this Reggie Alecki will likely be a very favored fight for Peru Unite as they also pick up the Regice on the bottom side of the map. Reminder, we do have these gold zones up, but there will be a slow rotation out for Peru.
Everything in this game is Peru's side. I mean, look at these levels. They got. We had a low-level game earlier. This is a very high-level game, right? Level 14 on Bees, and they're behind because there's 2 level 14s on Peru. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing a level 15, maybe even before we hit that final stretch or right around the start of the final stretch. 14, 14, 13, just huge levels. Actually, we are seeing Bees start to catch up. 2 14s themselves as well.
That happens in these high-level games because one side gets really high, and if you steal even one KO, the comeback experience floods the other way. Love this positioning by Peru Unite, by the way. They have this Inteleon composition. It is so hard to fight your way into a battlefield with Inteleon. You would way rather have the setup, and right now, Peru has basically this entire area of the map locked down.
Their positioning is so aggressive. It's super far forward. But again, we saw something similar to this in a previous game where it actually
they're doing the same thing again. But this time around, they don't. Bro, the Swablues are giving away the position. Oh, that's so funny. The Altaria camp is literally walking towards there because they got aggroed.
Graphic where we get to see the Rayquaza life. So that we don't have
but they did the exact same thing in the other game. The only difference is that time they had a Hoopa. Oh, the jet Bits is going in. Oh, they're. Bro, okay, it's down to. Okay.
Is into the middle. Watch out for that bit score top. Sarah Unite will take it.
Oh my god, bro. Bro, is there strat just rip Rayquaza on spawn? Cause like
Bits looks like they're gonna go down here. Oh, they actually managed to get away. They can actually now maybe stop Tempo from scoring. They're gonna wait as long as they possibly can. The big question is how many other shields exist? It seems like they're pretty much all gone, and this is gonna be a pretty clean defense. That shield still up.
Oh, okay. They broke a shield and killed one.
They really needed that. We can see now. None
They're still losing, by the way. Like, just because they got Rayquaza doesn't mean it's in the game. Like, they're still losing.
We haven't had a chance to see, and it looks like they have none as well. I have no Rayquaza shields left, and they're still behind by 100 points and 15 seconds.
Right side is it is a tier 1 attack, so the healing will be a little bit less for Peru, but you don't even have time to win a fight at this point. You just gotta dive right on top of the gold zone. That's will take out one. Receives a snipe shot, 23 in from Mewtwo-Y, but unfortunately, I don't think that's enough points. I believe.
Yeah, that was
That was, I mean,
bro, like there's so many things that happen here, but like the funny things was like this for me.
A battlefield with Inteleon, you would way rather have the setup, and right now, Peru has basically this entire area of the map locked down.
Their positioning is so
unfortunately, unfortunately for them, they're trying to go for like the sneaky maneuvering, but the Altaria camp spawned.
In a previous game, where it actually kind of. Well,
it's even funnier because like Hoopa walks up, although Hoopa doesn't actually see them. The fact that the Swablues are giving away their positioning because they're walking towards them, like they know that they should be there or around that area. And then it's funny because like right after this, it's like, okay, you know what? We gotta scrap this plan, but we'll go flip Rayquaza.
Our graphic where we get to see the Rayquaza life, so that we don't have to physically be watching it right now.
So Bits, Dragon Claw, Dragon Rushes over the wall. He eject buttons into the Rayquaza pit, starts mashing the B button, pops his Unite move, takes it to like 60%. Blissey pops their Unite move. Sailor pops their Unite move, and they just rip the Rayquaza on spawn. Now the problem is, Absol dies, so that's one shield gone. Garchomp loses their shield. And Mewtwo's also not able to score. And you also have to keep in mind, when Mewtwo Mega Evolves, they consume their points as well. So even if they do keep their shield and they are able to potentially score, they don't have as many points as they would normally want to have with Rayquaza shield because they Mega Evolve.
How many shields will they have?
So only one person kept their shield, which is Sterilage. Everyone else lost their shield.
The question is, how many other shields exist? It seems like they're pretty much all gone, and this is going to be a pretty clean defense. That shield still up on Dan, but no! That shield gets melted in the defense! They really
Only one person had shield left, and that was Sterilage. Everyone else lost their shield, and the Absol died.
At least 3 members. So I think it's Absol and Mewtwo are the only ones that we haven't had a chance to see, and it looks like they have none.
I mean, it was a funny attempt. It was a funny attempt.
Still behind by 100 points and 15 seconds.
Right side is it is a tier 1 attack, so the healing will be a little bit less for Peru, but you don't even have time to win a fight at this point. You just gotta dive right on top of the goal zone. That's will take out 1. Receives a snipe shot, 23 in from Mewtwo Y, but unfortunately, I don't think that's enough points. I believe Peru's gonna be hanging on.
That was, I mean, some points. I'm surprised they didn't push just a little bit earlier. I felt like there was a pretty good chance that they would have, I mean, not that they would have won, but they would have had the opportunity to win. And at that
against Bits, like that is such a phenomenal win. Not only do they take out
a lot of the time, so I don't think they're going to be like stealing that much away from each other.
I think that Armarouge pick is inspired from Zidane. I love that selection. We are going to be, we are going to be looking.
Bro, this NA team, Bees, it feels like such a meme team. I'll be honest with you. Like, they're trying to win, but they do it. They try to do it in such like gimmicky ways.
At any given moment, please.
It's like they should literally just rename their team Rip on Spawn, bro.
Whoever wants to charge forward. Now let's see where Bees goes with their other selections. Now, Dodrio or Absol would be great options for Bats to kind of give you some variety, and they are going to change things up a little bit here. Cinderace and Absol not traditionally in those style of compositions, but I do think Lemon's value on that Clefable will be found surrounding the Dragonite.
Maybe not so much now that the Absol is here, but what I was going to say was I would have maybe almost liked to see Peru go back to their, you know, their comp where they chose Chandelure a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Chandelure Scyther, which we're seeing the Scyther now. And I do think that there's a similar idea with the composition here that they're doing, they're just using Armarouge instead, right? Where it's a lot of kind of similar ranges that the 2 Pokemon play.
Yeah.
They're the same typing, kind of, but the idea there,
Dragonite, Cinderace, and Absol. You know what's gonna happen, guys. They're running X Attack, Energy Amp 2. They're ripping their Rayquaza on spawn.
Yeah, that's true. That could be. Also,
is that an XP share with Dragonite too? Oh my god.
Fortune-telling department. Those bans look like bans I would likely select against Luminosity Gaming.
Okay, I gotta see this, man. A part of me wants to watch the entire game, but a part of me just wants to watch the last 2 minutes. I'll be honest with you.
And conveniently, they're gonna work into Bees as well.
I think they're super solid band. Cute, where I've seen it more times than I would like to ever see it, probably. It looks
Fast
like
forward? Nah, I can't. I can't.
And, we've got a center area, both speedsters, everything else looking pretty normal.
Yeah, we are right into this matchup. Almost a minute gone as we are about to see the...
Okay, you know what? Just for this one game, just because I have a feeling I know what's going to happen, I will fast forward to the 2-minute mark. Just for this one game specifically. Oh my god, they're getting decimated. Jesus. Okay, I'll play it from here.
Illusions, it might be pretty tough to dodge both, but we will see. I think Bat's maybe a sixth sense, aware that they were not alone up there on the top path. Multiple Pokemon waiting in the tall grass. Absol is the disaster Pokemon.
The XP share Dragonite is, I'm inclined to believe it doesn't work as well as they think it does.
They are still sitting up there. Honestly, a lot of sitting around and waiting right now.
Very patient from Peru, yeah.
Yes, but honestly, they just don't have that much else that they can fight for. Every single time that you're this far ahead, there's no experience you can fight for. You can't steal anything from the opponent because you already stole it. There's the objectives that are coming soon, but you already have control of those. All you're doing by trying to
Bro, they're gonna go for the Regieleki.
Opportunity to get rubber band experience and come back into the game. So playing safe from Peru.
Oh, it's an Outrage Dragonite. It's not Hyper Beam.
Because they did allow those 3 KOs, which you can see kind of almost even things up.
Right.
But I like the way that they're playing right now. They realize, like, okay, hold on, let's not throw this game.
And for Bees, that was the best call you could make. I read your lucky moving towards your home goal zone is truly going to make it over, but Tempo...
Oh, Serena Unite the Absol?
Huge Unite move. Oh, this is the 2-minute fight. They're committing everything. Unite coming out from the Absol, not able to catch as many...
Oh my god.
A few of those members alive as they're
okay, it's cooked. This is over, man. Forget ripping on Spawn. They can't even get to the pit, bro.
Kid's just chasing down, apparently, while Rayquaza is getting burned. Nobody in range except for Bits, and that's gotta be the option, but no chance.
Okay. You know, I was expecting a rip on Spawn, but they got stomped so badly in the early. I don't even know what happened, but just based on points, they were down so much that they probably just got Giga stomped.
And that certainly is locking them in this win.
Yeah, what a finish from Peru. Unite, the only Latin America South representatives here at NAIC. And they are looking like they are in fantastic form, and what a time to do so. Last year's World Championships, they did finish within your top 4, and they have secured that exact same placement here at the North America International Championships.
And looking to maybe, I don't actually know if they're going to be able to, looking to try to hit that 4.
Okay, who's playing? Orange Juicers versus Nouns Esports, and then TBD? You know, it's actually so funny. Whatever music they're using right now, it's actually copyrighted, so it doesn't even play on the VOD.
A strategy that your opponents have. We've seen
Oh wait, what?
play.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. It's Revelation versus Daybreak.
A strategy that your opponents have. We've seen Daybreak play things like Zoroark Comfey to perfection. I mean, even like giving Luminosity a real run for their money with that combination. Now the question:
Yo, what up, Red?
What do they want to do with
Yeah, that's right. You're first for tomorrow, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, you know, I like that Daybreak has kind of found themselves in a strategy where they don't need to prioritize Snorlax at all. Fu's been playing a great Mamoswine all weekend long, and they clearly feel comfortable on that pick. Urshifu grabbed by Celestial here, and D System C, of course, on the Mew. We haven't seen a lot of Mew, you and I, and rounding this out with a Mewtwo, and if that's in Oblivion's hands, I'm assuming it's a Mewtwo. Why?
That is indeed a Mewtwo. Why in that final spot there for Revelation? Revelation's had some really interesting picks over the course of the year. Right now, they have a little bit of a different squad than you've seen. Pika Diff is filling in, but he might not only be filling in, but getting that spot to Worlds. Pika Diff seems to always get a World spot.
The timeless wonder. Yes. The timeless wonder. Just absolutely amazing. Great human being, by the way. Just like a very pleasant person.
Wonderful dude.
And I guess we can't go without saying Scizor rounding this thing out. We saw some success with it yesterday. You know, that bullet punch, it really gives it a lot of sustainability. And when Joe locks in this Scizor, it's not like what we just watched with Peru. It's not going to become a Scyther. It is going to evolve into Scizor.
I'm glad that you hit the Scyther.
The Scyther?
It's not just me screwing up. We both can screw up with the Scyther. You're right, but it is going to be a Slizor, which I think is going to be really interesting to see. We've actually seen some very unique picks out of Daybreak. And OC as a region, they play things like Azumarill, Scizor, a lot of Aegislash, more Aegislash than you see from other regions, and it's been working out so well in this tournament.
One thing though. So, one thing that's like a big difference between Western Pokemon Unite, Western competitive Pokemon Unite to be specific. I'm talking about like EU, NA, like our regions versus the Asia regions, is like Mewtwo. Mewtwo Y is like a big one. Although it's been played often, it hasn't seen as much play. In comparison to like the opposite side of the world, where these guys play Mewtwo Y and prioritize that over supports, defenders, everything. And this was like the most, like, it's not even like it happened like very, like it's like a long time ago. It was earlier this month when they had their open qualifiers. They actually have their final part of the qualifiers, which is like next week, I believe, which I'm definitely going to watch on stream because that is the last. So, it's the last tournament for them before Worlds. So, although this is the last tournament for the NA side, or like, you know, the Western side before Worlds, the last Asian tournament happens next week, which will be the, I believe, quote me, I might be mistaken, but I believe that is the last tournament period, like official tournament period before Worlds in August. So I'm definitely going to watch that live on stream, just because, you know, obviously you're rounding out the final teams going to Worlds, but yeah, should be interesting. No, I think it's like a two-parter. So, like, it's the same tournament that happened earlier this month. It's just, like, the top cut of that team, of the top cut of that qualifier. No, so this is, like, that's their specific, like, it's region-specific. Like, they have to live over there. NAIC was an open tournament available to anyone. Like, as long as you make the travel, like, the trip to go over here, and you register, you'd be able to qualify. But the thing is, like, most people, like, you would, it's just very unrealistic is all.
Picks out of Daybreak. And OC as a region, they play things like Azumarill, Scizor, a lot of Aegis slash, more Aegis slash.
Hold on. I'm still here, just give me 1 second.
So well in this tournament, they actually were target banned earlier for their Azu pick. So I want to see what the Scizor can do. You know, it brawls well. They have a lot of physical brawlers on the other side. Bullet Punch is pretty dang strong. If this thing is
because the money, probably.
It's there, the more
I mean, money is a big thing. It's always a thing.
Daybreak is looking to keep that healthy for longer, and then on the other side, Revelation wants to shut that down early or just disengage from it.
Yeah, of course. Revelation having a much more standard,
like, if you're participating in Worlds, you would have to stay for at least, like, if your intention is to win Worlds, you would have to at least make the trip to wherever the location is, and you have to stay for 3 days, because that's how long Worlds is. Unless you're just assuming you're gonna leave early, because you're gonna lose, then obviously you can stay for less, but realistically, you should be going out there with the intention of staying for at least 3 days. Whether that costs money or not, that is besides the point, though.
We've talked about this Pokemon a lot over the course of the weekend. Mew here in this bottom path recently received a couple of very nice buffs. Mew players are eating well with this patch.
They absolutely are. Surprising.
Oh, also worth noting right here, this Mewtwo is actually playing, is going to be a carry rather than a support. So it's carry Mewtwo instead of Mewtwo with XP share.
I don't know if you really want to brawl into a Scizor, but both of them love to be up in the mix a lot. Here comes Scizor moving in for this fight right now. The birds are immediately gone. Scizor continuing this fight, chasing it down right here, looking for the KO on Bullet Punch.
It's the Water Bear. Surging Strike's Water Bear. Something you don't see as often anymore.
Joe from the rest of the team and allowed the real estate needed to get that KO safely.
Yeah, beautiful play there.
Every team should get travel rewards.
Very, very nice.
That should be a thing. It would make it a less stressful.
Without that disruption, I think that Scizor is able to continue pushing.
I agree completely. Anon taking a lot of damage here. There's the Surf, pinning it against the wall. Now we have Hoopa, Liz, sticking around very close, magicianing a berry up to make sure that Anon does not get knocked out, because that would have spelled disaster early.
I gotta say, I mean, you were calling it out. Dispenza feels like they're on another level right now. They've got the cape on. They are the superhero of this team as they move forward for another fight.
Oh, wow, look at all those stuns. The Blue Bear coming through. Joe can't even get a move off, and sacrificed in that exchange is Fu, the swine up. So good engagement by Celestial, but also great follow-up by who else? Dispenza again.
Really nice stuff. We have
Shifu actually went down to Mew in a 1v1 off screen, which is big for Mew because that's a big chunk of experience.
Combo does pick up multiple members of the team, but they go down. Mewtwo is mega right now, but they're going to peel away from this fight.
Yeah, you have to get away, especially, look, if I don't know how many times this match I'm going to say Dispenza surfs to set up a knockout, but right now it's 4 and we're under 3 minutes in.
Nice play right there with the blaze kick, pulling the Scizor back.
I'll be honest right now, like,
obviously with overheat,
I'm personally not a fan of the Scizor pick.
In front of you, and we have this Blaziken at level 8 already.
It's just gonna be so difficult for Scizor to stay
Piloswine at level
in the
5
fights.
stinks. It's hard to lead the charge for your team in that position. Quick Regieleki.
Because everyone has, like,
See if they want to push. It looks like they do.
not only do these guys have damage, like, it's Water Bear, Urshifu, and Blaziken.
Upstairs, we've got
Like,
points going,
they have high burst damage. Not to mention, if they choose to, they have the ability to just... They have high mobility, so they don't necessarily need to stay in the fight if they don't want to.
Daybreak, maybe a little too late. Yes, it was too late. Revelation somehow with the secure from the auto attack there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought for sure that would have been Joe's opportunity to secure something. They needed that tricked and Phantom Force back through the portal. Can't get knocked out is Joe. However, Anon catches a receipt, and that's a big butt heavy slam by Pikachu to get that. We got Mega Mewtwo, putting some pressure on, and it's Sai back the other way. Fu is in a tough spot. Fu goes down.
Here we have the charge up from the overheat, not able to catch anything right here, but they're moving forward in this fight. Scissor trying to defend on this goal zone, but with the Urshifu and Blaziken, they are pushed away.
Like, you can see what they're trying to do. Like, you know, Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, you know, weave in and out, try to get some, like, damage down, but they're just not threatening enough for,
It's a huge mark.
like, against this team comp.
See it with their own two eyes. They want to hear about it, and they are making sure Daybreak doesn't get to see it right now.
Whoa.
Great scraps, good overheat, but they're getting at least one KO the other way. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
And then they're just dead.
Oh no! 10 Jack Queen King Ace, and that's nasty business out of Revelation.
Wow, what a fight. That eject button overheat from Blaziken catching multiple members. I think it was 3 members of Daybreak right into that fight, moving in with the fire punch and just ripping through them, cleaning them up, scoring in the bottom goal zone. Halfway through this match,
I don't, like, Scyther wouldn't have made much of a difference either. I just think Scizor and Scyther and against this specific team composition
pack their bags
is just, like, not ideal. I mean, like, if you went Scyther, maybe you could threaten the Mewtwo, and it would make more of a difference because it is a Mewtwo carry rather than a support with XP share. But obviously, you're at risk of just getting melted even faster because you don't have that HP.
In the siege upstairs, not too sure we haven't flipped these two screens yet because there's a fight going on. A Unite has been used, Celestial does go down, and there goes the picture-in-picture.
There we go, Mewtwo KOs the Garchomp in the top path. They're not able to push that in, but I think they're feeling pretty good about their position right now. Battling against the Scizor. Scizor uses a Unite move, trying to pick up a KO here in the middle. They are going to stay around here for a moment. Bullet Punch, look at that recovery. Mewtwo Y coming in to try to make something happen. Big time power nap. Solar Beam not finding a KO. Scissor still fighting. Not able to get one yet. Finally, Mamo gets the KO.
I mean, it just shows the sustainability that Scizor has. You can see what they're trying to do here. And if they work well in tandem with Joe and give him the opportunity to get a couple bullet punches off, that might be the way to turn the tides here.
Regice going down here. Easy to the Blaziken. We have the Garchomp fighting with a Snorlax, just being pushed into the wall right there. Some mean business as we have a Dragon Claw combo.
Also, although they got a kill early, it doesn't feel like the Mew has had any impact on this game either. Like, they got that one kill on Urshifu in a 1v1 in the bottom lane, like, early on. But after that, like, I haven't even noticed it in this game. I just feel like the Scizor and the Mew just don't provide a lot of value in this game. Whether that's like a pick issue or like a skill issue or a combination of both, it's like it's not looking great for them.
In an exciting way.
Yeah.
Because they're getting ready for Worlds. Some people have to pack bags in a sad
way. But
that's how I always pack bags.
They do have a Garchomp to put, like, for Rayquaza Rip, but they have no secure either. You're up against a Blaziken,
so they need to make an impact. We're
a Mewtwo Y, and Urshifu, and they're probably not going to let you try to do that, especially when they're this far ahead.
Deciding to use this opportunity to possibly fight in the bottom path, take some experience here. Here comes Blaziken, and it looks like no one is going to prioritize this Regieleki. No one on Revelation either. 20 seconds until Ray, and they're just going to let those points also fall in. They're already behind, so it can't hurt you too much, right?
Fine, I guess you are my little pog champ. Come here.
Oh, Mamo's forced to Unite move early, and they're still getting CC'd. They might die here. And they die. There's the Mewtwo Unite, there's a Sai, there's the Scizor Unite in the back line.
going to be enough to sustain. Joe is still fighting themselves. Meanwhile, Anon is taking a ton of damage. Pinned against the wall. Oblivion's on the back.
They just have no
And
damage.
that's going to allow them to keep pushing forward. But still standing is Joe. The Rings Unbound Hoopa shrinks back down to size as Picadiff heavy slams in, creates...
And what's even worse is, like, between Snorlax and Psyduck, they have so much CC that Scizor can't, like, confidently bullet punch, like, combo properly because they're, like, they keep getting interrupted. They can't even get into the Rayquaza pit to even try to contest it because they're just getting zoned out completely. And, like, you guys have to remember as well, even if you full heal, against the block Snorlax, it doesn't stop you from getting CC'd. Like, against other CC, like, it'll cleanse you, and you might be able to, like, you know, react accordingly, but, like, if you're getting hit by a block and you're getting just, like, constantly pushed back by that shield, that full heal doesn't do anything for you. It's like, similar to, like, when you have a Rayquaza shield and you're, like, up against a block, like, you have, like, you could be in the middle of your scoring animation with a Rayquaza shield, but the block will just push you off the goal.
Absolutely dominating this match from top to bottom, taking Rayquaza, picking up huge KOs, and now the burgers are raining in. It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs out here for Daybreak, because here come more Hundo burgers raining from the sky.
But yeah, like, just going back to the beginning of this fight, it's like, you're down, what, 306 points going into Rayquaza? Nice stun from the Psyduck. You also pulled Mifu on the Mamoswine. They're getting chunked solo, they're forced to Unite move, and it's still preemptive. Like, not only are you getting caught out by the Psyduck, which is obviously a good play from the Psyduck, like, you caught two people. Like, you and you. Everyone else, split. Like, there's 1, 2, 3. They're not here to support you, and even then, they don't want to take this fight because it's disadvantageous. It's not an ideal situation that you want a team fight. Like, they're the ones engaging on you. It's not the other way around. It's not like these 5 are, you know, engaging against them. So, what do you do here? I mean, unfortunately, you kind of had to, like, just let them die, unfortunately. As bad as that may sound, like, you taking the fight here will probably guarantee that you will just lose the fight outright. Like, as unfortunate, sometimes you just have to, like, lose a finger instead of losing the entire hand. I know that doesn't make much sense, but, like, it's a figure of speech. Basically, it's just, like, sometimes you just have to let things happen, take its natural course, and hopefully they don't win the entire game off the, like, the one pick. Because right now, Mamoswine is already in their Unite move animation, but keep in mind, you're still 10 seconds before Rayquaza. So even if you fight here, there's still time before the objective actually spawns. And you need, like, in their position, they need the Rayquaza to win when you're down 300 points. Like, 300 points is insane. So, like, Mamoswine goes down, and then Garchomp actually goes in. So, this is, like, something, it's very questionable. I get it, you're playing on the back foot, and on top of that, you're trying to make something happen. But keep in mind that by the time Garchomp decides to go in with that Eject Button, Dragon Rush, Dragon Claw combo, they're already down a member. It's a 5v4. So you can see, like, pay attention to Anon right here. So this is the person that you want to watch. While this guy's dying, this is the Mamoswine. They die very soon. But keep an eye on the Garchomp. Because you also have to remember, while this person is literally getting caught out, you have one person here. But also, they're not going to be able to do what you did, which is literally eject button and go into the enemy team, because they don't even have eject button. So it still takes some time to reposition and follow up on your play. And that's not even mentioning the fact that the other 2 people on your team are literally not even anywhere close to you. So, while Garchomp decides to go into the enemy team, the rest of the team is not there. Because this guy dies, and the other 3, 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Putting tons of damage on. Mamoswine uses their Unite.
So they're getting blocked by Snorlax. Then they eject by Dragonclaw, pop their Unite move. But like, look how low they're. By the time they channel their Unite move animation, they're already less than half HP. And they're not even getting any damage down because they're probably more focused on surviving and running away than focusing anyone else. At this point, they can only focus either the Snorlax, which is in the middle of their Unite move animation, so it wouldn't even make much of a difference, or this person right here. And then the other 3 people, 1, 2, 3, are literally left untouched. Not that you would... It's like a lose-lose situation. But at least they're just not sitting there...
The Scissor Unite on the backside. Bullet punch comes out. Is it going to be enough to sustain? Joe is still fighting themselves. Meanwhile, Anon is taking a ton of damage. Pinned against the wall. Oblivion's on the backside. KO streak of 3. And that's going to allow them to keep pushing forward. But still standing is Joe. The ring's unbound.
Yeah, and then all that's left are Hoopa and Scizor, and they can't even get into the pit.
Easy secure by Revelation because Daybreak is nowhere to be found.
Revelation absolutely dominating this match from top to bottom, taking Rayquaza, picking up huge KOs.
Yeah,
and now the
it's rough.
Raining in. It's cloudy with a chance of meatballs out here for Daybreak because here.
But yeah, at the end of the day, the Scizor pick and even the Mew jungle, like, it really didn't do much for them. I'll be honest with you.
By Revelation in control the entire time. And now they are just one 10-minute game of Pokemon Unite away. Psyduck was crazy. Obviously, was the facilitator in the account instead. But you know, just in case you want your
where are my taxes? Anaheim.
What? We're the home of the world's largest marble? Why? Listen, Pikachu has been a staple and a fixture and a sub on so many different teams for so long for a reason. They're dependable, consistent, predictable, and do the job and get the job done well. Now, when you look at Pikachu's and Dispenza and Pikachu,
absolutely crushes Blaziken.
Yeah,
I mean, a level 4
sure.
Azu, a level 4 Blaziken, they're not even close, right? So if you could take that early advantage, maybe change the texture of the start of this game, we could see something happen here. Once again, Dispenza on that Psyduck, like silently, or not even so silently.
No, it was very, very prominent.
Loudly one of the best things going on Revelation. The start of that game was completely controlled by the support.
Oh, without a doubt. Like I said, they were just kind of passing the buck between Dispenza and Pikachu as to who was doing more to make sure that.
I just said I'm glad Nouns won against Remax. You do realize that's a spoiler, right? Although it's not a spoiler for me, like it's literally still a spoiler. Because you said it before I even watched it.
That the rest of the Revelation team was up and going. Now, I like the Sword pick. I think Sword has been a little bit underrepresented this weekend, but we've seen a couple phenomenal Sword games.
Yeah, I think Aegislash is still doing really well. Very, very strong, and against a team that wants to...
I think the play here is to score. If they hit Ray, you just Hoopa Unite and go for flip, even though they had Blaziken, it's still 50-50. I would agree with you, but like the problem is like they're just so far behind. 300, like they were down 306 points going into Rayquaza. That's the problem. Like if the game was relatively closer, that idea, like that strategy might be more feasible. But yeah, 306 points even with the Hoopa, it's hard to really back cap that amount and still like play confidently at Rayquaza as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see if Fu using the Snorlax.
Like think about it like this, because they're down so much. Even if three people scored 100 points each, you're still losing.
If they're able to take away Snorlax, take away some of Pika's best tools right here, maybe we could be heading to a game number 3. But right now, Daybreak, your purple team, Revelation, your orange team.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say this before. So I didn't watch, like, I watched the future matches. I think this is either this one's the last one or the second last one before okay, so I watched some matches off stream. I didn't watch this series. I think I watched like the last 2 before the stream ended. I I've seen Daybreak play before. They played against T3 earlier today, like earlier in this VOD. I watched that one. They played Azumarill in that set, and then it got banned the following matches. Now, I don't know if that was just, like, the match that I... Okay, stop. Okay, just let it be, man. Let it be. Like, okay, you know what? Just stop. Please, just stop. You're actually starting to trigger me. Okay, so... They played one match against T3, and they won that match with the Azumarill, and then it got banned the following matches. Now, I don't know how good they are with Azumarill, because, like, the one game that they played, they just kept feeding. Like, feeding non-stop uncontrollably, and then they just got, literally just snowballed on. Now they're playing against a different team, arguably a stronger team, so I want to see if this actually makes a difference. Like, if this Azumarill is actually, like... Oh, and they're jungling, too. They're not even top lane, they're jungling. Okay, well, never mind. I didn't know they were gonna jungle. I thought Aegislash was gonna go there.
And now they're knocking on the door, ready to kick that thing down and take over. And that home, of course, is the home of the world's largest marble.
Banning Azu is funny. Yeah, it's not something you would expect to see often, that's for sure.
Seeing what they can secure. We have the Azumarill making their way through the central area here, getting that level 4 and then running top. They're going to go for some early aggression in this fight.
Yeah, you have to push now. You know you have the player advantage. Torchic is pretty paltry in this situation. You got to contend with Psyduck, which is strong. Quick rotation by Celestial here, moving in at level 5. That's a Buzzwole ready to rock.
Yeah, Buzzwole ready to fight right there. Not able to get the advantage you want out of this Azumarill, right? Sword still level 4 here. Aegislash nowhere close to being online. You do have Azumarill, but Buzzwole at level 5 is looking pretty dang scary here as we have the Mew rotate top.
Yeah, you got to put extra pressure here going straight in. Anon takes a ton of damage. Working right in the face of the team, though, is that Azumarill. Nice.
Oh, okay.
Picked up, put down. Celestial moves forward. They're looking for DC. Can they get them? No.
Oh, okay. Azumarill's kind of... Oh, the level up animation. Okay, wait. Hold.
They have to scrap with Joe, and this is a good opportunity for a KO if they can.
Okay, like...
Liz says never forget about the support, baby. We doing things out here too. Hey,
Joe on the Azumarill kind of popping off again. Although Hoopa got the kill secured, like, the Azumarill is making the difference. And this is against a different team too. But let's see if Revelation are able to recompose themselves and not let...
Absolutely, and you can see the comfort level that okay, 4v2 here, quickly dispatches the Doublade. Fu goes down as well. And
okay, unfortunately that got caught out.
Daybreak adjust. They've got the player advantage up.
Okay, Azumarill gets the KO. So they trade 1 for 1.
See if they can do anything with Joe. Look at that damage level.
Oh my goodness! Guys, is Azumarill secretly overpowered? Do I need to start playing this Pokemon? What's happening here?
Right back in this thing, playing so well here at the start of game number 2.
Now they're level 8.
Completely different team. They're not yet packing their bags, and at least if they are, they want to be doing it in a happy way as they break this.
Okay.
Azumarill already with the Unite move, going after the Duck, trying to pick up a KO. Mew follows it up, and man.
Oh my God, guys!
Focus that Joe has on
Azumarill actually
understand what the Psyduck did to them last game, and they're trying
popping
to
off.
be very heads up about that. Good KO on the Blaziken by Anon on the sword as well downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going well for Daybreak right here, and this is the Daybreak that we've been seeing throughout this tournament, right? That first match against Revelation, they did not look like the team that's made it this far in the tournament. The last hope for OC to secure a spot here at the final stretch, but right now they are looking phenomenal. Reggie Steele going to be going down to the side of Revelation, while they have a Regieleki walking towards their tier 2. However, Daybreak taking this opportunity to peel away from that, find experience on the map, and get ready for the next fight. They don't push with it in the top path.
Yeah, I like that lack of overextension. I think Revelation.
So their build was weakness policy, scope lens, and
they decided to slow things down a bit.
Axle bracer.
Small lead here on the scoreboard and in levels. Let's just clear our farm, make sure we can grow this thing and not do any egregious mistakes right now.
We've got another Unite move from the Azumarill here, Doobsnack. So the next time they fight, we could be looking for another big pop-off here. Buzzwole, however, already at level 10. Experience getting taken here by Daybreak, and here they come.
Here comes Buzzwole. Aqua picking up. Snorlax is down quickly, but we kind of suspected that. Now we have the Mewtwo Y Unite, which forces Joe to go straight in. Huge Aqua Tail.
Oh!
And that's Joe saying Azumarill is here, and I love seeing DC in the mix, baby.
Landed the third part of the Aqua Tail on the outer hitbox before the Blaziken got their overheat off.
Can't be understated though. That is a level 12 Buzzwole on the other side.
Has there been any Garchomp usage? Yep. Plenty.
By the end of the match, and that is
There's been a good amount of matches with Garchomp.
However, on the other side,
They haven't yielded. They haven't all yielded positive results. I think teams that play Garchomp lost more than one, but yeah, it's been picked a good amount.
Celestial. Remember, yesterday, Celestial is a map roaming player. He's been getting this experience through knockouts. If you force them to have to go farm up, that's a great way to slow things down again. Take your wild farm, force them to make plays, and let's look at Fu sussing this thing out. Now he's going to get the full information. He's going to be able to call the team down here. It's a 4-person push by Revelation. A big power nap on Pad.
Here comes Azu.
Trying to break stuff up, and here comes the Azumarill. Why they seal the Regieleki? We're going to stymie this push. We're going to try to. The Buzzwole Unite is out, and Azumarill
Here comes Mew.
Need some help. The Celestial's going in deep, picking up, but here's DC for the cover. Come on, Joe. Come on, DC. Beat the brakes off him. Solar Beam.
Snorlax is coming back.
But is it going to be enough? Crash landing on
Wait, why did the Hoopa Ninja Slash stay? Oh no, that's a misplay by the Hoopa and Aegis Slash. Why did they stay top?
But Mamoswine is there to stop it. Beautiful exchange for Revelation.
It could have gone. It genuinely could have gone so much better.
Win the massive engagement right there, and
They tried to 2v1, oh, it's like 2v1 and push up the Regieleki against Mamoswine, but you don't have the damage to kill that guy. And because Snorlax didn't make it in time, they lost the goal. I think that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. I'll be honest with you. It was looking so good too. Like,
crack the sword. Sword in the stone. Sword is broken, son. Doesn't matter. Revelation rolling back through, looking into the middle, trying to find a new target. 3:30 left on the clock, and Revelation is starting to inch ahead.
ah, that's so sad. They had so much momentum going. Yeah, they had so much momentum going into that. Like, right before that happened, they had so much momentum. It looked like Azu was gonna run away with this game to a certain extent.
The side of Revelation. I think Azumarill, amazing early, starts to lose more and more value as the match goes on.
I thought they were going to take the Regieleki and just recall afterwards.
Tough start, but near the end of the match is an absolute monster.
But the two of them decide to stay top, which is like a little weird. At least to me.
Heavy Slam comes in. They're just trying to suss out, get information, and they're getting a lot of information now. Everyone has shown up for this fight.
That's not good either.
Quickly dispatched of. Revelation quickly pivots to the Regieleki. We're going to see if they're just trying to bait them in and take the objective, bait them in and take the fight. Celestial's going straight for them.
Oh, I thought Azumarill was going to get caught out, but
Joe has Celestial low. Joe is still in the mix. Joe is down.
No, they got Joe. Joe, no. Why? Why did they take Joe? He was so young.
Quite enough overlap to get that double dunk. So let's get those points and let's reset. Let's get ready for Rayquaza.
104-303. 15 seconds until Rayquaza. Daybreak's tournament on the line. World.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Distant
It's been so long since I've seen Azumarill actually perform well in competitive that this is probably the most exciting game I've seen so far. I didn't see this game either, so it's all new to me.
Joe is isolated. Power nap hits 4. DC is on the backside. Liz is trying to cover. Pikachu is getting low. The Aqua Tail is out. The sword's knifing through. Can they take down Celestial?
Oh, okay. They got Buzzwole. They got Buzzwole.
And now the pressure's on. Dispensa's on
Oh.
the retreat.
Oh, okay, okay.
They're going for the rip. They don't care about anyone else. Oblivion's still standing in the pocket.
Blaziken ejected.
Aidon's ready for the secure.
Oh, oh my God. Oh, jeez. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. It was so low. Did he get it with the focus blast? That is... Oh my God. Okay, so I saw... Like, the fact that 2 people recalled here. The Blaziken and Mamoswine recall, and they still made it back in time to steal that is a heartbreaker, dude. Like, they don't have any Unite moves, it's all their basic skills. But, like, it's not like Blaziken stole that with an overheat, or secured it, I should say.
Going for the rip. They don't care about anyone else. Oblivion's still standing.
So they're coming, the eject button.
Benza is there. Anon's ready for the secure.
It was a focus blast, oh my god! The Aegis Slash was too early. They were too early. Wait, okay, let me look at the Mew, hold on.
They don't care about anyone else.
Mew is... Mew is too slow as well. Like, they Electro Bolt after it's already gone. Oh, that's so sad. Joe, no! Joe! You know what, guys? They may have lost and they may not be going to Worlds, but Joe, you have one more fan on your side. Alright? I'm a fan of your Azumarill. I may never ever see it again in competitive gameplay, at least for 2025, but, you know, I'm a believer now. You know, I'm gonna play one Azumarill game just for you.
About Blaziken being the difference maker near the end of the match, having to reset, peel back through after Celestial was KO'd, and now 104-513. While there is a minute left in this match, it is going to be the longest minute of Daybreak's entire season, because they have to take the entire time to recognize the fact that they fell just short here. Picking up one KO, they're looking for a final push. With 45 seconds left, this needs to be perfect, Doob Snacks.
It needs to be perfect.
You know, I will always find it funny when the casters try to cast the game in a way to make it seem like it's not over. I'm sorry to say, with 40 seconds left on the clock, with no Unite moves on your side, against 4 people, like, I'm sorry, like, it's not realistic, man. Like, I get it, it's their job to make it seem like the game is still gonna keep on going, but, like, it's not realistic, man.
Players down, 25 seconds left. The push continues. We've got a rampaging Picadiff on the retreat. They're giving up this pad. They know they don't quite need it. There is literally 301 points separating these two.
Moving towards this tier 2 goals on the Hoopa Unite move, looking to stun them right here. 3 get stunned. They're trying to attack and trying to score at the same time. 5 points going. It's not enough. There's just not enough time. They're continuing to fight, but they can't score. Revelation is holding the pad, and Revelation, congratulations, you're heading to Worlds, baby!
The World Championships in Anaheim, California is in sight for Revelation. They have just qualified. Picadiff, Huckin.
Wait, what did he just throw?
You're heading to Worlds, baby!
The World
Did he just, like, punch the air, or did he throw something?
They have just qualified.
Oh, he threw the plushie. Yo, he's gonna kill someone, man. Yo, get the plushie back. What is he doing? Animal abuse. Animal abuse. Get the plushie back. Where'd it go? Hey, I would have took that thing.
To qualify for like every World Championships ever since
Daybreak did so well.
Apparently.
Yeah. I mean, like, think of, like, there's 2 ways to, like, it's all a matter of perspective. Like, for someone watching, you know, you made the top 12. Like, top 12 at NAIC. Like, that itself is an accomplishment. That being said, though, for them, though, like, they came out here to try to qualify for Worlds. So, although they did well as a team, it's still going to be a very bittersweet feeling because they're not going to Worlds. Like, they and the thing is, I say this as well, guys. Like, it's not just about Daybreak. It's about any Pokemon Unite team that plays the entire competitive season. Like, if you're putting in the time and effort to play competitive Pokemon Unite and you don't make it to Worlds, this may sound like kind of pessimistic, but like, if you don't make it to Worlds, it just feels like a waste of time. Now, obviously, a lot of teams are not going to make it to Worlds, and, you know, some people are doing it for the enjoyment, and, like, not everyone is, like, trying to be the best, or, like, they're trying to make it to Worlds. Some people just want to play the game. But at the same time, it's like, for me, like, it's like, if I don't make it to Worlds, like, part of the reason why I never played competitive, like, I'm talking about me now. So, like, part of the reason why I've never ever played competitive in Pokemon Unite is because I don't think a lot of these people are serious about winning. I don't think, although they play the game and they practice, you know, playing the game, I don't think they have the right work ethic to, like, distinguish themselves from, like, other teams. Now, that doesn't apply to everyone. Like, obviously, there's some teams that stand above the rest. Like, just as an example, like, there's a reason why teams like LG right now, like LG in their prime, are like the #1 team for NA. Right now, I would say for like North America, OJ, up until, so I did watch the last 2 series, and without spoiling it, like, yeah, OJ was like is like #2 team, or like at the very least a top 3 team. So you have like OJ, you have LG, and then it's hard for me to give an opinion on I Need Coaching. So if I remember correctly, Lutano's team, I Need Coaching, is going to Worlds, but they didn't play in this tournament. I don't know why. Maybe they were just busy, or like they didn't want to make the trip. I don't know. So I don't know how well these guys are, like how good these guys are. I do know they won the last yeah. I think they're going to Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong though. But yeah, I Need Coaching is Lutano's team. I'm pretty sure they're going to Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. But they didn't play in this tournament, so I don't know. I was in his stream earlier, he said the team fell out. That makes sense. I mean, like, if you're already going, so here's the thing, if you're already going to Worlds, you're only playing for bragging rights and prize money. But, like, the thing is, like, if you don't have, like, the travel funds to go, like, if you're paying out of pocket to go to NAIC, and then you don't place well, then, like, the cost doesn't offset the winnings. And then even if you place well, it probably just barely balances out. If not, you're still at a deficit. I would have to look at the prize pool allocations. Like, I know it's a 50K prize pool, but I don't remember, like, what team gets paid what amount. And you gotta remember, it's divisible by 5. Like, every player takes a cut. It's not like, let's say, for example, second place gets, like, 25,000. It's not like you get 25,000 by yourself. You divide that by 5. And I'm pretty sure you get taxed on that, too, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. It's, like, probably not worth it. I don't blame them for not going. The only thing you can really argue is, like, they're losing out on good practice because a bunch of good teams are going. But anyways, like, the point I was trying to make, though, like, I kind of broke off topic, but I just personally feel like a lot of people that play this game competitively don't have the proper work ethic required to be a top team. Now, that doesn't apply to everyone. Obviously, there's some teams that are cut above the rest, but, like, just as an example, like, do you know how many people roster swap every other, like, regional tournament, like, every qualifier, like, every month? That in itself is, like, how are you going to build synergy with your teammates if you're constantly replacing a key component of your team? Now, obviously, if you have played, like, let's say, for example, you have a team that's played together for, like, a year or 2 straight, and you still aren't producing good results, despite the fact you feel you've done everything you possibly could, then it would make sense for, like, a roster swap. Because, like, you give each other, like, you played with each other a good amount of time. If you're putting in the practice, if you're, you know, VOD reviewing, like, your games, on top of, like, studying other teams and their games, like, if you're doing all that, if you're doing your due diligence, and you're still not coming in, like top cut, whether it be, like, top 3 or top 4 or whatever, then, you know, maybe it's time for a change. Maybe it's, like, someone from your team or multiple people on your team it's just not working out. But yeah, when it comes to like a lot of teams in North America, it's like a revolving door. Like literally, people like one person goes in, another person comes out on the other team. I think that's part like people were actually joking about it in the Twitch chat. Like when I was watching some of the Revelation games, like people were actually joking about Pikachu because he literally goes on so many like. I remember like I found it funny because like I remember he announced he was retiring from Pokemon Unite, and then like a month or two later he's back in competitive Pokemon Unite, and like he's been on so many different teams that he's basically like this like it sounds bad, but like NA sloppy seconds, bro. Like he's on so many different teams that at this point it's like, bro, like where's the loyalty at?
Timeless. This guy is an asset.
But like not even just that though. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I don't think. I guess the bottom line is like I feel like personally, like speaking solely on behalf of myself, there are a lot of teams that think that they put in the effort, which they do. Like it's not like they don't put in effort. It's like I think they over exaggerate or they overestimate how much the effort they put in to being like a top team.
And
is all.
Revelation is going to CA.
Another spot heads to North America as Revelation secures their Worlds invite with this incredible match. Daybreak, I mean, what a team, what a run they had. The tiniest region, one squad here, almost making it all the way to the end, but they were stopped by one of the best teams in North America, which I believe brings NA's representatives to Worlds at 5 slots.
Five teams. So which 5 teams are that? That's LG. Naic coaching, Orange Juicer. Orange Juicers. Which is the 15? Also, Kito, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Which team am I missing? There's a 15, but who's the 5th? LG, I need coaching. Orange Juice's Revelation. Am I stupid? No, from North America though. Oh wait. No. 5 teams from North America qualified for Worlds. I'm trying to. Who's the 5th team? I remember 4. Who's the 5th? LG, I need coaching. Orange Juice's Revelation. And who's the 5th one? Unless they misspoke.
Match Daybreak. I mean, what a team. Hot heads to North.
2005, apparently. This guy is timeless. Been Anaheim, California is in sight for Revelation. They have just qualified. Pikachu hucking plushies into the crowds with the pop-off. Pikachu has now been crowned the oldest human being out of the retirement home to qualify for like every world championships ever since 2005. Apparently, this guy is timeless. This guy is an asset, and Revelation is going to CA.
Another spot heads to North America as Revelation secures their Worlds in.
Okay, I'm gonna check right now. Like, I need to find out. It's bugging me. It's actually bugging me that I can't remember, so give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me see here. Maybe it's on Twitter. I mean, think about it like this, guy. Like, would you rather be on a team that wins or loses? That's what it comes down to. Would you rather be on a winning team or a losing team? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I found out. It was version 1. Version 1. Yeah, so I found the list. It was I like sometimes I have to go on Twitter, all right? I don't like to, but um yeah, so these are the qualified teams. Also, I kind of blocked myself. Talon, TBD, HyperX, Onyx Rise, Cake Kalok, Onyx, Aegis Flames, Creus Do Jake, Lin Dream Factory, Team TC, Jinto, Nouns Esports, Gen 5, Komai, Seoul, Insomnia. Japan will be determined next week, guys. So we're gonna be watching that, by the way. Well, at least I will. Next week, Japan will be playing for their final spots, so I'll be watching that. Santos Laguna. Oh, Korea also has to figure out their teams. No Smites, Stamina Esports, Peru Unite, Yata Garasu, Luminosity, Orange Juicers, Uni Coaching, Version 1, Wildfire Wonders. That's actually out of date, by the way. And NAIC Champions, so that's Revelation. So you have 5 teams from North America. And that's because they won the extra spots. Like that, it could have gone to any region. So they kind of, yeah. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So Fennel, unfortunately, I'll be honest with you guys. A part of me wishes, like, I know it wouldn't be fair, but if you are the world champion from the previous year, I feel like maybe you shouldn't auto qualify because that might be a little too much. But like I feel like you should have like an advantage going into the competitive circuit in terms of like increasing your chances to qualify again. Because I personally would like to see like the defending champions defend their crown. Like I would say this about anyone. Like whether it be like Luminosity, whether it be Fennel, whether it be like whatever. But it would be nice to see like the former world champions. Why did he retire? I don't know. Do not know, personally. But their team got clapped. If I remember correctly, because I was watching the qualifiers, they didn't even make it to top cut. I think it was like top 32 teams. They didn't even make it to like the first day or like second day, whatever.
Fight with this incredible match. Daybreak, I mean, what a team.
Course 2-0 by Revelation. That's the bottom half of our bracket. We've already seen Peru.
Yeah, so at this point in the tournament, though, because Daybreak lost, because Daybreak lost, and there's no other teams at this point. So Nouns Esports, Orange Juicers, Stamina Esports, Luminosity, and because Bees lost to Peru Unite, because all the other teams already qualified for Worlds, Revelation by default, because they won this and Bees lost, they auto-qualify. They don't need to win the entire thing. Just by default, they become the next team to win the World's qualification. If Bees won and Revelation won, then it would come down to whether or not, so it would be like a weird situation where obviously Bees against Luminosity, Revelation versus whoever, like they would have to win. And then, like, let's say if they both lost, I think they would do a tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. Which would have been pretty interesting. That would have been pretty interesting to watch, I'll be honest with you.
Through 2-0 Bees.
But that is not the reality we live in. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna play from here, guys. I'm just going to get a slice of pizza really quickly, because I'm a little hungry. So I'm gonna keep it playing, and I'll be right back. For those of you that have been here, thank you guys for hanging out. And I'll be back in a bit to continue watching the games. Bees lack worth ethic? No. I think Bees seemed like a meme team. I'll be honest with you guys. Like when I was watching Bees, like I feel like their strategy was like rip on spawn every single time. Like they were like it's literally just like play for Rayquaza. Doesn't matter what happens before that. It's just like you're there, Rayquaza. We try to flip. They were a very gimmicky team.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite final stretch here at the Pokemon International Championships in North America. We are coming to you live from Anaheim, not Anaheim.
Whoa, we're already in Anaheim.
We are actually still in New Orleans here. Seems like I'm dreaming into the future, but you know what, folks? That was such an insane matchup. We have 5 teams from NA progressing on through, but next up we have a pretty fiery matchup, and I feel like it's a tale as old as time. NA versus EU. But I'm Calosaurus and we have Drake here. How have you been finding today?
Man, today has been absolutely incredible. Huge congratulations to Revelation and at home to the NA region. 5 world spots for the North American region. Love to see that for the North America, but we're going to be heading on into a regional showdown. The regional champions of North America going up against the regional champions of EU in Nouns. What an incredible game to continue our broadcast today.
Yes, it is the best of both of these regions, but after all, we are in the North America home territory. So that is going to give them the secret buff. We'll have to wait and see there, but I mean, Nouns looking so far, so good. A little bit rocky here and there, but I think hopefully they've had that chance to take a breather along with Orange Juices. I mean, we've had that pleasure of covering the EU region throughout the whole season, and well, they've pretty much been able to dominate the EU region, but can they dominate the NA region.
Yeah, I know the North American region is quite competitive in terms of the teams that are making it to all of these top 8 appearances, and the Orange Juicers right now the best in the North American region, winning the regional finals. And honestly, I said this in yesterday's broadcast when we had the opportunity to cast them, this is the best the Orange Juicers has ever looked in the last 2 years that I've been casting them.
Yeah, they are definitely looking good so
All right,
far
back.
on their track record. They haven't actually dropped a match yesterday there. So, I mean,
Hold on.
deep breaths, everyone.
So I'm gonna pause it for a second because I kind of want to show you guys something. Just bear with me. I need to open it up really quickly. Let's see. Just bear with me while I. This really. Oh shit, I clicked the wrong one. Hold on. Close this. Okay, so I was gonna show you something, very quickly, and guys, like, what the heck just happened? Oh, I think that chat just like caught up all at once, or like whatever. Okay, so one thing I wanted to show you guys, just because like I was looking at this the other day, and this was like just to give you like a little bit of context. So I was looking at this the other day, and what I was looking at was like how many people are kind of like keeping up with Pokemon Unite, like in terms of like how is the game doing, and obviously, you know, it just more so for my personal knowledge, just like, you know, if the game is on a constant decline type of thing. Anyways, so obviously I just wanted an idea of like, you know, who's watching what and like that sort of thing. So I was looking at the stream analytics, and like the thing I want people to remember is like people watch. So this is just applies to everything. It's not limited to Pokemon Unite. It's just more so when you watch people on Twitch in general. People watch people on Twitch for a multitude of different reasons. Like, I can give you an example. Like, whether you think they have a great personality, whether you just think they're enjoyable to watch, whether you think they're relatable, whether you're just, like, have nothing better to do. Like, the point is, like, everyone has their own reason for watching someone on Twitch. And, like, obviously, I understand that I am not liked by a lot of people in this community because I talk a lot of shit, and that is perfectly fair. The thing is, some people don't understand that, like, when people have negative opinions about me, it's probably deserved, in the sense that, like, if I talk shit, then obviously I expect them to have negative feelings towards me, for example. Like, let's say if I talk shit about you, it might not feel very good. Or, depending on your personality, you might feel the need to respond back in a harsher or equally negative way. Let's put it that way. Just, you know, like, an eye for an eye type of thing. But, like, at the end of the day, guys, it doesn't change the fact that, like, people still watch me, alright? Like, because of you guys, like, you guys in the chat, whether you're lurking, whether you're constantly chatting, whatever, we're still a top streamer in this category. Like, this is on multiple different sites. There's still more. I could pull them all up, but at the end of the day, people still watch me. And I want you guys to remember that. Like, the opinions of people that, like, talk, like, if people talk about me on other streams, I don't care. If you have a negative opinion of me, I don't care. At the end of the day, like, people still come out to hang out. Whether they're a lurker, whether they're a chatter, whether they're a player, it still doesn't change the fact that literally, like, you know, we're consistent. And despite the fact that I talk as much shit as I do about the game, we're still like, yeah, but like, also it varies. At the very least, to put it simply, we're at the very least a top 10 streamer in the category. Sorry, top 10. And of course, like, there's exceptions when, like, you know, other people, like, this is like the last 30 days. Last 30 days, obviously, it depends on, like, you know, how many hours you put in and whatnot. Still top 3. This, I don't know if I can filter it out. Oh, this is last 30 days. So we're top 4 over here. Let's do top 30 days. Still top 3. So I appreciate you guys. Like, I appreciate you guys hanging out and whatnot. Because obviously, the credit goes to you guys. It doesn't go to me. Like, just because I stream, stuff like that is impossible without you guys hanging out. So you guys do make the difference.
There's only a few more sets to go, but honestly, I feel like things are only just going to ramp up from here.
Now with that Worlds qualification spot allocated to one of the teams participating this weekend, now it's all about the money, the lion's share prize of that $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 to your first place team. And the Orange Juicers is looking to make a pretty penny to maybe buy the world's largest marble. Is it
Wait, is that for sale?
I think it might be for sale.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's what they actually want to spend their winnings on. I don't know. Where are you supposed to display the world's largest marble in your house? Do you display it in your house? Outside as like a little ornament feature? I'm not sure. You know what? I don't own the world's largest marble, so they'll have to decide that if they decide to actually get it.
Orange Juicers announce a really interesting, I guess, game strategy.
So I watched this series off stream.
In my opinion, Orange Juicers
very shocking.
Contemplative team.
And I watched the other series. Actually, I watched the last 3 off stream, so it can't be spoiled for me. But the results were definitely surprising for me, to say the least.
Loving to put Gatlu on Pokemon like Dodrio or maybe a Greedent to go into the backline and harass those backline attacker Pokemon. If there's a Pokemon that I'm really interested to see, and I hope I get to cast it.
One thing though, and this is like about teams that play on the live broadcasts. I hate the mods in the Unite chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. Guys, I hate the mods in the Unite official Pokemon channel. That's right, like Pokemon 1, 2, and 3. If you're real people and not bots, I swear to you, I hate you. If you're people, I hate you with a passion. I hate how you do your job. You know why? Because, bro, if you guys rewatch the VOD and, like, look at the Twitch chat during certain instances of the live broadcast, there were so many people saying stupid shit and just, like, whether you want to say it's cringe or not, that's subjective. Like, whatever. But, like, I got timed out. For posting a copy pasta of an Among Us guy, alright? An Among Us guy. It's literally just like the character in the form of, like, you know, those dots. I get timed out for that. And I'm just like, okay, fine, whatever. You know what? The mods are hating on the giant pictures of Among Us characters. No problem. But then when I see people typing the shit that they type in the chat today, I'm like, how the fuck are these guys not getting timed out? Like, I'm not trying to, like, slander people, because, like, honestly, if you guys put two and two together, there's, like, a certain team that shows up on the broadcast, and people were, like, you know, typing their stuff in the Twitch chat, and, you know, I don't take part in that because I don't know the facts, alright? I don't know what's true, I don't know what's not true, I'm not gonna slander someone in another chat, especially if I don't know the facts, alright? I would rather be ignorant and not know than to dogpile on someone and it's not based on concrete 100% facts. Like, let me put it to you this way so you guys can understand simply. Let's say, for example, you know, Mac was, like, accused of doing something, alright? I'm not gonna go to someone else's chat and be like, yo, that Matt guy, he went to town and beat up some baby over some candy, alright? Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, whether someone tells me that, like, unless I see it with my own eyes in the terms of there's concrete evidence that shows he did so-and-so thing, then it's just like, you know what? It is what it is. It's just like, I can't prove it, like, I can't attest it, I can't confirm it, I'm just here, alright? But, like, the point is like, people were talking their shit in the chat today, and, like, some people were saying some, like, very, like, what's the word I'm looking for? They're saying some very unhinged shit, alright? And I'm thinking to myself, like, bro, I'm so fucking mad that I got timed out for posting Among Us guy, and then these guys are literally here typing away keyboard warriors, and, like, nothing's happening to them. At the very least, can you at least pretend there's, like, some equal freedom of speech? Like, they're literally saying things that someone did, and it's a crime, and then I'm out here posting an innocent Among Us guy? Like, come on. Like, that shit was stupid, bro. Like, that's why I hate the mods. I'm not joking. I hate the mods over there. But anyways, the rant's over.
It's the only team that has been able to play and actually be successful with this Pokemon. It's going to be Decidueye from Nouns Esports. One of the only teams, honestly, in the world that is playing this Pokemon to success is this team. And it would be kind of poetic for me to cast Decidueye.
Yes, considering your getup for today, rocking that bow tie, having the little rowlet features there, it definitely makes sense why you would love to see this Pokemon being played on that stage, being a favorite. But I don't know. Is Decidueye considered? I mean, we have, in terms of long range, Inteleon and Mew, which have looked quite powerful. Cannot deny snipe shot. But then also just the utility that Mew brings, we have seen it come out. That solar beam paired up with that light screen, can a Decidueye match up to those pair?
I mean, possibly. I think Mew has a lot more tools. Obviously, in its kit, it has the move swap. It can move to various abilities. It can even have crowd control with Surf. It has so much ability with agility. Didn't mean to rhyme that one there. But Mew is actually a Pokemon that, in my opinion, is been not picked very often. I feel like I thought it was going to be picked a lot more frequently, but we're actually seeing some surprising things like Miraidon. It's actually not super surprising for Miraidon, but another attacker in Armarouge has also had a lot of play today, Kello.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting point. The fact that we've had Armarouge come on out, whether we're actually going to see any of these attackers being selected.
Haven't seen one of the North American favorites.
In the grand finals? No.
On the side
I think this is the quarters at this point.
I myself am rocking
quarterfinals.
Ghost getup, so I would love to see some Ghost Pokemon come out. But we do have that Hooper. But over on the side of Orange Juices, we have those first picks locked in, Snorlax and Blaziken. And, well, Blaziken secure, that's something that is difficult to combat into.
Yeah, and one of the best pilots to do so, OG in the top path, most recently being picked up by the Orange Juicers this year, and what a performance he has been playing. I haven't seen him play Lucario yet this weekend. I would love to see him play that one towards the end of this tournament. Of course, they got to go through.
You know, it's kind of funny. Zugrug, at one point in history, Zugrug, Inder, and Toonslim used to be all on the same team. Now they all went their separate ways. But actually, all members, you know what's funny? All members formerly of TTV that are still active, I think they're all going to Worlds. Inder, Toon. Actually, what happened to Otter? Did that guy retire? I don't remember what happened to him, but yeah, Inder, Toon, Zugrug. Oh yeah, sorry. Inder, Otter, Toon, Zugrug. Sorry, I'm brain farting. Okay, like my brain is fried sometimes. Who else? Okay, so I know Goof retired from Pokemon Unite. He retired very early on. Who else was on TTV? Alright guys, this is your pop quiz for the game. For the day. Who were all the members of TTV? Go. You gotta name them. Who here was paying attention? Lutano, yes. He's on I Need Coaching. So he's going to Worlds. Are we missing anyone? He was. Celestial? Oh, I don't think Celestial made the cut. I don't think he's going to Worlds, is he? Okay. Lutano, Indy, Zug, Toon, and Otter, they're all going to Worlds. Rin and Goop retired. Rin was on TTV. He was also on LG at one point, by the way. Rin was on TTV and LG. At one point. Yeah, but people get canceled like every other month. The thing is, like, it didn't stop him from playing. Yeah, I think everyone, but besides the retired players, I think only Celestial's not going to be at Worlds this year. I think.
Through Nouns Esports, and boy, this is going to be an electric game, if I have to say.
Two Pokemon we actually mentioned here, the attackers, Mew, rocking that 21% win rate, but we also have Armarouge, another one of your picks that you mentioned, has come in here and there, rocking that 16% win rate.
Yeah, Armarouge has been a really...
Pick rate.
Yeah,
no, right.
Armarouge has been a really interesting Pokemon. We don't typically see this in both the ranked environment and competitive. It's a Pokemon that's honestly stand out in just this weekend. The cool thing about these international championships is that they develop metagames within just the event, and I feel like Armarouge is one of those Pokemon...
Hold on, wait! Sorry. I finished eating, but my hands were like greasy from the pizza, so I didn't want to touch my keyboard and mouse with greasy pizza fingers. Yeah. I don't know I'm not privy to the details of that stuff, but what I will say, though, is like, bro, that's part of the reason why I will never message people, in the Pokemon Unite community about, like, any sensitive stuff, because the bottom line is, I don't trust any of you. At all. Like, it goes without saying, anytime you have drama, quote-unquote, whether it's, like, legitimate stuff, or, like, quote-unquote petty drama, you know what always happens? It always goes to Twitter, and then you have people leaking screenshots of everyone else's shit. That is precisely why I have never, and I will never, DM someone or private message someone incriminating myself about doing anything. Like, even if it's able to be taken out of context, like, there's nothing anyone can do to post something about, like, something I may have said or didn't say. It's like, bro, it's like, every time I see drama, it's like, I see screenshots, and, like, these screenshots are dating back from, like, a year or several months ago, and I'm, like, every time I see that, I cringe, because it's like, bro, why do you have screenshots of someone's conversation from, like, literally, like, forever ago? Crazy.
That has seen so much playability this weekend that we haven't seen anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't get to watch their scrim, so maybe this could just be the secret key that teams
Why did Slash leave
are
LG?
holding onto. But yeah, I guess that's the thing. As teams do end up.
Well, no. So Slash is still on LG, but if you're talking about before, it's because they got penalized. I think it was Slash and Kyrios, if I'm not mistaken. They got penalized from competitive play for I think it was account sharing. No. I think so, anyways.
Watching these other teams play on stage.
Yeah, I think they had like a...
Well.
No, I think it was like Jungle Book and...
Hey, this is working out well. Let's try and adapt that, but I don't know what...
Oh, sorry, Curious and Jungle Book. Yeah.
With these teams, but I know that we have them rocking both a bird on either side. Dodrio played by Gatlu there, and Kratos has locked in that Talonflame, but it doesn't have the Hooper, which I feel like is a great combination to that Talon, especially when it's diving on in.
Yeah, might be going fly with this one. It's a little more conservative. You can get out pretty easily when you have fly on cooldown. Pretty high cooldown for both of those abilities, however. I want to go back to Gatlu on this Dodrio. It's a Pokemon we don't see very often, at least nowadays, but when they do play, expect Gatlu to be on the right sides of your screen as they are on the purple side. On the right side of those screens, harassing this Mew in the back line.
I guess that is going to have to...
Combustion.
Oh shoot, too far.
Have that world spot, so this is for all the marbles, the lion's share of the prize pool after all. But down in that bottom path we have Adesu paired up with Bruv. They need to try and get that level 4, get that Espeon, and just to see whether we have a Psyshock or a stored power Espeon this time around.
I haven't seen this in quite some time. The the matchup between an Espeon and a Mew. I feel like this is maybe a year or two ago in Pokemon Unite. You only saw these two attackers in the bottom path. Cool to see these attackers still relevant in the metagame.
I've got to say that time has definitely flown, though. The fact that we are heading on into our 4th anniversary for Pokemon Unite. I mean, I don't know how you're keeping track of this timeline, but Gatlu waiting for a dive does end up getting pushed back by that light screen, has opted for that try-attack move to try and weaken and slow down their opponents.
Yeah, it is going to be a Psyshock on Adesu, on his Espeon, really leaning into the securing tools to capture these objectives in the game, but deals a massive amount of damage in the mid to short range if they are able to land it.
Oh, the tackle from Zugrug to get themselves out of harm's way. Sometimes you just got to use it more defensively than aggressively, but we have Gatlu going back to that central area as we see a little bit of a tussle going up in the top half.
Yeah, here comes the Fletchinder, maybe able to get tuned, but here's that shield coming in from the Hoopa to help them retreat back to their tier 1 goal zone. They are able to KO the Orange Juicers there. Fletchinder going down.
Fletchinder going down.
Happy watch party day. I know I'm late.
We already have 3 levels.
I'll try to watch. I will try to watch the grand. You know what I just realized though? The grand finals is gonna be very short. Like isn't it like just one best of 5 series and then the stream just ends?
Scaling composition, Combuskin or Blaziken needs that level 7, level 8 to get the stance change, Unite move, and then same thing for Talonflame, just now entering the play at level 7, and now their Unite move in a couple more levels.
I think what's really interesting is we actually have no points on the board so far, despite Gatlu rocking this Dodrio, but instead they're looking for some potential KOs as Eldegoss gets taken down. Talonflame hasn't been knocked on out, but that is just going to delay Orange Juices a little bit more as we wait for these 720-minute birds to spawn.
Dance of the Speedsters, dance of the birds. Combuskin able to pull that wild Pokemon towards their side of the field, still struggling to get to even level 7. A fairly conservative game from either team. Level 8 on the Espeon, the first Unite move on the field.
Yeah, no Unite moves on hand for Orange Juices as they are falling behind in levels. Gatlu going back for this blue buff, looking for that level 9. That way they have 2 Unite moves on hand as these objectives are here.
2 frontiers of battle are starting to form. Attackers in the bottom path along with their defenders. Rather low or slow clear of any objectives in this bottom path, but fairly good secure from either side. A slow rip from the Orange Juicers. Gotta watch out for the Espeon.
This is so dangerous.
I don't think
I still haven't seen the Espeon. If they leash it for Espeon,
doing their best to push Flareons back to their tier 1 goal zone, and it's just Zugrug down here. Here comes Flareons in the tall grass themselves, getting an auto attack stack. Here comes the
my god.
Adesu locking in that Registeel buff for Nouns as the pressure is on. Flareon's able to grab themselves a berry, and it looks like Nouns Esports are looking to back on up, well, forced to back on up with this block.
Yeah, Orange Juicers is being pushed back to their tier 2.
Oh my god.
Well. So in terms of these two frontiers of battle, Nouns Esports is finding wins in both of them. Reggie Alecki and the Reggie Steele in the bottom path, taken by Nouns Esports.
112 points to 35 because of that push in the top path by Nouns Esports. Zugrug left all alone here with below half HP. The rest of the members scrambling about, trying to secure some wild Pokemon as they now make their way down.
112 to 35 as we just about eclipse the halfway point of the game. Orange Juicers, again, a later game scaling composition, now has a Blaziken with its Unite move, its Stance Chain's Unite move. You also have a Talonflame at level 10, but Pokemon to watch here, Dodrio, level 12, Gatlu running through the central area as we get a lot of vision of the Orange Juicers.
Bruv does have Unite move on hand if they need to go and dive on in, but the trick, Phantomflaws is going to save them. Blaziken ends up getting taken down amongst the mix as Bruv HD is pushing hard for.
Here comes the Talonflame Brave Bird, as brave as you can do it with a sweep, pulling the Orange Juicers over to the right side of the field, but Nouns Esports, here comes the fast break forward. Indy brings the team to the bottom path. Here comes Gatlu with a KO streak of 4.
Ooh.
KO for Gatlu on the Dodrio.
And this is just going to give him the chance to go and break this second tier 1 pad on the bottom. 256 to 35 points. 10 seconds left to go until that basement Reggie, but we do have that Reggie like that has popped on up as well.
Man, this Southern Reggie is going to be another frontier of battle, and Orange Juicers have been on their back foot. Be very wary of Pokemon in the tall grass, as one of my best friends loves to say. As we push on forward, the Orange Juicers needs to find a win here. Brave Birders find nothing. Regirock brought down to about 80% so far. Indy with 1 HP gets knocked out. I believe it was the Regirock bringing the boulders down.
Regirock, the paid actor in the Sky Ruins, playing up against Nouns, but we do have Orange Juicers still trying to find a way into this Regirock, as Toon is also going to try and come on in, but they end up getting
Oh, you know what I was looking at? So the Blaziken let the Regieleki crash into the top tier 2, and I was looking to see if Gatlu would actually like sacrifice his life to score those 50 points. But you have to understand, like, although it is tempting to do that, there was, now it's a 4-level difference between Dodrio and Blaziken. If they died there for those 50 points, I don't think it would be worth it. How do you feel about Nouns as a team?
As Nouns is slowly on the mini-map, making their way closer.
I think based on recent performances, they have their work cut out for them if they want to win Worlds. Let's put it that way. I don't really have an opinion about the players, but as a team, as like a competitive team, I mean, they're a top team in EU, but when it comes to international competition, they seem to always fall short.
The score a little closer to parity behind them. It looks like Bruv scored on the tier 2 goals, and the ambush by Nouns Esports might begin the final stretch early.
Yeah, 20 seconds left to go. We have Zugrug that is knocked out by Toon there, and now the chase is on. But it looks like Nouns are going to retreat, considering we are close to that Rayquaza. They do not want to overextend here.
Yeah, Orange Juicers is being forced back into their central area. Dodrio finds, I think that Blaziken in the area, already bringing them down to 50%. The Tri-Attack are doing damage. Adazu through the wall, gets the knockout. Gatlu starting the fight early.
Toon is really low here as they end up getting a power nap straight on top of it. They're able to go and get the escape. Bruv is utilizing that Rings Unbound to go and retreat, but it's Bird versus Bird. Who's got to come out on top?
That right there is huge. Gatlu losing the 1v1 to Kratos. Like, not only do they give Kratos a level, but like that's 30 seconds of Gatlu not being alive.
As that flame sweep comes on out, They're going to retreat and get ready for the next engage.
Someone call the assist team because the Claydol, I believe, got the assist there on Gatlu with their Dodrio. They are still on a cooldown timer, waiting to return back into the game. 307, 117. Most of Nouns Esports is still in the central area.
Rayquaza is slowly getting chicked at by OG, but the fight is going to continue as the Desu is really low. They're able to take down the Talonflame once again. Rayquaza getting below half HP. This is going to be Orange Juice's chance to make a comeback if they can get this secure.
Oh, and the capture going to
Rayquaza getting below half HP. This is going to be Orange Juice's chance to make a comeback if they can get this secure.
Oh, and the capture.
Oh my god.
The Orange Juicers finding some life here in game number 1. They have to get these scores in. Take a look at the right side of your screen here as OG is still forced back to their side of the field. They don't have enough points, Kello.
They don't have enough points, but Blaziken still has their shield. Gatlu is just going to make it a little bit more harder for them, being able to go and dunk in all of these little points. Orange Juicers have identified that, going to chase them off. But we can see down on that mini screen using that triple, breaking that goal, and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Gatlu.
OG and Roland have their Rayquaza shields.
Sudden death, Pokemon Unite here. 2 shields for the Orange Juicers. A full top path to work with. Rolling it down, needs to get this done here in the top path. Mew,
Oh, that's huge. Huge.
Some invincibility. Here comes the Brave Bird. Can they get some scores in? 90 points. Bang! Tier 2 down. Scoring on the Tier 2 in the bottom path. Hoopa scoring behind them. And this might be Orange Juicers' time to win game 1.
Hold your breaths, everyone. We're actually not sure who ended up winning that match. Well, I'm not sure. As we can see a little bit of confusion. There goes the scoreboard.
That is a heartbreaker.
Orange Juicers with 400.
And you know what's rough? Up until the last 2 minutes, like up until the last point, like Gatlu was playing so well, but then he died in 2 separate instances, which like arguably cost the game. Like it's not solely his fault, but at the same time, like when he got 1v1 by Kratos, like the Talonflame, and then he also died top lane, scoring 3 points, 3 to break the goal, and they didn't even get to like utilize it properly. Like I think they were trying to break the goal so that Hoopa could, you know, portal onto the home goal, but they didn't even get to do that. So like you lost the biggest asset to your team for 3 points, or technically 6 because of the double multiplier, but like,
Orange side here, that's the best place for them to be.
oh man.
As you can see, even though they were able to get that win, a little flustered is the Orange
And
Juicers. But
even with
what a mountain they've had to climb.
them scoring with Rayquaza shields, it was less than a 50-point difference too. Less than 50 points.
Common thing that we have
That is,
time again, Draku,
oh
is
man.
There is a ray, there is a way, and Orange Juice is demonstrating that, identifying that they needed to go and defend their pads instead of pushing on forth, saving their shields, and going in as a team effort.
Yeah, I would say preserving those shields was a very dangerous game.
Some wild Pokemon.
Orange Juicers, Nouns Esports, again in a best of 3 situation here. It's definitely going to be a cat and mouse game between these two. That Dodrio trying to get to that Sylveon in the back line. Same thing with Toon. With these.
Oh, you know what's funny? Let me rewind for a second. You know what's funny is like when I was watching some of the matches off stream, I read a comment in the chat saying like, why does Toon Slim always like Toon, like short for Toon Slim, but like there was a comment in the chat at some point that said like, why does Toon always look so angry or upset? And it's funny because in the picture they have of him, it's like the one time he's actually smiling.
Definitely going to be a cat and mouse game between these two. That Dodrio trying to get to that Sylveon in the back line. Same thing with Toon.
And whoever ends up winning this set here is going to go up against a Revelation. But Nouns Esports are over on the purple. Orange Juicers once again on the orange side.
Rocking some pretty cool holowares as they maneuver up to the top path. We got Superhero Psyduck, and maybe this is what Nouns Esports needs to get back into this game. They need a hero, and wow, Indy to be that person would be pretty poetic.
We'll have to see if they go from 0 to hero here, as they do manage to secure some wild Pokemon for themselves, but OG isn't fussed for the moment. They have 18 Aeos energy on hand.
0 to hero, it's definitely not a Palafin I see in the top path. Another water type Pokemon, a little bit more derpy. Really nice confirm there for Nouns Esports. It looks like both birds in the central area now maneuvering to this bottom path.
We do have these Bunnelbees still waiting, and it looks like Nouns are going to secure those before those 850.
Okay, let me pause it for a second. One thing I actually found out, and I only found this out because of Poncho. There is a delay on the stream. So when Poncho to be specific, he's someone that passes by through the chat every now and then, and we were talking because like he was sending me a picture of the crowd in the NAIC just to show me like how big it is. But when we were talking with each other, he mentioned to me that the time, like the game that he was watching live in person at NAIC versus what we were seeing on broadcast, the times are not live. Like there's like a minute and a half delay between what you see on the stream and what's actually happening in like the live broadcast, which is actually pretty interesting.
Birds, but in this middle section here, Kratos has decided to grab themselves a speed berry, unable to land any of those try attacks on Gatler.
Mirroring each other as they maneuver to the top path. Small healing there. Really nice ability there from Indy as the rest of the team of Orange Juicers able to get most of that wild Pokemon captured. Here comes the Swift Swim, Headache Gauge proc, and Goodbye first to fall.
Yeah, gets knocked down. Nouns Esports are looking to push their luck as Bruv and Gatlu are heading towards the bottom path, leaving once again Indy and Toon to deal with this Blissey. And, well, Alola Ninetales has actually retreated. Yeah, level 5 in the Alola Ninetales pretty fast on their stage 2 evolution. Just like the evolutions, they get that evolution at level 4 with both abilities.
EPC is super safe company. Ain't no way they're gonna stream live. It's always delayed.
A game very similar to game number 1. 0 points on the board. 2 minutes have already.
How's it going, Sheepy?
Yeah, we saw this earlier.
30-old man can dream. I'm 50 years old, Manny. 50. I'm pushing on 51.
But those birds are going to get soaked on up by Orange Juicers. Nouns a little bit too late to the party.
As we see Orange Juicers moving down to the bottom path, a couple of their members pivoting up to the top path, chasing down, I believe, Indy on the Psyduck. 3 on 2 in this bottom path, and Psyduck, unfortunately, the hero, not this time.
We do have a Toon here looking to defend this goal. As
just because I look young doesn't mean I am young. I'm gonna be a skeleton sooner than you are.
Soak up some more wild Pokemon experience.
It's gonna be a discharge
just in case Spriggles goes crazy and starts dropping F-bombs, they gotta keep a delay.
You can get some pretty magnificent and spectacular.
Can you imagine?
Able to pull someone with a discharge. Bruv going on forward, pushed into a wall by that Blizzard, is going to be the first to fall.
Yeah, and that's the thing, when that Blizzard hits the wall, it's able to just get that continuous damage, the freeze on their opponents. But so far, we have a level 8 Blaziken on the field, so that ability to switch up their movesets. No Unite moves on the side for Orange Juicers just yet.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful for the Orange Juicers here. They're going for a faster rip on the Registeel, but their team really lacking on any sort of secure. Gatlu continuing the HP bar on the Registeel, brought down to 30% already. The only one down here is Zugrug, and is forced back to their goal zones. They are going to evacuate this bottom path, and Roland as well.
Well, Roland ended up doing what they needed to do with that 28 points in that bottom tier 1 pad, so they no longer have 0 points on the board. But heading on,
I wonder if Latios and Latias are going to be available for Worlds. You guys think? So it's confirmed that Latios and Latias are both arriving for the 4th anniversary of Pokemon Unite, which is the last week of July.
Another fight breaking out in the central area. 2-on-1. Alola Ninetales down.
Worlds is in August, the 2nd week of August. I wonder if that's enough time for people, like, for them to allow Latios and Latias into Worlds. I kind of hope so. It would make things spicy. Like, I personally doubt it, but I would like it. Like, here's the thing, guys. To make competitive UCS more exciting, I really wish they would just not ban new Pokemon. Like, just let everything, like, leave everything playable. That's it.
Potentially push this forward, but Bruv in the bottom path doesn't really have a front line. Daisy going to be using that floor.
Panda Express ad? I don't see Panda Express ads.
Yeah, the sight eye to ward them back. Adesu with the chase, the 3 KO streak. The points are going to raid on it, and that is going to be a 37.
Yeah, they banned Rapidash, but like the fact that they did it before, literally like 24 hours before the tournament is so stupid. It is so dumb.
100 points as we eclipse the halfway point of the game. OG going for a 1v1 against Adesu. It's a really interesting 1v1 potential there. Two very bulky Pokemon in their own right. Both teams right now just posturing up to potentially push this bottom path. Indy's going to get a lot of vision for the team. Bruv peeling away from their supportive Pokemon. Another objective, it is going to be another Roulette Reggie in the bottom path.
Heading on into this next fight, we can see that Nouns Esports have the 2 Unite moves on hand, but Orange Juices have a lot more resources on hand. But otherwise,
fine, I guess you are my little pod champ.
OG that's
Come here.
up at Bruv. Go in with that power nap to get the stun, but OG is still left standing.
Got pulled by the Psychic as well. Reggie Rock brought down to 30% already. Again, really good confirmation tools here. Here's the Alola Ninetales. It's just too late as the Blaziken once again overheat the confirmation tool of choice.
It's pretty strong. Rapidash is pretty strong, I will not lie to you. Like, a good Rapidash player is super annoying to deal with.
And they also get knocked down amongst the mix.
Blissful assistance from the Blissey into this livid, outrage, raging dragon, but it is a 1v4. They cannot.
Like, it has a targeted like, I hate the fact that Smart Strike is a targeted 1-second stun. Like, at least make it like a dash, like something similar to like Zacian's Play Rough hitbox rather than a point and click stun. Like, it's so stupid.
As we have a minute 30 left to go until the final stretch. Toon heading up to this Reggie Alecki on their lane. We can see on the mini-map that Indy is looking to come and support them.
A moment of reprieve, 1 minute before the final stretch. 204, 102, multiplying their score by 2 exactly. It is more than a 1.
Oh no, Toon! It reset.
As you can see on the mini-map, Orange Juicers making a move in the bottom path, breaking that goal zone. Reggie Alecki easily going over to Nouns Esports. It's going to bounce to the T2. Adesu getting vision for the team.
Still 50 seconds left to go until this Rayquaza. Orange Juicers do have the shred on hand, especially with this Garchomp. Nouns are aware of this and said they're going to go and take position in this chokehold. Toon just poking the bear. That is Kratos. Well, they're a bird, not a bear.
Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be that Blaziken. It is going to be pivotal for the Orange Juicers to take down this Pokemon specifically. It's the best securing tool on the side of Orange Juicers. Their tool is maybe the Alola Ninetales, and that's just about it. Maybe a Blissful Assistance. They do find out Toon here.
Ooh!
Right attack combination there will get the knockdown.
That is a huge pick.
Positional advantage, more points going into the tier 2. Kratos is going to bring the score lead over to them, and it is a close game.
That is huge.
204 to 234 as we are heading on into this final stretch. Rayquaza has appeared. Overheat doesn't end up landing on anyone. Brav being able to catch out Flareon, pushing up against the wall.
Blaziken just got melted in full CC. Garchomp is pulling though. Ninetales uniting, didn't really hit anyone. Bliss assistance on the Garchomp. Hopping Unite move.
Here comes the livid outrage trying to find Toon in the backline. Can they get that knockdown? No, it's too fast, and the teams will go to parity once again.
OG knows what they have to do is to rip, but they need to try and...
That was super messy.
The lead here, but
Blaziken's coming back though. Everyone burned Unite move, but Blaziken is Blaziken.
Either side, even though we have the Blaziken, but oh my gosh, the isolation onto Zugrug, they're able to make it on out though.
Here's the second attempt to rip the Rayquaza, brought down to 50%. This time might be it.
Uh-oh.
This is what dreams are made
Uh-oh.
on. Now
Uh-oh.
Fine, I guess you are my little pod champ. Come here.
That is a team wipe on the side of Nouns Esports. They're unable to go and stop these goals as these condos are going to raid on through Orange Juicers, being able to take down Nouns in a 2-0 sweep. we have the Blaziken, but oh my gosh, the isolation onto Zugrug. They're able to make it on out though.
Here's the second attempt to rip the Rayquaza, brought down to 50%. This time might be it. This is what dreams are made on. Nouns Esports life is on the line, and I think that second attempt to rip the Rayquaza, brought down to 50%. This time might be it. This is what dreams are made on. Now
Blaziken didn't use their overheat. Either that or they canceled it early. Let me see. I'm looking at Blaziken specifically. There's the Focus Blast. Okay, Fire Punch.
this time might be it.
I think they just used it right there. If I'm not mistaken, it looks like they used it and then they canceled it. Maybe they thought they did it too early.
Here's the second attempt to rip the Rayquaza, brought down to 50%. This time might be it.
Like, it looked like they used it right there and then it canceled like immediately.
This is what dreams.
And they get bubble beamed. Then there's the Blizzard Avalanche. I can't. They're literally on the Rayquaza itself. I can't even see that. Yeah, and then the Blizzard gets it. You think Owl stocks are up after this tourney? Considering how many people were playing Talonflame and other dive-oriented junglers? No, I don't think so.
That was the Alolan Ninetales with the Sakir Flareons finding his MVP moment.
That is a team wipe on the side of Nouns Esports there.
Also, I don't know if anyone ever questioned this, but why is this guy wearing a Santa hat in the summer? Am I the only one that's wondering why this guy in Orange Juicer is wearing a Santa hat? This guy's ready for Christmas.
Orange Juicers being able to take down Nouns in a 2-0 sweep because, I mean...
He's gifting wins to his team.
740, well, that's a tough mountain to climb.
That is a tough mountain to climb indeed, and they are going to be sending EU's only representative here, the North American International Championships, home.
I feel like my first game of the day is usually my worst game. I definitely did nothing the first game at all. We still won though, but
it was so sad when they lost to Ray in the game before.
Obviously been waiting all
yeah. I mean, they lost Ray both times.
And then you'll get an earlier match next time, so you don't have to worry about that. Trust
me,
I mean,
I think the most heartbreaking game, the worst way to lose the game is through a Rayquaza flip.
And I got a chance to ask that to Kratos earlier.
Especially when it's a close game, because like when it's a close game and you lose Rayquaza, it's probably over unless you're just able to break shields.
The Peru LG match would you like to face in the grand finals? Because there is some history there, obviously.
Yeah, we need to beat Peru for once, I think. But you know, I think LG would be cool too, and all in NA grand finals at NAIC. So that'd be cool. But we need to beat Peru, man.
Yeah, a little bit of history, I think, between you and Peru. And then I got to ask, of course, there.
Yeah, so Orange Juicers versus Revelation, and then Peru Unite. So I've watched these two. And, oh boy. This was like Monka, bro. I'll say that. That's all I'll say, Monka. Monka Papega.
Which player are you most afraid of?
None of them.
Absolutely none of that. And then same question for you. Any player that you're going to be maybe targeting in this draft?
I'm scared of Sea-Dog, Celestial.
Sea-Dog. Alrighty, everybody. That is going to conclude our head-to-head interview. Can we get a handshake? Can we get a high five? Can we get a fist bump? All right, and back to the
crowd gets a free plushie sometimes.
Yeah, every once in a while. You know, everybody should show up to all of the in-person events because maybe Pikatif will throw a plushie in your direction. I did hear nobody caught it, which is pretty funny, but
I saw someone retrieve it very quickly.
Okay.
I was in the audience. I was not within range. Some would say maybe it was my jumping.
Personalities are really close.
Yeah, but match does. Only one championship.
I want
award.
someone to throw a plushie at me. I'll take it.
Their tournament performance today looking like they are very eligible for that spot.
It's so exclusive, I think even we're not invited, to be 100% honest. That's how it works. But here we go, bans for our first game, and this will be, I believe, a 3 out of 5 set as we move into semifinals. So some targeted bans there. That Dodrio, certainly one of the most interesting ones.
Yeah, first time that Pokemon is banned in our tournament. So a hard call out to what Kratos has been playing in that central area just moments ago. Revelation gonna have a few options, but that Blaziken that was so phenomenal for Linear earlier is going to be banned by the very team themselves. That does mean Dispenza gets their hands on the Suicune though.
Oh, such a nice pick to be able to pick up as the first, or as like your second pick.
Tune in next time to Dragon Ball Z to find out. I'm just kidding.
Special attackers to be able to grab, but Flareon's potentially on the Mew. Okay, that one. Well, that's still up.
Wait, Flareon's is wearing a Santa hat too? Bro, do you got like a Christmas in the summer theme going on that I'm not aware of?
So I have to admit,
Do I need to start wearing a Santa hat too whenever I start stream?
In that first pick spot over the Snorlax, which feels like such a phenomenal pick for Pikadiff, and more importantly, you're taking it away from Sugrug. But this Inteleon was
They had 2 Santas? Goddamn, bro.
Games in their quarterfinal matchup, but of course, Orange Juicer's throwing a curveball and picking Leafeon Buzzwole in that second pick spot, meaning that Zugrug is going to return to the Lapras.
I feel like the Buzzwole was the most interesting pick there, where maybe you could have taken away that Snorlax instead, but I do really like the Lapras, especially considering the fact that there's the Inteleon on the other side, so maybe that was the...
It's going to be a Psyduck attacker, is what we
Water Bear or Shifu?
Game. Very interesting. It will still have EXP share, I think.
I imagine with this build.
Need to significant
about these
world spots.
Game number 1 of our semifinals, Orange Juicers versus Revelation.
Gotta see which of these
So because it's semifinals, it's a single
these teams really wanted. North America obviously putting on a pretty good show this weekend.
Sorry.
Aside from the fact
Excuse me. There's no losers bracket, but when they go to the semifinals,
which is a ridiculous thing to
they switch it up from a best of 3 to a best of 5.
teams is going to come out on top.
A very interesting.
Why they always pick Lapras? Bless ya, thank ya. Thank you.
But they're going into a Suicune
Because they just love sea otters. They went to SeaWorld and they're like, you know what? Now I gotta play this Pokemon forever.
Flareons with the invade. Well, technically the double invade now. And I mean, I would love to see just how that one's going. Gonna get some nice scores there. But yeah.
I'm gonna say this right now. If I was watching this live, I think I would mold at the camera guy. The camera guy, girl, they, them, he, she, non-binary, like, I don't care. Like, whoever is managing this camera, I swear to you, like, I'm gonna lose my mind. Because I'm watching the VOD right now, and, like, let me put it to you this way. Like, you have a jungle invade, alright? You have a 2 versus 2 jungle invade, and then for whatever reason, instead of looking at what happens here, they decide to go look at someone scoring in a 2v1. Who fucking cares, bro? It's a 2v2 fight, and you literally just said, nah, you know what? I'm not gonna watch the fight anymore. I'm just gonna watch someone mindlessly scoring.
And I mean, I would love to see just how that one's going.
And you know what's even crazier? Someone died in that 2v2.
Yeah, look at this. Double
now I'll never know what happens.
At the moment, I see only one buff taken in their own center area, so we can assume there was a steal.
Just maul the cameraman.
Taking all that EXP. The one backdrop is that they won't get any knockouts this early. They're loving to stack up that Excel Bracer, so going to be shallow on that. But of course, taking away both those buffs, so important. Mostly because we still got a Kubfu on Celeste.
Yeah, that really needs to evolve. You can see it's kind of at the gatekeep spot where it's got a ton of the, like one big, either like a KO or one really nice wild Pokemon, and it could...
Bro, look at that poor Kubfu, man. It ain't jungle invaded again. They might not even hit level 5, maybe.
So, Roland and Kratos on this
no, they just hit it, okay.
Flareon sort of playing the backup all the way out here. Grassthorn hits multiple targets. Roland lines up a ton of damage. Aegislash will be trying to join Lunaire, trying to get some of that EXP. But Flareons and Roland are going to be making the way out of the fight.
To be honest, Psyduck with a Confe on it might be the most invincible thing in this game.
Yeah, it already was. It feels like, a cherry on top.
Yeah, you don't even need the Confe at that point. But that is a great way to help Flareons just get out of there. Actually, more so it was helping Roland get out of there, right?
Yeah,
if we're being 100% honest.
Yes.
Pikachu very, very low going down to the bottom path. It seems like everybody's going to kind of split up back to their paths, and not a whole lot to farm in the center for now. The Urshifu has evolved, and Flareons once again just getting out barely, as is the classic with Psyduck.
Yeah, this has been so fantastic to keep Revelation's top path carry and central area in check, but reminder, just a Lapras and a Psyduck are not a lot to write home and secure, so Oblivion almost at level 7 already on this Inteleon, which they have apparently been infamous for in our tournament, even eliciting some bans.
That's we just haven't gotten a chance to see it. It's just the knowledge, right?
Exactly.
Is everything. So we are going to see a pretty big push down here. The heavy slam
Ooh,
landing.
nice snipe.
Shot. Thank you for the example. Another snipe shot landing as nobody can quite get out of there. There's going to be a pretty significant amount of damage back, but it's mostly to Pikachu. Oh, we are going to see those Celestial get taken down, and that's a great counter KO at least for the side of Revelation.
Cruel and unusual.
Oh, you know what's pretty interesting? I just noticed this right now, but Kratos on the Leafeon went,
just barely thought they could have gotten away, but no such luck.
I forget the name. They didn't go Aerial Ace. They went the other move. I forget the name of the move, though.
By the Whirlpool, though, as they take that KO. Snorlax.
Ooh, Lapras with the secure.
Pulse from Lapras. That takes it. Sweet Kiss, bringing them both in. What a huge pull as Sugrug and Roland and Psyduck. They might be defenders, they might be supports, but they are absolutely causing some carnage.
Garchomp ban? That's rare.
This is looking really
It's a little uncommon, yeah.
Pikachu is just like, please, leave me alone.
The spinny grass move, yeah. I forget the name of the move. But they went that move instead of Aerial Ace.
Oh, I really like this. Pikachu with some really great routing over into the center area, saying, you know what, if you're going to attack me, maybe I'll do a little bit of damage to your own Pokemon, maybe I can steal it away, maybe I'll just waste a little bit more of your time. And currently, still going for a little bit of a chill stroll, finally put to sleep, literally as it lands from the heavy slam. Do like to see that. But in the meantime, Regieleki up top, not being really attacked quite yet. Lunar will be the first one there, Celestial as well. Regieleki getting burned down so quickly, and honestly, that freeze from Dispenza is going to keep OG away pretty much in time to not even be able to challenge that last hit.
Kind of shocked OG didn't make a faster push. With no level 9 on the Aegis Slash, they don't have that coup de grace unite to first secure it, but they do have that Emerald 2-step. Kratos pulling in all the way there, so the Sweet Kiss will be even more impactful. Does get knocked out by Pikachu. Roland absorbs that snipe shot. What a play from the Confe. There's two. What a
Damn, Roland is doing a really good job of body blocking, I will say that. I think they body blocked 2 snipe shots from hitting Leafeon. And they're timing their... Like, they're detaching as comfy at, like, the optimal time to do so as well.
One of the lowest skill expression Pokemon in the game, but when you get to the highest level of Confe, I think it's extremely high. I think the highest level of play of Confe is amazing to see. I remember, I think the first time I ever really saw that and realized that in my brain was watching Inder play Confe, and I'm like, oh, wow, like you can be so smart as a player on this Pokemon. When when I play it, I'm AFK and I'm watching shows and I'm winning ranked matches, but that's not how you're supposed to play it. All right, a fight down on bottom as we're going to be pushing through.
Wow, OG having a perfectly timed eject button to dodge multiple sources of crowd control in that situation. They're able to bail. Big attack by Kratos. So again, that Confe pocket doing them favors, but what a response from Pikachu.
They just got wiped. And Lapras wasn't he? Oh, Lapras, what are you doing, buddy? Lapras, stop.
Coming in to try and defend, but once again, Snorlax is so good.
Yeah.
We've seen that all day. I mean, that's like a common thing for years, but standing behind the goal zone, pushing everybody back, saying you can't even try to defend this goal zone. You are physically incapable of reaching it, and doing a good job of breaking it, and they needed those points.
Imagine if he had goal zone hacker.
Oh, that's the new meta.
Yeah, they'd lose the match. Okay, we're going to be rotating up towards the Regieleki very soon. Very likely, Orange Juicers obviously having a bit of an advantage in that way.
Maybe he doesn't wanna. They need to.
Gives you a safe place to retreat to, not to mention a bit of a quicker rotation. But it will be Revelation, the first ones to strike. OG, again, just playing very patiently, comfortable in their ability to defend against the Regieleki, ever defensive OJ.
Wow, they burned that down so incredibly incredibly quickly, and now I'm sure they want to just continue to burn down the enemy team. That's going to be 1 KO. Orange Juicers is going to lose OG as they're going to continue to push through. Kratos with the one currently with the Comfey on it is going to be jumping around, but Roland not going to be able
What
to
time does
defend all that.
I just want to make sure that the broadcast starts at the same time because I know it's going to be a shorter broadcast tomorrow. So let me just double check.
Can Celestial escape? Probably not, especially with Zugrug coming in as well. But oh my goodness, hold on a minute. Oh, that was an inch from winning that. Holy
jeez, yeah, you knock out the Leafeon, and obviously you got to deal with the Comfey right after. And normally, I think DukeSex would call that a BOGO deal. I don't think so when Roland's playing it right now. It is still a hot contention battle. But either way, Orange Juicers able to rally back. They do lose that gold zone, though. So with that transition, Revelation will gain the points momentum.
I might miss the finals today. I want to reschedule, please. It's Father's Day. Why do we have the grand finals on a Father's Day?
But Registeel now being challenged, Pikatif moving forward and just building space. Ooh, that snipe shot was an inch from connecting. A really good call, but they are just going to bring down this Registeel like they've been doing for pretty much every single objective to secure not super strong Orange Juices. Registeel will go down once again to a snipe shot. Everybody getting caught in the middle. OG going down. Flareon's going to have to try and escape. Kratos really going greedy, trying to take down as many as they possibly can, but a great freeze is going to allow them to turn around. Unite coming out from the coast.
The fact that Kratos lived was insane. Lapras is backcapping. But like they're so low that they need to reset, and I think that right there might like
make it a pretty good scenario out of it. They do get 100 points in that tier 2. They had a Celestial versus Zugrug 1v1. Went in the favor of Celestial, but we still got 100 points in. Rayquaza already halfway down. Aegislash in prime position right now, looking for the secure. Snipe shot should be available, and it will go to Revelation.
I think the real MVP there is the Snorlax, by the way. Look at Snorlax and look at what they're doing to Leafeon and Comfey. So, despite the fact that everyone's in the pit right there, like, Snorlax is literally just making sure that Leafeon can't get inside the pit with the Comfey and the Sweet Kiss. Like, they literally just got stuck in between the block and the wall, which is so funny, but, like, so cringe at the same time. And there was, like, 0%... So, you guys have to understand, like, if Leafeon gets in there for the Sweet Kiss, it'll basically stun everyone for a brief amount of time. Like, it'll charm them. And whether or not they get the request, like, they're basically just like, help me, step bro, I'm stuck. And yeah. They get in after it's already gone. Yikes, yikes, yikes. But also, keep in mind, like, Lapras went for the back cap, and although it put OG in the lead, or sorry, OJ, like, they were so late. Like, Lapras is the third person on the team to get there, but technically they're the sixth person to get there. Like, Rayquaza's already at less than half HP by the time they reset and come back. I don't know about that, like... I don't know, like, was it worth it is the question. Like, would Lapras being there sooner have made a difference? Maybe, maybe not.
That was, I mean, exactly how you wanted that to go. Flareon's sad in the pip, down on bottom, scoring their 8 points, turning into 16, while these, I don't know, 500 points turn into almost 1,000 from the side of Revelation. That was an awkward engage for sure. That's the best thing that I can say. Like you said, Orange Juicers turned that situation into something pretty good for them, but Revelation turned that situation that wasn't as good for them into really good positioning.
Yeah, I'd say pretty good, but not great. Yeah, they're able to get dunks, but they do have to really use this water. Phenomenal, just until it wasn't. After that, the Urshifu and Aegislash just kind of scaling a little bit too far ahead where they couldn't catch up any longer. I do think a Psyduck first pick is a fantastic choice. We are going to see the Suicune locked in on the other side, though. The Blissey, the Garchomp bands, you got to expect to be dealing with some kind of top-level threat. So now we have Orange Juicers, a chance to respond. I really think you should be picking up the Snorlax in this position if you're OG.
I mean, the Dodrio is more of a target ban. Blissey and Blaziken are just general bans, just because they're strong. Garchomp, I mean,
be a pretty similar pick.
You just take away the strong late game carry, hyper carry, but
Right, but I do still think that picking away Snorlax is still a great choice. Especially, I do feel like Picadiff as a player is particularly good with Snorlax. In my opinion, I think it's just one of those ones where you just want to take it away. I mean, he's been really good at Umbreon as well in the past, but Umbreon not in the meta at the moment, so I'm really curious as to where they would
I've been betting Suicune every game. That motherfucker too annoying.
make that choice, so I'm talking entirely in hypotheticals.
All right, well, Kratos is going to have one of their birds banned. They will remain on the other. So the Talonflame going to be locked in. Flareon's believing in the Mew. And you better believe I also believe in said Mew. I have taken some pretty big L's to it this weekend.
No, you won. But that's true.
I remember this game. I remember this game from start to finish. And this game was a heartbreaker. Like, I was actually like, my jaw dropped. I was watching this in a Discord call when I was with X and Howie, I think. And when I watched this game live, like, bro, my jaw hit the floor. I picked it up, reattached it, and then it hit the floor again.
Yeah, I don't think Celestial liked being cub food 7 minutes. No, I think he's thinking it's time to swap that up, locking in the Absol, Excel Bracer, Razor Claw, Scopelets, and that X attack. Very spicy battle item that is going to be a terrifying Unite move, specifically if you were a wild Pokemon named Rayquaza. I would watch out for it because that is a devastating amount of damage.
Another thing that I really liked as we were just watching them for a moment was Dispenza on the support Suicune. And that was something that I said that we didn't really get a chance to see a lot of this weekend. We saw a lot of just attacker Suicune, which obviously extremely strong as well. But I'm a really big fan of the support Suicune. You see it has the Cursed Incense as well, just that it can help with any sort of healing. But there was just so many situations where Dispenza was able to control the pace of the match, stop people from being where they wanted to be. It really showed the value.
I feel like you should go for Gold Badge Suicune. What do you think?
Defender Suicune if you
No.
wanted to, and it would work out pretty well.
N-O. No.
Pokemon that fits into
No.
so many roles, and I would say one of
Yes.
the best fits for it is winning games. It has done phenomenally at filling up that position. But okay, here we go.
Because that's a cringe Pokemon.
Between Orange Juicers and Revelation.
And no. To the no.
Best of 5, game 2.
And
hell
if
no.
a set to lose the first game in, this is the one you want to lose the first game.
I don't know. I don't have a reason.
So Orange Juicers are going to have to make that adaptation. But Revelation, I feel like they're on so much momentum.
I do not have a reason. But when I think of one, I'll let you know.
Right now, though, it looks like
I'll have to put you under a Genjutsu, then you leave me no choice.
Look for the secure, but again, that's
okay.
Early. Such a devastating threat for the Buzzwole to deal with. They do have the backup of Roland on Psyduck this time around, so a lot more crowd control, a little less healing though.
Ooh, this is very close. Oh yeah, wow. Oh my goodness, I was about to say there.
Oh my god.
Get a pick right there if they're gonna walk up that
Here comes the Absol. Absol's here. Oh, you're dead.
I guess it's not gonna matter because Celestial's still gonna pick up a KO. A fight on bottom as well. Rare to see kind of big fights on both sides.
Oh my Jesus.
Teams just really want this win a double.
You're not respecting the Absol, son. You're not respecting the Absol.
We often see rotations to the same path, but Celestial is going to get a few KOs, not to mention Lunaria is going to be way closer to Aegislash than they were in our last game.
This is a scary flank situation. Oh, this is not what you want, but having to back out, Celestial only connecting on Zugrug. By the way, the passive is going to be great.
Damn, Sean the Absol lover? Fuck Absol. I'm just kidding.
Dispenza, not anything gained from the side of Revelation.
Jeez, a level 5 Fletchinder was trying to recall in that tall grass, and Oblivion just fell Stinger 2. Pikatif read him like a book. A bird watcher of a Snorlax tackles them. They do still make it away, I think only at the Drizzile. No sniper.
Hail to the no.
Orange Juicers thanking their lucky stars about that one.
Yeah, that was almost a disaster.
Yeah.
There's nothing scarier than being found when you're backing. But now a little bit.
Wait, do I still have an open horn?
8-minute mark XP, and I think Roland is going to be added to that list of experience. Ooh, Kratos as well going to add to that experience. Looks like maybe they were able to steal away a little bit of it, but a little bit of a run-in one-at-a-time situation for the side of Orange Juicers. They are finally doing some damage, but it's a scary situation, and they gave up a whole lot, considering the fact that, I'm sorry, who was on Revelation? Oh, it was Celestial has the Excel Bracer, right?
Yeah, exactly. So on that Absol, every single KO or assist will just be scaling up their attack damage even more. already a terrifying thing to see. Revelation playing really well against this Talonflame. Every single time we see that Brave Bird, this team scatters. Do not want to see those aerial ace resets whatsoever. So this team is going north, south, west, and east anytime these team fights are popping off.
And I do like the aerial ace choice as they're going to be moving in, though. Still, I was about to say wide guard.
Ooh, the Aegis Slash outplay. Oh my god. That was dirty.
Certainly nothing. Aegis Slash, such a good Pokemon. They're waiting as long as they possibly can. They're making sure that they can get the max overdunk, which is going to be 25. So a pretty decent lead for Revelation. I won't say it's strong until it's at least 100, but they're going to take a Regieleki going towards the tier 2 goal zone as well, right on top of that.
What a flip of the script from game 1 into game 2. I mean, early game could not be more different. Revelation controlling the entire map, the EXP race, and even the points, albeit rather small. So far, this Regieleki walking towards this tier 2. Talonflame trying to cut them off.
Oh, the flame sweep.
Bro, Talonflame keeps falling for the same thing. They keep Brave Birding the sword. And it went in. Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. Bro, but like Talonflame keeps falling for the same thing. They keep Brave Birding the Aegis Slash, and then they get CC'd by the wide guard. Like literally, like the exact same thing happened like less than a minute ago.
Does result in a whole lot of points for Revelation. OJ kind of sitting there scratching their heads about how to come back in this game. Electro Ball and some mage damage from Mew might be a good way to get it started. Celestial pulled one to Psyduck, and they're deleted.
Ooh, nice pick on the Absol though.
That's actually a huge
That's a huge pick. Good experience.
Of Revelation at 11. We're just now meeting another level 11 on Aegis Slash, but that's going to be a great amount of EXP for users who are still significantly behind. Maybe an attempt to heavy slam steal here. Not going to be close enough. And so Pika Diff might be going down as well. No, I don't know. That's a mix-up. I don't know if I'm going to guess that one. Snipe Shot just going barely short of hitting Zugrug. Another Snipe Shot barely short of Flareon. So a pretty good escape. I'm sorry, I love seeing the Pokemon fly up into the air with that one.
And look at the effect of this early game lead. In any other world, with that Registeel buff, Orange Juicers is making
oh, bro. Talonflame is not having a good game right now. I'll tell you that much. I feel like every time they try to go aggressive, they're just instantly dead. The other two times against the sword. This time they tried to go on the Absol. Then Absol just popped Cycle Cut, Unite Move, and they just died instantly. I mean, the good news is they got some comeback experience though. Like now they're good on levels. They actually pulled ahead in terms of levels.
This time around, landing so many last time, but oh my, there you go. Okay, yeah, there. As they're being dove by the Brave Bird or by the bird, and now the Buzzwole as well. They're just getting dove by everybody. They do manage to find that KO on the Inteleon, so the snapshots will not exist anymore, at least for a little while. Absol though, and Suicune more than a strong enough front line to be able to hold off this push.
We've been seeing a lot of fights like that from Orange Juicers throughout this matchup. Just really aggressive pushes while not having numbers advantage because they're playing from behind. If they can steal a KO or something like that, the comeback experience would be phenomenal, and the risk is actually not that high on the other side. I think the problem, or maybe the criticism, is that we've seen a lot of those throughout this matchup, even when we were at parity. So Revelation's been punishing so far, and it looks like we're going to continue to do so in the scoring race as yet.
Oh, Talonflame!
Kratos goes for an extremely late Brave Bird.
That was
oh my gosh, bro. Talonflame is like on tilt mode, bro. I'm sorry, like what am I watching? Jesus.
Remind that. It just feels like me trying to play on like OC servers and get a final hit on something. But they are.
Bro, they're lagging, man. They're lagging.
Getting out of this one for free.
I can't wait to see Luca. Luca, these nuts. Haha, got him.
Wow, barely avoids getting KO'd by Flareons by an inch. We're going to see Flareon's, okay, finally going to be able to make that happen, but maybe trading his own life. You're going to hit a bunch of people potentially with this Unite. Great escape from Celestial. Does get picked up by someone else, though. I do have to, though, you know, commend the mobility.
The context of knowing what move Flareon's now is equipped is so funny. That whole time they were chasing around, they had coaching, and they're like, please, somebody join me so I can get out of this situation. Great secure and rally back by Orange Juicers. So signs of life from this OJ team. Still falling behind. They have a minute until the final stretch to get some levels back and hopefully swing a team fight in their way. Revelation, on the other hand, are already thinking about what it's going to look like to be in Championship Sunday with this 1-0 advantage. Want to push it to 2.
Believe it or not, Orange Juicers have the level lead now, which is wild to say. They did hit their 13s first, they hit their 12s first.
Wow, Buzzwole missing the eject point, but it doesn't matter. Flarion's able to get the snipe on that Mew, and now OG is going to be taking down Dispenza. There is 20 seconds.
Ooh, Aegis Slash almost dying there. That would have been a huge pick.
Giving up this positioning, they are shutting down this Ray Pit.
Oranges just have the ability now to be the ones that are almost on the offensive, right? They get to take wherever they want to take for this final stretch. They are going to back up quite a bit.
No more pizza for 1 week for you? No, wait! I'm sorry. Okay, last 2 minutes.
This fight even begins because some fights can begin before they end with snipers like that.
All right, well, Orange Juicers will have control of at least the entrance to the Rayquaza pit. However, neither team has intel around the top side. No one going on a long rotation. Instead, these teams want to trust in their poke damage and set up a solid fight. Silgar getting some damage on Rayquaza. Hopefully some auto attacks from them will go in their favor with that Twister.
Yeah, they don't have intel on the top side. They only have intel on the southeast. Just kidding.
Oh, that is a huge pick.
You got the passive. That snipe shot's going to hurt when 4 other people are attacking you all at once. And now, Revelation doesn't need to really do anything. They realize they have...
Bro, I get scared every time Talonflame goes in. Like, every time I see Talonflame try to Brave Bird aggressively, I just think they're going to die instantly.
I just want to see if they're going to move forward, maybe. Try to get one more pick. I think they're searching for somebody with these snipe shots. Pikachu moving out a little bit far forward for some intel, but hits the wild Pokemon instead of actually hitting the target that they wanted to.
And now look at this. Oblivion has the sniper tower under, like, locked down. Aegis Slash guarding one way, Snorlax the other, and they're going to kidnap Silgrug again. That is the Unitement from Lapras chasing out Celestial, but the major battle is going on in this bottom corridor. Absolute Unite move is used, but no KO's taken. It's OJ to strike first. Both Inteleon and Aegis Slash are gone. The 2 major secure tools on top of this Rayquaza.
Kratos took out 2 in the backline so perfectly.
Ooh, Celestial. Celestial's down. Suicune goes down as well.
This game rolling extremely low, but there's just not enough damage. They've got to start burning down this Rayquaza before anybody comes back, and they are making sure that Pikachu is nowhere even close, but they've got to burn it down. There's only 20 seconds left. Take it. Go score. They need a bunch of people to score, please. Stop making us wait. Oh, the back half from Pikachu. It's going to go unanswered. They need to score even more. Roland being stopped in his place. He's going to get this score. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Didn't get the score in. It's prevented. They got 100 points in. Was that enough? I was not keeping track.
Okay, yeah, we should have been doing so much math, but we were doing absolutely none. We will take a look at the scorelines along with everybody else as they come up on the screen. And with those collapse, it looks like Revelation are going to be holding on to their lead. Pikachu with a clutch up back half and a prevention of those scores. I think neither...
Bro, I saw this and I'm like, I saw this live. Okay, I was in a Discord call with the boys, and when I was watching this live, like, oh my god, I went crazy. Like, I lost my mind at how they threw this game. Okay, so all we need to really do is play it from here. Because, like, realistically, OJ won the fight, alright? OJ won the fight, they get the Rayquaza. You would think to yourself, like, yes, although there's limited time left, they should win this. Okay, so they zone out the Snorlax, that's good. You know, there's 0% chance there's going to be a steal. But now, here's what happens, alright? So, obviously, you could win one of 2 ways. So the difference is... Oops, hold on, wait. Where is my... What happened to my script? Hold on, wait. Where's my script? Oh, here it is. Okay, hopefully it works now. Let me see. Oh, perfect. Okay. Sorry. I was wondering where my whiteboard was. Now it's not deleting. Oh my god. I'm gonna lose my marbles. I'm gonna lose my marbles. See, somehow I accidentally deleted my script. Now I gotta reset it. Where's my? Where's my? Oh. Oh my god, why is this happening? My whiteboard is screwing up. Guys, this is a tragedy. My script is breaking down in front of me. Hotkey. No, let me see if this works. See, this is breaking. I don't know why. The problem is, it's like, now it won't erase. Oh, there we go. Okay. Perfect. We're back in business. We're back in business. Let me just change the color now. Okay. Sorry about that. A little bit of a hiccup. Okay, so here's the thing. There's a lot of things that go wrong. Besides the fact, if you look at the score, all OJ needs to do is score twice. Score twice. And either defend. So here's the option. Either score twice plus defend, or those are your options, right? It's either option number 1. Option 1. Option 2. Alright. Those are your options, alright? Now, the easy option, I know they're pressed for time. They're pressed for... No, they can defend. That's actually... You can defend the guy that's literally behind you. Literally, this person can go this way. Either Psyduck or Lapras defend the Snorlax that's literally right there. Or 3 people score. Lapras could have went to go defend, and Psyduck could have gone to score here. If they went about it that way. Now, obviously, because they didn't defend against the Snorlax, they got to score 3 times. Because they need to score twice to win, but because Snorlax scores, just basic math, they got to score 3 times. Because otherwise, there'd be 319 to, 247 if only 2 people score, alright? Now, if we play it out...
Score, please! Stop making us wait!
Lapras scores.
It's gonna go unanswered. They need to score even more!
Mew scores.
Roland being stopped.
Now, here's the problem.
In his place, he's gonna get this score. Oh, wait!
Lumiere is able to break the Rayquaza shield from Roland. Now, I can't see what's happening top lane, but I imagine that they are not... I think they broke the Buzzwole shield. Because the Mew already scored, so they don't have any more points to score. Buzzwole has the points, but considering they're not scoring with the Mew there, it's safe to assume that their shield got broken, and they can't score with Inteleon there. Now, besides the fact that, this person right here can't score, this person up here can't score, do you want to know what the problem is? Talonflame cut through the middle and Brave Birded, expecting player 1 and player 2 to score and break so they can score. But then they got stuck because literally neither of them scored, meaning they can't score. Now, only one more person needed to score in order for them to win. Like, it doesn't matter that Snorlax scored. Just one more person needs to score. But because 2 people lost their shields, the 3rd person went in preemptively. And then, if you look at this right here,
it's gonna go unanswered. They need to score even more. Roland being stopped.
like, they brave birded because the Psyduck was already in their score animation. Because they thought themselves like, okay, Psyduck is gonna score, so now I go in. But like, it's very unfortunate because that didn't happen, and then they got stuck. If you look at the person on the camera, the green shirt person. Oh wait, am I covering it? Hold on. Let me move myself out of the way. So look at the person in the middle and the bottom of the cameras. Look at the green shirt person. Like, their reaction says it all. That was my reaction, like, when I saw this live.
They need to score even more. Roland being stopped in his place. He's gonna get this score. Oh no! Didn't get the score in. It's prevented. They got 100 points in. Was that enough? I was not keeping track.
Okay, yeah, we should.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Absolutely none. We will take a look at the scoreline along with everybody else as they come up on the screen. And with those claps, it looks like Revelation are going to be holding on to their lead. Pikachup with a clutch up back cap and a prevention of those scores. I think neither Flareons or OG were able to score on the tier 2 on that top side. Also shut down by the Aegis.
That was,
I mean, what a
absolutely
from Revelation.
Painful.
I mean, we can break down this final fight, but I have to say, some really tough choices made by OJ, and it took a whole lot of time burning down that Rayquaza.
They took a whole lot of time burning
I mean, like,
I think was maybe the problem. At the same time,
they could have defended the Snorlax. They could have,
this was,
you know, Talonflame could have gone top or bottom. Either one.
I think they're a little bit scared of losing some of their members, maybe. But 3 of them go.
It was just very, very unfortunate.
I'm just gonna sit here.
Very, very unfortunate.
Yeah, jumping over, doing some great stuff as Rayquaza is taking it to 18 seconds.
But like that game specifically, Talonflame was having a bad game the entire game. Like, that is without a doubt. They were just getting bullied the entire game by their team comp, and every time they engaged, like at this time, like it was like a team.
Player of the game going over to
It was like it's a collective team effort, and the team just fumbled under the time constraints and the pressure. That is what happens.
Because they got frozen by Suicune.
Wow, okay,
that was huge. So there were several opportunities where they were an inch away from getting the score to win that game, but now they've got to sit at a 2-game deficit. Obviously, you know, you got another chance. Game 1 a little bit. It's not necessarily that they like dominated Orange Juice in the start. They just didn't let them do what they usually do.
Yeah, no, it was tough. It was some interesting back-to-back games. Revelation going to be sticking to their same ban strategy. Orange Juicers right there in tandem. Kratos will be in that first pick position, but will be handed over to Roland. That Psyduck just so phenomenal. I don't think that is a problem at all. Dispenza going to be running back on that Suicune game after game.
Really an amazing showing from this Suicune, from Dispenza's Suicune in particular. Like I said, we got to see that essentially won the game in the very end of clutch timing of some freezing. We've seen a lot of just great usages of the CC combinations that Suicune has, and that's what you got to do if you're playing it as a support. You got to play around that more than you're playing around the damage. It's exactly what Dispenza has been doing all weekend.
Okay, so OG is going to be going back to this Buzzwole. It did have a tough time kind of with the range that Revelation was playing in last time, not to mention Aegislash pretty good at getting that unstoppable with the wide guard, but there's a lot you're trying to prevent. I'm curious where Kratos goes in central area. We've seen a couple of options now. We saw that Leafeon, we saw the Talonflame. It's going to be a full compositional repeat for Orange Juicers, and again, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. They did essentially win that game for 9 minutes.
I think that especially the Talonflame was working extremely well. In that final fight, Kratos was in the perfect place. What?
No, I was correcting myself. I forgot they lost early game to Revelation. But yes, in that late game, they were doing a whole lot better.
Both
we our semifinals. Orange Juicers backs against the wall. Revelation on match point.
Ooh, and already we're going to be pushing forward a little bit. Roland surprisingly going for way less invades, I feel, than he usually does. And that might just be a read of understanding Revelation, understanding maybe that there's not as much to gain or whatever it is, just the pacing that they want to change up. But I do love seeing Roland make the invade, so it's a little bit sad. Whoa, again, that's a very similar situation to what they did last time. They fought exactly in that same top tall grass. The moment they realized they could potentially get a pick, they both just rushed in.
I only have a handful of games on Blaziken. I should probably get some more practice considering it's so good.
Well, he activated his mysterious power.
But I'm just too lazy
So it's okay.
to
Don't
play
worry about
that
him.
Pokemon.
Ooh, Celestial being very aggressive
I'm
at the
lazy.
bottom path, but it's
I don't like
actually
practicing.
to pick up that first
Practicing for
KO
solo
on the
queues is
Snorlax.
cringe.
Tackle play for them. Oblivion is yet to reach level 5, but they do pick up
I just
one
play
of
things
those
and I hope it works out.
and are able to achieve that. I think Bigotif definitely thought they were absorbing that boosted auto attack a little bit shy.
Yeah, they're like, oh, wait a minute.
Oops, my bad.
But they're going to be continuing to push on the bottom side. Orange Juicers, well, no, maybe not. They're going to back up. They were.
I think I have like
they could pick up anything. This does seem to be a little bit of a slower.
I have less than 50 definitely. Less than 50 total. I'll be like 30, maybe less.
They're just waiting to find something. Oh, that's a pretty big difference. Into oh no, into the eject button back into the freeze, and now Aegis Slash pushing forward. Not, oh yeah, this is going to be a big KO with Pikatif in the back as well. That is huge for Revelation.
Yeah, heavy slam eject play from Pikatif. Not only does that clear out a few enemy Pokemon as a ton of points gained, Orange Juicers are favoring that EXP gain though. So Kratos at level 8 still has a minute to achieve that level 9.
Oh right, sorry, I forgot I turned off my cameras. I forgot.
So one of the few Brave Bird players we have in our tournament. Oblivion on a sneaky spy mission befitting of the Inteleon, but does get the recall.
Yeah, I think the Brave Bird is a great call. We saw that last time as well, and it seemed a little bit harder to counter from the wide guard. The last time I said that, immediately was countered by wide guard. This time, I made sure that they were very apart from each other on the map, so I didn't curse it. But 5 stacking bottom for Revelation, and I think pretty much immediately Orange Juicers are going to realize that. They're going to have to back up. Luckily, we see Zugrug pretty tanky, trying to get out of there. Flareon's getting caught a little bit. Zugrug going down. The snipe shot an inch away from that new tail, and that is going to be a goal zone. Maybe going down. They're going to leave it at 2. They actually don't even have.
What's your rank in Pocket right now? I'm a few games away from Ultra 4.
Yeah, Celestial is running the attack weight on the Metagross.
When does the season end?
That's so funny.
End of June?
On that middle ball toy because Roland broke the goal zone on the other
It's
side.
not much of a grind because you start off at Ultra 3 if you get Masters, so it's like, it's not a big deal.
Computer very shortly.
That's right. 4 brains. That's what we learned today.
So many brains.
So many brains. Dispenza is going to be rotating up.
Yeah, Kratos was having some rough games on Talonflame.
Alongside an Aegis Slash. They've made a lot of really good flanks, I think, on the side of Revelation.
Like realistically, unless you're getting on top of unless you're getting on top of Inteleon, it's just a rough team comp to begin with.
Gonna go through the middle and whoa, awkward little barrier push, I think, to stop the attack from the Talonflame. We are gonna see the Unite coming out from OG, and they are gonna pick up 2 KOs, although it's a 2 KO streak from Zugrug, interestingly.
Yeah, Zugrug getting involved on this Lapras. I mean, kind of proving this pick throughout the match. A really phenomenal push with that Water Pulse, a whole lot of healing, whole lot of shields to work with. Pikatif, again, in this position where, unfortunately, all their friends have been knocked out, so they just want to go back to the party.
Yeah, it's a good way to go back. It's a little bit faster. Plus, you get to say hi to the other team.
When will the final match be? Later today.
Bit of an Irish goodbye.
So the grand finals is by itself, which is day 3. It will take place live later today. I just don't know the time specifically. I was trying to find that out. I just don't know if I'll be able to watch it live because it's Father's Day today, but
at any given time. And both these teams looking to try to steal a KO. We're getting into that level range where 1 knockout is a tremendous amount of EXP.
And I gotta say, this is easily the closest of the 3 games they've played so far. I mean, 3 points difference when you're at this much score is pretty wild. The level difference is very, I would say pretty insignificant.
I don't know.
Slightly in the favor of Revelation, but not in a way I think that matters enough for it to really change this game. And they are looking for this.
Gonna split the stream, yeah.
Something that I said Revelation were so good at an attempt to steal, but no, it's going to be Aegis slash Linear getting that secure. They're chasing it down. They're chasing the entire enemy team down 2 KOs, going for a third, and Roland might not be able to escape this situation. Okay, they are not even going to chase. That's the side effect. They want to instead.
Oh, it's much later. It's 2 p.m. UTC. What time is that?
But we're not going to get the Regieleki. We're not going to get anything else, and it's certainly not worth KOing.
2 p.m. UTC to EST.
Set play from Orange Juicers in that
Oh no! It's the same time. It's the same time.
Preemptively without their defender, because Zugbrug was on a mission to Lapras Express from the
10 a.m. So that is 7 hours from now.
Behind the squad. Ultimately,
7 hours from now.
them getting the Reggie, neither of which, as Regieleki is now walking towards that tier 2, OJ very happy to give that one up. A tiny amount of points.
Are you gonna miss it, Benny? Are you gonna miss it?
And again, after seeing just basically the past 2 objectives, I think I can say pretty clearly that win or lose, Orange Juicers really need to look at this game at specifically how they approached their objectives versus how Revelation approached the objectives, because Revelation have been in complete control of basically every single objective in every single game. They are just there so preemptively. They're rotating so quickly. They've got the secure on board. They know exactly who's doing what.
They already qualified for Worlds, so maybe they're not taking this as seriously, but if that is the case, then they shouldn't be surprised if they get beat.
They're going to continue. They say, hey, you know what? That hurt me, but now I know that you're all over there. Double KO for OG, and we're going to have to see Oblivion back all the way up with a Pika Diff escort.
OG with some really sick moves. They're actually canceling the Metagross Unite move with the Smackdown. That could have been devastating. All of a sudden, Metagross gets those extra shields and a giant wall comes up. We could be looking at another Revelation team fight win, but OG turning that one around for OJ.
I love that combination of names.
Yes. It's almost OP.
Oh, almost, but not quite.
Okay.
Doesn't need to be nerfed. Oh, okay. This is actually a really awkward timing for this Registeel. Everybody wants it, and they do want to fight for it, but we're at the 2-minute 40 mark, so they are going to be able to KO Roland.
You know what's interesting, by the way, guys? Something I noticed as well is that Roland had the opportunity to play Sableye so many times this tournament, but he chose not to play it once, at least not on the live broadcast. And that's a little unusual because Roland is known for being one of the few people that actually play Sableye, and he never played it. Which is a little surprising, because in the past, or at least in previous tournaments and, regional competitions,
yet again gets priority positioning around the Rayquaza.
You would always play it if it was available. Unless it was like a very... Like, Roland's getting caught out again. Oh my god.
They're diving all the way in, splitting them up. Flareon's having to use that Unite just to disappear and return in the middle.
Oh
no.
no.
It won't go down, but again, that's so many resources. Everybody's being split up. Rayquaza starting to take some damage, and it's just all Revelation on the board. Flareon's one of their only last chances, but 2 members trying to space them out. We do see some.
Oh, reset. Okay, that's okay. Well, it's getting pulled again.
This might end up with a flip if we do see Orange Juicers decide to prevent the reset. However, they're actually going to continue with the fight.
Okay, the Sai giving a little bit of damage reduction towards the Lapras, but it only buys a few precious seconds. 2 Pokemon down.
Okay, Talonflame is coming back.
Suicune and Metagross for Revelation. Buzzwole, Psyduck, and
oh, he's too slow.
Revelation 3 games in a row has secured the Rayquaza.
I cannot tell you how strong I think Aegislash is right now. That coup de grace was everything. It secured so many objectives. Get out of here. The surf away, it's not going to be enough. And truly, I don't think there's any way that they fully defend this huge push. Celestial actually just going back.
All 3 against Revelation is a shame.
Actually not as significant as it could be. Suicune going back as well. I'm not sure if they still have their shield. Celestial has about 1 hit left of their Rayquaza shield.
Okay.
So this is doable. This is doable. 120 points exactly. They could get that on 1 goal zone.
Yeah, another situation where the clock is going to be a really tough enemy to fight against. Pikachu taking a tremendous amount of damage. That block shield already gone, but they just replenish with that power nap. OG Unite move lands into that main defender. They need to take out this opposition to even open up the avenue for scoring. Inteleon takes down the Buzzwole, and now they're all pushing towards this tier number 2.
Giganif still up after all that. We're going to see Sugrug go down. We're going to see 4 members, 5 members down. Orange Juicers no longer stand a chance as Revelation, with an, I would say, a 3-0 upset, will be the ones to advance to the grand finals.
Welcome to the World Championships, Revelation, and welcome to our grand finals, as they will be going to Sunday to play for a chance at a championship NAIC title.
What a showing from them. I mean, that was just impressive.
Yeah, so like I said, guys, I watched the last 2 off stream. I watched this live when it was happening, and yeah, it was definitely not what I would have expected from Orange Juicers, considering they look so much stronger in like previous tournaments. Like, you know, maybe they just had a bad tournament, maybe they were just like tired, but also game number 2, they threw. Like, they should have won that game, but obviously miscommunication and, you know, individual misplays costed them the game. Like, micro decisions rather than, you know, them getting outplayed by the enemy team. It could have gone like the distance if that game 2 result was different, but
Had some great
yeah.
MVP moments, but altogether, it just seemed like their team play was top of the line.
Yeah.
Their ability to rotate, they had no hesitation. They felt like they were playing faster than Orange Juicers, and Orange Juicers, like I said, are usually one of the faster teams when I watch them, but Revelation just held control in so many situations in 3 games straight. It's unquestionable. It's not a, oh, maybe they got lucky a few times. That was certainly their set.
Yeah, I mean, what a play from them, Orange Juicers. Unfortunately, not moving to our championship Sunday, ending our tournament in top 4 position. Still have one more semifinal to go, but what a match this was. I didn't know what to expect headed into this best of 5. I certainly did not expect a 3.
Imagine Revelation beat LG.
From the Revelation side.
This is
That is a very tall mountain to climb. But, you know, considering Revelation have been steamrolling through basically the last few series, I mean, if there was ever a time to prove that you are a top contender, I mean, it is tomorrow. Or technically today, because, you know, it's happening later today. That being said, guys, I know I do have one more semifinals match left, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start stream earlier. So I'm going to start stream earlier than the broadcast start time, and then I'll watch the last series before the live broadcast begins, if that makes sense, rather than watch it now. Just because I do want to get a little bit of sleep, so that way I'm like able to wake up early and, you know, I'm not falling asleep during the live broadcast. Because you know how sometimes they go the distance, they're a little long and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, I think that's what I plan to do. So I'll watch the LG versus Peru. Like, I've already watched it, but like, I don't mind watching it again for like the stream. But yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll end stream now. I will watch the LG versus Peru before the official broadcast starts. And then I will watch the, you know, Revelation versus LG live whenever it happens. Hopefully I have the right time. I hope I convert the time right, but it's, yeah, it's supposed to be at 2 p.m. UTC. According to Google, that's 10 a.m. my time. So I really hope that is the case, because otherwise I'm going to be very upset. I'm going to be very upset if I wake up early and then I find out that it's not, you know, that time. Alright. That being said, guys, thank you guys for hanging out for this nice little late watch party. I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the games for what they were. Hopefully the camera person that's working the camera tomorrow or today is actually awake when they actually do their shit, because, like, goddamn, bro, like, I am actually, like, so salty. So salty at this camera person today. I will say that. So, yeah, hopefully they get their shit together for the grand finals, because, if not, someone's gonna get fired. I'm gonna write a very stern complaint about them. But we'll see what happens. Anywho, Thank you guys for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you like what you see, don't forget to follow the stream. I go live on Twitch and YouTube. You guys can follow so you can get notifications of when I go live. I'll be back for the live grand finals later today, which is in a couple of hours, hopefully. Good luck in your matches if you're playing today. Happy Father's Day to everyone that's celebrating today. And if you're not celebrating for whatever reason, my condolences. But I still wish you a happy Sunday regardless. That's going to be it for me tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later today. Take care, guys. Have a good one.